Good morning, race fans, and welcome to the 2023 Kimbolton Festival, incorporating the TKM Karting Festival here at, of course, the famous Kimbolton circuit, just on the outskirts, not too far from the picturesque town of Peterborough in Cambridgeshire. Drivers just completing their practice sessions at the moment. I'm Chris Sora, delighted to be taking you through this afternoon's race action. And we have an expert voice returning to the commentary booth once again to give us the detailed insights into the afternoon's racing. I'd like to welcome Charlie Ellis to the microphone.
Hey guys, how are we today? We're back. Back for Sunday. We got a few heats, we got pre-finals, and we got our main finals, where we're hopefully going to be giving out some brilliant prizes. We have lots on offer this weekend, lots of caps and trophies, which everyone wants, of course. Kimbolton, just on the side of Peterborough. What a place to be. Yeah,
and it's looking nice this morning. There's been some rather dark rain clouds this morning, but it's just starting to brighten up at just the right time. We do hope the rain stays away, of course, because that will make things rather difficult for the drivers in terms of tyre choice and kart setup and so forth. We're going to kick things off very soon, of course, with a block of racing, which will take us just under an hour or so. We're going to get right underway with the circuit preview, and I'm going to hand you right over to Charlie.
Right, so we are on board with Alfie Bray, number 43 in Senior Rotax. Come around the last corner, here we go. So, down the Hine straight, here we go. Flat to the floor. We're going to be going straight into Stowe corner, hard on the brakes, get the kart turned in, run wide on the exit curb, now through into the willows. Turn right, turn left, try and carry as much momentum through, down the straight. Get the head down, get your aero going, into the Derrick corner, through the two, and then start the complex, through here into down Weldon corner. Hit 3 apexes, and back onto the TKM straight, back foot to the floor, going into Kestrel corner. Try and carry as much speed through as possible. Now into Kimbolton corner, the main corner, last corner. Try and get a good run out of here and onto the main straight. Here we go, that's for another lap of Kimbolton.
And of course we had to defer to Charlie most definitely there, because we should add this in. You also hold the lap record for your class around this circuit.
Yeah, back in the day in Junior Rotax. That's pretty decent, I think.
It's a demanding circuit. It's got some very fast sections on there as well. It's a very old established track all the way back to 1959. As I'm sure many of you know, a lot of the top professional drivers in the UK over decades past have all raced here, be it in Formula One, touring cars. The list goes on and on, doesn't it, Charlie?
Yeah, I think that this track is the best in the UK. You have all sorts of corners here, and that is why all the big teams come here, that's why all the big drivers come here, and that's why there's so much history hidden between this track.
Well, we're going to get things right underway with our first race of the day. Junior TKM are in the assembly zone right now, and they'll be taking out onto the course in just a few moments. As you can see, it is looking a little bit cagey at times. Had some nice sunshine this morning, but the potential for rain throughout the afternoon, which we see the last-minute dash onto the wet tyres and just trying to adjust the setups on the kart before they make their way out onto the course. That's the sort of thing as a driver and as a mechanic, I think, Charlie, that you'd be hoping to avoid.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of wet running yesterday. Did cause a lot of havoc in the paddock. That's quite a good rhyme, that.
Havoc in the paddock, we'll remember that one. We're going to go through to the starting grid, so Leo Robinson will lead the way in number 6 from Aidan Mitchell, Patrick Leaf in 3rd, Monty Braithwaite, William Bryant in 6th with Willoughby Steele on the 3rd row. Row number 4, Jack Stewart from Harley Mason, Harry Blore, Yehan Calichurn in 10th position, Daniela Sutton, Harrison Morrow rounding out row 6, and the final 3 drivers on the grid. Row number 7, Adam Bourne, Will Braithwaite and Tom Strefford rounding out the field. So drivers just taking out onto the circuit now, and who should we be looking out for in this one?
Well, I believe that Aidan Mitchell, he's one of our front runners in the British Championship right now. I think running P2 at the moment. He's the main one to look out for. But also, look out for everyone pretty much. Anyone could win this race. The pack is so close. Everybody is covered by just a few tenths, and we saw that in qualifying. Anything can happen in these races. You've got to play it calm, play it cool, and that is how you win.
This, of course, a very fast and flowing circuit. The drivers getting themselves into formation as they make their way round towards the Kimbolton corner, one of the slowest parts of the circuit. Here they go round the final corner, of course, all making sure they're in position Got to make sure it's a good, clean start. And here they come around the corner onto the start straight. And our first race of the day is about to get underway. Looks like a good start. The start's happy with that. And we are underway, Charlie.
Right, here we go into turn one. It looks like Leo Robinson is going to hold it into turn one. He's going to hold the lead. There's a little look from P3 there. Looked like, I couldn't see how it was. But Aidan Mitchell holding it in P2. Aidan's going to go to the outside, have a look. Maybe it doesn't. But Leo can hold the lead here. What a start.
Great start for him there. A little bit of trouble at the back of the field, but no one out of the race. The race goes on. The rest of the pack making their way around the back of the circuit, going down TKM straight for the first time. Aidan Mitchell right in there with Robinson as they make their way through Kestrel Corner, down towards that really tight right-hander through Kimbolton Corner. Charging down the straight. Good, clean start at the end of the first lap. And they go flying over the line, Charlie, all very close there, with Robinson leading, Mitchell second, Leaf in third as they charge into Stowe Corner.
Yeah, brilliant racing so far. Leo Robinson, P3 in the British Championships at the moment. He is having a brilliant season. And this is a live onboard camera. We've just invited them this year. This is brilliant. Now we're going to go for a move. Oh, we've been hit. Oh, we're off. We're off onto the grass. Oh, a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact there. Oh, what a shame. I don't know who that's for. I think it was a Harrison Morrow, number 75 with Class and Motorsport. What a shame.
Well, it's a shame for him, but it's certainly proving a good investment for the onboard camera. They've already got some race action in, some close action in race number one already, so we're hoping he will patch his way back through the field. The pack goes on over the line. It's still Robinson leading. Aidan Mitchell on his tail, Patrick Leaf up to third from Harry Blaw as they go charging through Stowe Corner. Still a very close race. We've just got over 7.5 minutes to go in this race, of course. And this is where the tactics come in here, because as we know, the race is not won at this stage. It's all on the last lap. So we've got 4 to 5 drivers here in close contention at the moment, Charlie. And as we go towards 7 minutes left in this race, it's still wide open.
Yeah, I think Harry Blaw and Harley Mason, they need to work now. These top three, if they keep working together, they're going to pull away. But obviously, I think Harry Blaw is starting to close in a bit. I think he is. Just over a second behind the leader right now. Harry Blaw, P7 in the British Championship right now, who's P6 in the Club Championship this year. I think he has a strong chance of catching his field and maybe, just maybe, trying to get through them as well.
So as the camera pans back down the straight here, just look out for that 4th-place driver that Charlie mentioned there, number 11, Harry Blaw, just trying to tag on to this leader 3 of drivers, and he is closing up as they make their way through Derrick's Corner up towards the Dan Weldon Corner. They go flying through there, down the back straight, TKM straight, one of the fastest parts of the circuit. And the big question here then is whether Harry Blaw can just tag on to this lead trio of Leo Robinson, Aidan Mitchell and Patrick Leaf. Here they come. Ran through Kimbolton Corner, charging down the main straight over the start-finish line. Number 63 also in there as well. Harley Mason not too far behind in 5th position. But Leo Robinson here doing a great job of holding off this very competitive pack as they make their way through the willows. And still very closely contested here, Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, I just want you to watch Leo's steering input on that wheel. He's having to work those tyres perfectly. Look, doesn't steer at all. But yet he makes it through the corner. It's unbelievable stuff. But this is how professional these drivers are. They will go back to the awning, they'll get all the data, they'll look hours and hours of trying to make that perfect lap every single time. And that's how you win a race, and that's how you win a championship, and that's how you become one of the best of all time.
And of course, young drivers, but the racecraft is so incredible to watch. And like you say, Charlie, of course, off the track as well, all the setups and the data analysis off the circuit, they really are like young professionals, aren't they?
Yeah, they are so.
Working hard, and as you can see, super smooth. He's coming under all sorts of pressure, and Mitchell right behind him. As you can see, look at the lap times there, nothing in it, 1/10 of a second separating the top 3, and still tagging on in there. Harry Blaw in 4th place, number 11, closely followed by Harley Mason. Only a couple of seconds really covering those top 5 as well. So Ian Calichurn also just trying to get involved in that one, just a little bit further behind. But with 4.5 minutes left in this race, it's really getting close here with Leo Robinson, who's pretty much led the entire race. Still coming under a lot of pressure here, Charlie.
Yeah, I don't know if Harry Blaw's going to catch this pack, because on the last few laps he's kind of stayed the same pace. But obviously, yeah, these top 3 working together really perfectly here. Just trying to pull that gap. They're not making any moves, although you might see it soon as we're just coming down to 4 minutes left of this race. Aiden's working perfectly with Leo to try and pull that gap, which they have. And although I think Harry Bloor has just lost P4, Johan Kalichern coming through into P4. Now, this might turn things up. We have Johan leading the championship in the British Championships. He was only P17 last year. He had a penalty, I believe. Maybe, just maybe, he might have a chance of catching his pack.
So 3.5 minutes to go here, and it's all about working together with the rest of the pack so as not to get... What you really don't want to be doing here is getting the elbows out, so to speak, and trading paint and battling for positioning. Just slow each other up. They're running very smoothly here, Charlie. We've got just over 3 minutes. It is still Leo Robinson leading from Aidan Mitchell, Patrick Leaf. Not much going on in terms of overtaking here, but I think that, like you say, might be part of the tactics here.
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't want to overtake at this point. Although you might want to get straight into the lead straight away. But with the slipstream and how strong it is, it's not the perfect place to be in at the moment. I believe the best position to be in right now is where Patrick Leaf is, and that's P3. If these top two start battling, he might be able to look for a little gap, go through, say bye-bye, and off he goes.
Well, Aidan Mitchell really putting the pressure on Leo Robinson. Just a little touch there going down the Yamitsu straight, and he's really asking questions of Robinson here. We've got just over 2.5 minutes to go, and as Charlie said, just watch that third place. Number 22, Patrick Leaf in third. It's still Callaghan in fourth from Harley Mason, William Bryant, Daniela Sutton, Monty Braithwaite, and Aidan Bourne rounding up the top 10. Will Braithwaite, Harrison Morrow, Tom Streppard, Jack Stewart, and Willoughby Steele just a bit further behind. I think was one of the early casualties on the first couple of laps. And as we go with just over 2 minutes to go again, Aidan Mitchell, to me, looks very quick on this first part of the lap.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aidan is just trying to look at where Leo is placing his car, because soon he's going to go for that move, and he needs to know where he can pull it off perfectly and get away. So he's going to have a lot of things going through his head right now, trying to keep the engine cool, trying to just look at where he can go. Will he go to the inside of a corner, around the outside of a corner? Where does he think he's better than Leo?
And he's just started to have a look at it. Here we go, round the outside. Patrick Leaf having a look there as we saw Robinson just guarding that inside line. This would allow the rest of the pack to close up until fourth place battle, which is just a little bit further behind this top three that we're closing on. As round the outside again, Patrick Leaf having a look. All getting very close as they make their way through Derrick's corner up towards the Dan Weldon corner. It is still Robinson that leads the way. But look at that number 22 there, Patrick Leaf, who's been sitting in third place for pretty much the entire race. We've got just over 1 minute to go, so we really are coming to the final throes of this race. And Patrick Leaf really starting to make inroads here.
Yeah, Leo Robinson, Leo Robinson under a lot of pressure right now. Aidan Mitchell is going to look to the outside. Will he hold it? I don't know. Yes, Leo's going to hold it. Oh, and here comes Patrick Leaf. Patrick Leaf into P2. What a brilliant move there. This is what I mean. He can just watch. He can see where they're all going. And what a move from Patrick Leaf. Aidan Mitchell looked to go round the outside. I don't think that was going to happen, mate. Leo Robinson holding it just about.
So final stages of this junior TKM race, and Leo Robinson has drove superbly so far to hold on to the lead, but second place now, of course, Patrick Leaf looking very threatening indeed as they make their way through the Kimbolton corner, and here they come to the line, Charlie.
Yep, 15 seconds on the clock. They're going to get 2 laps left, so this is the penultimate lap. Johan, Kalichern and that pack are closing so rapidly. Would he have a chance of winning this race? We're going to have to see. 2 laps left. This is a massive pack now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers in for the chance of this race win.
And of course, this is what we saw, like we were saying, when they start trading positions like that. It's just allowing everyone else to close up here. So we've essentially got a 7-way fight for the lead now as they make their way down TKM straight. Still heading this whole pack of drivers here. We've got Leo Robinson looking very good as they make their way round Kimbolton corner, where we're going to go through very shortly. On to the last lap of the race. Here they come to the line. 1 lap to go here in junior TKM race number 1, and Robinson's got it all to do.
Right, here we go. 1 lap left. Oh, there's a bit of contact at the back. I don't know what happened there, but it was a bit of tongue-to-tongue racing. But Leo leading it is going to probably defend into this corner. Oh, there's a bit of running side by side, I can see. But Leo holding it just about. He must have a lot of pressure on him right now. I can't imagine the amount of stress and thoughts he's going into. Is he will he defend going to the second to last corner into Creshaw? He's going to look and he moves over, going to cover. Right, last corner, we're 3 wide into the last corner, but Lee Robinson, round the last corner is going to win the first race of the day, Junior TKM. It goes to him.
Wow, what a superb drive there from Leo Robinson. Led pretty much the entire race. And as always in karting, it's too close to call at the line. 1 second covering I believe the top 6 drivers there. Patrick Leaf second, William Bryant third, Mason fourth, Calichurn fifth, and Aidan Mitchell sixth, which was a lot quicker than it said to say those names. 1 second covering the top 6. Very close, exciting race to kick things off there, Charlie.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Aidan Mitchell. He dropped all the way to 6th on that lap. 2nd to 6th. He must be a bit ashamed about that.
Yeah, it's just this, I would say logjam, but the shuffling of the pack in those important final couple of laps is very tactical, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of things going through your head at that moment. You're trying to work out where you can get into the lead, because this is what all these drivers want. They want that P1. They don't get it, they go back, they get angry, and they want to win. That is why these drivers do it.
And I think a very good race there for Robinson to take the checkered flag there, because he came under all sorts of pressure and he looked really vulnerable in those last few laps, but he dug deep and took the victory. Yeah,
brilliant stuff there. And now I believe we're going on to the Micromax and the Honda next.
So they're going to make their way out onto the sighting lap. We'll have a look at the grid in just a few moments. There's of course some of our youngest drivers here at the festival over the weekend. The mixture of the traditional, ever so reliable Honda 4-strokes and the 125 2-strokes out there as well. So we've got the 2 race classes within themselves here, 2 different types of vehicle here. Jensen Sell will lead them away from Lucian Smith. Maximilian Braskov in third from Charlie Page. James DeVries and Theo Hamilton rounding out row number 3 for the Micromax. Going a little bit further back, Finley Beals on row number 4 with Kevin Ivanoff. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer in the 5th row, 9th position from George Wheeldon from the Micromax grid.
So we interviewed George yesterday, and he was looking very strong at the moment. He's been improving a lot, but here we go with the Micromaxes. Who's that into the lead? It looks like Jensen Sale. Brilliant start there. It's already got a bit of a gap, it looks like. Who's that behind? It looks like Lucian Smith, it could be. Down into Derek, yeah. Go on.
We're going through to Derek Scott here on the first lap as the Micromaxes make their way through. You pretty hear on the pickup from the circuit, these of course mostly 4-strokes, the ever reliable Honda GX motors which power everything from karts to all your lawnmowers, any kind of industrial thing. These are very tough engines and quite nippy in a kart, I have to say. Of course, for a young driver, these are a great way to get involved in motorsport.
Well, yeah, I think they can exceed speeds of over 60 miles an hour, and for an 8-year-old, that must feel pretty quick. You might see most 8-year-olds sit at home, they play games, but no, these kids come out for a race weekend, and they get to drive these quick and powerful machinery. I mean, a Honda 4-stroke, they must be some raw, powerful engines. Some good battles going on near the back of the field, but Jensen Sale, what a start to the race. He's got a bit of a gap, got nearly a second gap already. What a start.
This is a complete contrast to our junior TKM racers. Jensen Sale just looking to get to work here, trying to break away now from the rest of the field. We've got Smith still in second, Charlie Page in third as they make their way through Kimbolton Corner down the straight once again. It's the number 10. One or two of the 2-stroke competitors at the front here, of course. We've got Smith in second, Charlie Page, Braskop in fourth from James DeVries. A little group of drivers just holding a nice, smooth little battle at the front. But this is a lovely start to the race here from Jensen Sale. And like you were saying, Charlie, it's all very smooth. These karts, in the whole scheme of things, compared to a lot of the others, not the most powerful. Of course, these are smaller drivers to counteract with that, of course. But the same principle is in place here, where it's all about smooth inputs with the steering and the acceleration and just keeping that momentum going.
Well, obviously, you want to do as much minimal steering input as possible. You don't want to scrub these tyres off. You will see, when it comes to the finals, the people who probably end up winning are the ones who looked after the tyres the best.
That's a point we should expand on a bit there, actually, because the tyres, of course, playing a big part in an ideal world, you'd perhaps have fresh tyres for each race, but that comes with a cost, and part of the regulations is that the use of the tyres here is also controlled.
Yeah, so we only have one set of tyre for this weekend, so all the races are done on one set. So that's why you might see drivers, they're not going to do much steering or anything like that, not put too much pressure on the tyre, because they want the tyres to last all the way through the race weekend. And so if you might see a driver starting at the back and they make their way through the field, yes, it's good, but they might destroy the tyre while it's doing it.
And same principle, of course, with any sort of motorsport all the way up to Formula One. And I've been involved in some amateur karting, but when the tyres start to go, you start to feel it, and it just gets a bit more twitchy, losing that cornering speed. So, in much as in any other form of motorsport, that's going to be a very important aspect over the weekend.
Well, yeah, I mean, once the tyres start going off, you feel stuff like understeer, you start to feel oversteer as well. The car starts to become a bit uncontrollable, but you have to predict what's going to happen, and you have to just go from there. You can't do much about it. You can also do stuff with the pressures. The pressures are very tight on how they should be. If you're half a PSI off, that could be race over.
And the driver looking very good here. I think the kart running absolutely superbly. His Sale, of course, our race leader, looking very smooth as he makes his way through the Kimbolton corner once again. Just coming up to 5 minutes to go in this race, and this is a completely different race to what we had in the first race of the day. He's leading the race. They go over the line by just under 1.5 seconds, which in karting terms is a lifetime, really. Charlie Page still third, Braskov in fourth, James De Vroo in fifth, and a bit further down the field, Kevin Ivanov, Theo Hamilton still in seventh, Finley Beals, Paul Bracama in ninth place, and George Wheeldon rounding out the field. But
yeah, there's a bit of pushing off. I mean, not pushing. I mean, wheel to wheel contact there between. I think that was Kevin Ivanov and Theo Hamilton going into Kestrel corner. I mean, brilliant shots we've got here from the guys at TNL Sports, and obviously the Orange Army doing what they do best. Brilliant guys here, just making sure everyone is safe, because this is what this sport is all about. It's so dangerous, but when there's people like this around, it's such a safe sport as well.
And as we say, it's always, I would say, full credit to the Orange Army out there. They'll, of course, have their well-deserved lunch break at the end of this block of racing. Of course, we focus on some of this action as we look at the number 56, I think it was in there as well. Was that Kevin Ivanov having that little battle there for fifth position? Hamilton also involved in that, as we once again look again at Jensen Sell, who is looking super smooth. He really has got that top part of the circuit heading through towards the Dan Weldon corner nailed. He goes down the TKM straight once again. Let's have a look as he goes through Kestrel corner in towards the Kimbolton corner. This is, of course, one of the slowest parts of the course. Classic racing line, nice and wide into the entry. He's just pulling a few tenths here and there on the second place Lucian Smith. He's not drastically quicker, but he's consistent and just putting those steady lap times in. Yeah, brilliant stuff there. He's just got to make sure he's not pushing on the tyre as much. And obviously, mechanical faults can happen as well. So, that makes a big difference in how the race can plan out. But yeah, obviously, you're saying about the lunch break, we have got a paddock show this time. I've gone round, spoken to a few drivers, see how they're looking at this weekend. And I mean, although they can drive on track, it's all about their media, and there's so much more off the track that you don't actually see until they got on the track. Well, we're going to look forward to that a bit later on. It's after the F100 race at about 20 to 1 today. We're going to go off the circuit, and we see Charlie takes centre stage as he interviews a few of our drivers out in the paddock this weekend, gets some of their thoughts over the weekend. And we say we are focusing, of course, on this Sunday race meeting, but this really is a festival in every sense of the word. You've been here since Thursday, and it's a real family feel and a lot going on off the track as well. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. I mean, we had a hog roast yesterday, the annual trolley race. That was really funny to watch. We had minions and I think a Jamaican swimming team or something. I don't know what it was. No, bobsleighing actually. Yeah, just a brilliant atmosphere here. I think we had all of our TKM Extreme drivers singing as well, which was a bit... no comment. Well, so long as it doesn't expand to the commentary booth, so I'm not singing today. Yeah, I mean... yeah, but no, but brilliant racing going on here.
On our screens right now, we have got Lucian Smith and Charlie Page battling. Oh, actually, Charlie Smith. No, God, what am I saying?
Charlie Page there, I think, wasn't it down the inside? He's held on to that as well because he went very deep into Stowe corner and compromised his exit there. So he had to cut across and block that line off. They're having a very close battle, and I think. Yeah, oh, it looks like Page has got back through. Actually, they're having a very close fight for second, which is all going to help Jensen Sale, who's already pulling away quite comfortably. These two very close again. It looks like Smith is... Oh, he's fallen back to third there. Very close indeed. We've got just over a minute left on the clock before the last lap. And again, Lucian Smith having a look. He seems very quick into Stowe corner. So watch them as they go down towards the first corner. Race leader looking very smooth.
Yeah, you just see the race leader lapping one of the Honda Cadet drivers. But yeah, no, you will see that so many drivers, they will have a black and white numbers, so that means they're a novice driver. So everybody, they have a Motorsport UK license. They have to do 5 races, get them all signed off, and then once they've done those 5 races, they can move on to their official plates, as they might seem. So every plate is different for different class, so it's easier to realise which class they're in. So these drivers on their black and white numbers, this is just their learning ground at the moment. Their first start to competitive owner kart racing. And I mean, some are doing pretty astonishing right now.
Yeah, they come around quite nicely. That, of course, they see the blue flag, I think, just says the leader goes over the line. Looking very smooth indeed. The idea, of course, with that is we had similar in my background's motocross, and we used to have to wear novice bibs to let the other more experienced competitors know that it is a novice driver. And it is racing out there, but just to be a little bit kinder towards them when they go... They may be unpredictable.
Well, yeah. I mean, the new drivers, it can be quite daunting at first when you're stepping first onto track, especially with the mega speeds of these machines, and just how dangerous this sport can be. But we don't like to talk about it because, you know, it's one of the best sports in the world, in my opinion, because it's so satisfying. The science behind it, everything, it's brilliant.
Certainly is a fantastic sport to get into, and one guy who's making some great inroads here, 47.8 last time round, is Jensen Sale, who's got things under control right now. I mean, again, in terms of karting, he's leading the race by 4.4 seconds, which doesn't sound very much, but when you consider how short the races are, he has done really well to establish that gap. He's running his own race, he can look after the tyres as the temperatures start to rise out there as well, which could be another factor. Still Charlie Page and Lucian Smith having a look for second, but that battle just seems to have settled down a bit now as we look a little bit further back over there. I think that's Kevin Evanoff and Theo Hamilton, who have been neck and neck for pretty much the entire race. Saw that on the inset, but in the meantime, coming up towards the final couple of corners, there they are, that little battle a bit further down the field, as Jensen Sale making his way over the line to take the checkered flag with quite some conviction there as well.
Yeah, brilliant race by him. Nearly a 5-second gap. That's a good drive, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, the Honda Cadet drivers and the Micromax drivers, they're split at the start just so they're not getting each other's way, but obviously some drivers are still learning, so they may be catched, but that's why the whole reason of the blue flags are there, just to let the driver know that they've been overtaken, just to get out their way and let the leader have his race.
Let's have a look on the...
brilliant battle here. Lucian Smith, Kevin Evanoff and Theo Hamilton side by side across the line. I think it's Kevin who's going to take P2, I think. No, P1 actually. My bad. Well done on him. Brilliant race by him. And Theo Hamilton P2, and Finley Beals P3, Jack Fuddlebrook Harmer P4, and George Wilden coming across the line in P5.
And that little battle there a bit further down the field. So that is our Micromax and Honda group drawing to a close. Race number 2 in our schedule. The Extreme group coming up in just a few moments. Track looking very good. As quite a good race there for Sella. The race leader really ran away with things. I think it is nice as a driver. You can get that good start, get a couple of good laps in there, and just start to pull away as we get the third race of the day, the Extreme category, coming up in just a few moments. Our third race of the afternoon, the A final, a bit later on, of course, a little bit longer, but we're going to see them for the first time today. They've already been out for a few laps in their morning practice session. They're just there in the waiting zone getting ready, and we're going to have a look at the grid in just a few moments. The Riders making the drivers, I should say, making their final preparations, and talk us through the grid here, Charlie.
Right, so we've got Oliver Bowen on pole, Cian Bennett, brilliant qualifying, P2, James Morley, P3, Luke Jarman, P4, Alfie Garford, P5, leading the British Championships at the moment, Sean Abbott, P6, Charlie King, P7, Archie Strong, P8, Joseph Booth, P9, Aaron Luss, P10, Jack Dan and Bradley Peck rowing out row 6. William Bloom and David Haynes take up the 7th row, Elio D'Alessandro and Spencer Lane, Olivia Jenkins and Gareth Haynes take up row 9. And Joe Cheek, obviously, he was doing his lovely singing, last night. James Whittaker, Carl Springfield, Al Patterson, Jake Cox and Charlie Whitehouse rowing out row 12. Thomas Shaw, Luke Woodward, Thomas Warner, Will Day, Alexander Page, Joe Lask rows out to row 15. And Michael Cornell, Jessica Fitchell, Gemma Kiddy and Reese Porter. So, here we go. Down the start finish straight, TKM Extreme underway. Take it, Chris.
Looks like a good start there. Start happy as they go, piling into the first corner. Big group of drivers here, so the start is going to be very important indeed. Will they get through the first few corners safely? Well, it looks like a clean start all the right. That was the commentator's curse there, because it looks so good, but there's trouble further down.
That's Olivia Jenkins. It looks like she's in a lot of pain. Ooh, that was not a nice... That is the problem, though, with so many drivers going into such a short amount of space. Now, the Battenberg flags have gone out. It's basically a safety car, but the leader will become the safety car. Yeah, we've got a replay shot here. Yeah, just there's a lot of carnage there. But, you know, I don't think anyone can be at fault for that.
I think that was just the racing incident, like you say. Just so many drivers piling through the willows. It was looking clean, but yeah, you get one wheel out of line, just tripping over each other, and just it's like a domino effect, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, with the grid that big, there's nothing much you can do in that moment. But I mean, we all hope the drivers are okay. They are all out of their carts, which is the good sign. But yeah, so now, yes, Battenberg flag. Everyone will slow down. We'll let some of the drivers catch up who were involved in that nasty crash. You'll just see Jessica Flitchall. She's just coming down the start-finish straight. Bit of side pod damage. I think she might be having to come into the pits for that. But yeah, I mean, a good start for Oliver Bowen and Cian Bennett. Yeah, Cian, brilliant qualifying in P2. Doing brilliant so far. Cian Bennett, P5 in the British Championships at the moment. Was P7 here last year. So obviously knows his way around the circuit. And I mean, saying that, I think Jessica's actually carry on. So, I mean, brilliant job by her. A bit of side pod damage doesn't affect her.
So Jessica Hall, she is starting to catch up with the tail of this pack here. We're going to go through for another lap under the Battenberg flags. As Charlie said, this is essentially a safety car process. We're going to look at this incident again just after the first corner. And, just two drivers, I think, just got in going through the willows, and then just the chain reaction. Everyone piles into each other, and Jessica Fitchell, she really took the brunt of that impact there. Very surprising that she's still in the race.
Yeah, I mean, that side pod, it doesn't look good, but I mean, she's carrying on. This is how fierce these drivers are. They don't care how bad the car is, they just want to carry on and win.
So it looks like we're going to go back under racing conditions very shortly. The pace just picking up a little bit there. They all bunched up together quite nicely here, so we should be able to get back under race conditions very shortly with Oliver Bowen leading the pack. And here we see that tactical idea, just bunching the field up, going to try and get a breakaway as they make their way down the straight. And we're back under green flag conditions as they go piling over the line. So Bowen leads, Bennett from Jarman, Alfie Garrett in there, through to the first corner. They go through Stowe Corner. This long, almost like a double apex as they make their way through into that third corner. So looks like a clean start this time as they make their way down Yamitsu straight through Derek's corner. And Bowen can't really break away. Back onto the inboard here, Charlie.
Onboard shot here. I wonder who that's with. We haven't... that's Alfie Garford. Right, Alfie has just done an amazing move round the outside through the willows. So yeah, onboard cameras here this year. He's going to look for a move. P2, here he goes. Wow, that's brilliant onboard camera footage here. Seen it all right personal. So yeah, down the start finish straight. Here we go. So into turn one. He's actually going to go for the lead already. Wow, what a start from Alfie Garford. Started in the middle of the pack and already into the lead.
Well, that onboard camera certainly proving good value for money here as Garford goes through into the lead. That's some great footage of that already today. 2 positions in 2 laps, looking very smooth and picking his moment very well there to go for the lead. So it's Garford into the lead from Bowen. Kim Bennett, Luke Jarman, James Morley, Archie Strong, Charlie Kiff and Sean Abbott just a little bit further behind as this race still very close with 4.5 minutes to go. Just off the track, of course, there is a track limit warning here for kart number 6. Our 7th place driver, well 6 now, Charlie King. So obviously that's pretty self-explanatory. The stewards deciding he's just gone off the course a little bit too much there.
So yeah, Alfie Garford, part of the Motorbase UK Academy. Speaking to him yesterday, he was saying about how good the academy is. It's really helping him come on as a driver, and obviously it's showing here, leading the race here.
Well, Garf's coming under some pressure from our early leader, Oliver Bowen, as they make their way down the TKM straight. They're getting towards about 80 miles an hour, possibly plus. They're through towards the Kimbolton corner, this really tight right-hander. And it looks like Bowen's getting a nice drive out of the corner. Could be on as they make their way down the Hines straight into the first corner, Stowe corner. Garford knows he's there, of course, positioning the kart very well as they make their way through Stowe corner once again. Back to the onboard with, of course, our race leader.
Yeah, brilliant onboard footage this. You can just see how much of the physical side of karting really is. You can see all the bumps and stuff. It's all thrown with his body. But you can also see how the steering input that I was talking about earlier. You can just see it's nothing. It's literally not turning the wheel at all. It's just calm, collected driving. So yeah, Oliver Bowen, P11 in the British Championships. He got P9 here last year in Junior TKM.
Oh, could have moved second.
Brilliant move there by into P2. I think that was Kean Bennett going into P2. Yeah, brilliant qualified from him. Looks like James Morley moved through as well, and Charlie King into P4. Charlie King doing brilliantly this year. Said he was struggling a bit at the British Championships, but maybe he can come on from there. But yeah, no, but at the moment doing a brilliant job here. Just gotten up to P4. But yeah, brilliant drive by these lot.
So Alfie Garford doing all the hard work in the early part of this race to get his way through into the lead. But Kean Bennett and James Morley looking very threatening in 2nd and 3rd place. They make their way through towards Kimbolton corner for another lap. Oh, down the inside. Nice move there from Bennett, and it looks like he's made the move stick. Lovely move there as they make their way down the Hines straight into Stowe corner to start another lap. Fantastic move there from Kean Bennett going through to the Kimbolton corner. Dive to the inside, snatch the apex, your classic out-braking move on the inside, and he's got himself a very slender cushion at the front of the field.
Yeah, and James Morley moving to P2 here. He is looking at trying to win the festival this year. He tried to do it last year and he was leading all the way in the final until he sadly got taken out and he had to drop through the field, down the field. But yeah, back on with Alfie Garford. He's been put in a quite tough position, losing a couple places there. He needs to try and catch on to this field again and try and regroup.
So like you say here, Charlie, with Alfie Garford in 3rd place, we see some action in front of him now. That onboard camera gives you an idea of just how rough it is down at circuit level. As you look again at that move for the lead down the inside, this was lovely stuff here, Charlie, wasn't it? Snatched the apex away from him. I don't think Garford was quite expecting him to be so close there.
Yeah, brilliant overtake there. Obviously, even though going on a tight line there to do the overtake, you need to look at how to get out of the corner as quick as you can. Obviously, everyone's going to be looking at carrying as much momentum through every corner as they possibly can, because one scrub off speed, and that's done. Oh wow, late move there by James Morley, straight into the lead. He's really looking at winning this festival this year. Alfie Garford is going to look at going into P2, going round the outside. Oh wow, if he can hold this, it's a brilliant move. Oh my god, he's side by side James Morley. Oh, it's really going wide there. Charlie King into P3. Oliver Bowen into P2, I believe. Actually, that's Archie Strong. Yeah, where's Archie Strong come from? Wow, that is brilliant.
He's moved his way through, and of course Bennett dropping a couple of places there. Kean Bennett, it's all very close as they make their way through the down Weldon corner, down the TKM straight. We've got 20 seconds left on the clock, so it's going to be tight How many laps? I think it's going to be 2 laps to go here, realistically, isn't it? So we've got a bit more action as the 71 there, James Morley, guards that inside line going through Kimbolton Corner down the straight, and look how close they are with 5 seconds on the clock. 2 laps to go here, Charlie.
Oh my god, it is mental here. James Morley really having to stick to that white line, that white track limit line. He's just trying to defend and hold off everyone. Alfie Garford back on board with him. He's trying to look through to get through this field. Here we go, hitting the curves. You can feel a lot of the. It feels a lot on your ribs, and that's why we have the safety, of course, of the rib protectors and stuff. But yeah, back into the race. James Morley really having to defend here. Charlie King into P2, Archie Strong P3. But round the final corner, I think James Morley has got this. Round the final corner, James Morley across the line. James Morley's going to last lap.
1 lap to go. He just sneaked through, I think. So probably not the best situation there for James Morley, because he's got to do it all over again as they go past the yellow flags there. There was one B63, I believe, was out of the race, but the race goes on. Morley holding this whole train of drivers here. Charlie King, who's done very well to fight his way through to 2nd place here, looking very strong as they make their way up through the Dan Weldon corner.
Ooh, Charlie King getting pushed a bit wide there. That was a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact with Archie Strong there. But yeah, James Morley still holding it into the final corner. This will be the last lap this time. James Morley around the final corner. I think he's held it. So, coming around the final corner, James Morley wins in TKM Extreme for the 30. Brilliant stuff there. Looks like we had Archie Strong P2, Alfie Garford coming back to P3, Charlie King P4, Kean Bennett lost a few down that last one. Quite unfortunate. Aaron Lusk P6, Luke Jarman P7. Kai Springfield made up 13 positions. Wow, what a drive from him to make it to P8. Joseph Booth P9, Oliver Bone P10, David Haynes P11, James Whittaker P12, and Charlie Whitehouse making up 11 positions to make it to P13.
Which is good going, really, when you consider that they haven't got a great amount of time to do that. It's all about seizing the opportunities when they arise, because it's a bit of a battle in front of you. You've just got to sneak through and get those positions. So I'd say that's a really good effort from him there.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, he's just taking advantage of situations, which is obviously what you wouldn't want to do. Yeah, we can just see through our window Olivia Jenkins walking back to the medical centre, I believe. She looks all right. Looks safe, which is always a good thing. Obviously after that nasty crash at the start, I think she got a bit of cold compress on.
Yeah, ice pack on the wrist for the looks of things, but she's okay. Let's hope anyway, as we move to the Clubman class, as the drivers prepare for their 3rd heat of the festival. We're going to see them later on, of course, in the pre-final and the final, as we see 1 or 2 drivers who had trouble getting the
like
cut back on the trolleys.
Number 62. Bit unlucky for him starting P4, but here we go.
So the starting grid for the Clubman, led away by Matthew Swanston from Guy Tolley. Row number 2, Craig Summers and Jack Crisp in 4th position. Tom Bird and Adam Kent making out the 3rd row. And the rest of the Clubman field made up of Ben Spencer, Callum Hambley, and row number 5, James Munro and Scott Hambley. So in a bit of a contrast here from the Extreme class, not so many in the Clubman category. This is a bit more like, you might say, your weekend warrior kind of class. These are drivers who, of course, we always say, when I say racing for fun, you know what I mean, don't you? Of course, it's something they're not going to succeed in and making a career in necessarily, but they just love karting and want to get out there and get some good race action.
I mean, yeah, karting is a brilliant way to get involved with racing. Not even on the track, but off the track as well. You know, we've got the many mechanics and driver coaches, and there's always a way to get involved. Here we go. Here's actually scrutineering on board with Alfie Garford. So now people are gonna check the karts, make sure it's all safe and all the regulations. We have many regulations within the sport, making it as fair as possible. So we're going to let our many scrutineers check the karts, make sure everything's okay, because also a big factor is the front fairing. So on the front nose cone, if you do end up hitting the back of somebody a bit too hard, it will drop the nose cone, and then when you come into the pits, you'll receive a 5-second penalty. That can cause a lot of havoc today, especially with the sort of driving we were seeing earlier.
Yes, that's almost like it's almost like an argument-free ruling against overly aggressive bumping in the field, because if you damage that front panel, it drops down. It's fairly obvious that you've been a little bit too aggressive out there.
Yeah, but I mean, you obviously, it's a good tool to use, but obviously not when it comes with the penalty as well.
So we're just waiting for the Clubman to get underway. Of course, the Dan Weldon corner, was late Dan Weldon, and one of the famous names that's competed here in the past. This circuit has been here since 1959. Of course, the likes of Nigel Mansell, I'm sure, have been here a few times over the years, and Lewis Hamilton, Jenson Button, those sort of famous names, Lando Norris, using Formula One as a original benchmark there, just to go demonstrate the calibre of drivers that come through in Great Britain, and who knows, a few stars of motorsport in the future, more than likely here this weekend.
Well, obviously, yeah, and I mean, with the sport becoming more diverse, we've got more females. I think we've got 6 females here this weekend, even 7 actually. Obviously, yeah, it's a brilliant sport to get involved with. Yeah, and obviously, I was speaking to a couple of them yesterday. They, obviously, with the F1 Academy, they're all going to be looking at trying to get into that one day. But obviously, yeah, but now, we've got Clubman's coming out now. Take it away, Chris.
So here we go, the drivers making their way out onto the circuit for their formation lap, making their way down the Yamitsu Straight. Not so many drivers in this one, so the start possibly not quite as frantic, but nonetheless, even though with 10 drivers in there, the first lap going to be very important indeed as they make their way through towards the top of the circuit, through towards the Dan Weldon corner. Just starting to get themselves into line here, with Swanston leading the group. In the number 35, I think, was also in there as well. Guy Tolley next to him as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner. The pace just dropping momentarily, getting themselves into line. They've got to make sure they're in those 2 rows. They cross the tram lines correctly for a good, clean start. Round the final corner they go, heading towards Hines Straight. We are about to get things underway for our first race today for the Clubman. They charge over the line. Start, I think, looks happy as they go through into Stoke Corner for the first time. All very close as they fight for position there.
Wow, what a move from the Birrell there. Lovely move, right round the outside, straight into the lead. I think that was Guy Tolley. What a move there. Matthew Swanston dropping down just a tad. But yeah, brilliant move there. We've got one of the Class of Motorsports on the ARC chassis there. That looks like Ben Spencer. How has he done that? He started in I think that was P7. Now he's into P2 already.
Yeah, making the most of that little bit of contact in the first couple of corners, only a bit of rubbing and racing kind of thing, but he's certainly taken advantage of that to get all the way up to 3rd place as Tolley leads them over the line. The start of that first lap. And then right on his tail there, Ben Spencer down the inside. Lovely move, but can he hold on? He went a little bit wide, going for the pass, and straight back into the lead goes Tolley. Spencer having a look again as they make their way up towards Derek's corner. Through that chicane they go. Looks like Tolley may well have held on there. That first corner there was the classic example there, being a little bit too aggressive on the brakes and compromising the exit speed.
Well, yeah, but watch out for Craig Summers. He's here. He's ready to pounce. He's just got to find his way through. Obviously, with the Precision Racing team, he's going to have a look here. But here, yeah, so obviously the Clubman cast, it's all about keeping the costs down. I think they only have 2 sets of tyres for the whole season. It's pretty good stuff. With Ben Spencer into the lead, the O-plate going straight through. Guy Tolley looking back. His brilliant move there on the Birrell.
Again, though, he can't quite hold on, and looks like Tolley back into the lead. It's when they go through to the Willows, that second chicane, just after just trying to get the apex covered back to hold on to the lead, but Tolley saw it coming, goes back into the lead, and once again the very threatening Ben Spencer in 2nd place as they make their way towards the straight once again, closely followed by Craig Summers, who's hanging on in there in 3rd place, just watching this battle in front, looking to get involved. Still, of course, got over 6 minutes on the clock. Again down the inside goes Spencer, and it looks like he's held on to the lead. Summers having a look on the inside, and the number 91 of Matthew Swanston, of course the pole sitter, also getting involved to make their way through the first corner.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there by Ben Spencer. P4 here last year in the TKM Festival, but obviously he wants that P1, and obviously going well so far this year, obviously getting the O-plate here. Yeah, brilliant driving so far. Guy Tolley looking good so far. We've got Craig Summers as well, P3 last year as well, so obviously he wants to try and make it up a bit. But yeah, through Dan Weldon, down to Kestrel Corner, here we go.
What this is doing as well, it's just keeping the pack naturally bunched together here. We've got 5 drivers, all very close indeed. The rest of the pack only about a second behind, so any kind of elbow banging, you might say, on the first corner could allow the chasing pack in here. They're all covered by, it's a shade over 3 seconds actually, the whole pack. The driver rounding up the field is Scott Hambley, who is 3.8 seconds adrift. Nothing at all between this pack so far. So, and we've still got just over 5.5 minutes to go in this race, plus of course the final lap. So it's Spence leading from Tolley, Summers, Jack Crisp in fourth, who we've not really talked about much, but he's just on the tail of that little battle for the top three. And he's basically with the rest of the chasing pack there, as Summers has a look down the inside, going into Kestrel corner. Oh, couldn't quite make the move. He's going to go for the switchback though.
That was a brilliant dummy there, just didn't pay off in the end. But yeah, no, brilliant driving there. Even though it's a small grid, but still providing great action for this weekend. Just a couple moves happening in the back. Couldn't really see who that was. But yeah, Matthew Swanston, quite an unfortunate start there. Got obviously going from the lead to P5. But yeah, brilliant racing by these top five.
Notably there, it's allowed that little move on Kimbolton corner on the previous lap has allowed Jack Crisp and Matthew Swanston back into this battle for the lead. You can just see them tailing through there. James Moreau, incidentally, is out of the race, just pushing his cart off to the side of the circuit where the leaders are just going through now. And again down the inside goes Tolley. Fails to make it on the switchback though, and back into the lead goes Ben Spencer. And of course this chopping and changing for the lead is allowing Jack Crisp and Matthew Swanston in fourth and fifth place to get back into the reckoning here. And we've got essentially there's a little bit of a gap there between third and fourth. We've almost got a five-way tussle for the lead here.
Yeah, you can really see how squirmy squirmy Tolley is on the brakes, really, on those Biro brakes, quite squirmy. But obviously, yeah, doing a pretty good job here. Ben Spencer just holding off here. He doesn't going to look at going a bit defensive. No, he doesn't. He's feeling confident so far. But yeah, Tolley's ready to pounce again. Will he go? No, he doesn't. But obviously, yeah, down through last corner. Could have start-finish straight.
With the karts being so evenly matched here, it's going to be a tough decision here for Ben Spencer whether to drive defensively into the corners, compromising his speed possibly on the exit, which isn't really going to allow him to pull away, or does he go for the classic racing line, keeping the speed through the corners, which could allow him to be open for attack, as Tolley has another look going through the Derrick's corner through that chicane, back up towards Dan Weldon corner at the top of the circuit here. This long sweeping hairpin that puts him on quite nicely onto the TKM straight, one of the fastest parts of the circuit. Still the number 0 of Ben Spencer leads the way as Craig Summers just has a peek to say hello there in third position. Through to Kimbolton corner, down the inside goes Tolley, and look at the number E there of Summers hanging on right in there onto the tail of Ben Spencer, which is going to make it very tight here going through to Stowe corner.
Yeah, you were saying about Guy Tolley. Oh, bit of will-to-will tang in there. Looks like Craig Summers got involved there, pushing. I couldn't see how that was wide, but it's the former leader. I think it looks like Ben Spencer. A bit unfortunate for him there. To me, it just looked like the Carter Summers just got a bit twitchy on the braking there and took out Spencer. So nothing malicious, I don't think, but very unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, the second you're on the brakes, there's nothing much you can do when you tag the side of someone. But yeah, no, brilliant. Sampson coming back through now into P2, going through the last corner. Oh, he messes up the run a bit. Oh, here's Craig Summers looking to get into P4. They're going to go 3 wide, I think. Someone's come around straight round the outside.
This is all going to help, actually, Guy Tolley, isn't it, here? Because second through to fifth are all trading paint here and battling for positions. Jack Crisp, the second place kart there, the black kart number 69, has done very well here to slowly but surely fight his way through to second place. Just starting to head that little group there that's still fighting for position. But we've seen some trading paint there, so to speak, from the second down to about fifth place, which has all worked out very well so far for Guy Tolley.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't spoke about Jack Crisp that much during this race, but yeah, obviously he's there. It's kind of like he's walked onto the patio, he's ready to knock on the door, but he's not going to do it yet.
So Jack Crisp, as the battle of the third heats up there with Matthew Swanson and Adam Kent, another driver who's been slowly on the move through the field, which is just allowing Guy Tolley to pull away ever so slightly, and Jack Crisp in second has just got a little bit of a cushion as the fight intensifies for third place. Adam Kent, the number 92, just a little bit further behind the black and white kart there, white helmet there. He's just been slowly making his way through towards the front. And the good news here for Guy Tolley is that battle further behind is just allowing him to establish himself at the front. We've got 57 seconds on the clock here, so it's going to be tight here, isn't it, I think, Charlie? But I think effectively going to have 2 laps at the end of this one. Yeah,
really tight this one, but looks like Jack Chris has got really good straight line speed, although it looks like he loses it a bit through the corners. But obviously, yeah, everyone changing setups just for their personal preference. So some people like to have all the speed down the straight and try and carry it through the corners. But hold up, it's just rain.
Yeah, you can't see it on the cameras, but on our commentary booth we've got some more than a few drops of rain here. Let's have a look at the karts. I think you'll almost immediately see them start to get a little bit snaky. It really is starting to rain here. Not torrential by any stretch, but right on cue. There we go. That's what happens, of course, with a sudden rain shower.
Oh, that is about 3/4 of the field all flying off.
Well, Jack Crisp has gone right across the... Is that allowed? He went right across the circuit.
But yeah, I mean...
we've got to neutralise now.
Driving on these slick tyres in the wet, it's like going out on the road and driving in the snow. It's the worst conditions to ever drive in. But these drivers are so talented, and now the whole paddock's going to be going mental right now, trying to find their wet tyres and try and get them on before they can go out. But yeah, obviously... obviously because the TKM drivers are direct drive, trying to get them started, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. Some of the drivers having to pull off now. But now, yeah, so now you're going to see that the drivers are going quite slowly. There's going to be a lot of twitching about, trying to get the cart stopped and turned for these corners. You're going to see a really different line here. So it's going to go round to the outside of the corner, take a wide line, try and cut in. So obviously some of the track is still going to be dry, but some tracks are a bit wet. But come around the final corner, checker flags come out. He's going.
So that's Crisp that's taken the victory there. He went off the track as well. He was able to rejoin and get back into the race. So it's all changed at the front there. I think Jack Crisp and the second place of Callum Hambley, I believe, Ben Spencer, but a whole group of drivers all went off there at Kestrel Corner. We're going to wait for the lap scorers to update the final finishing positions there. Penultimate lap of the race. This was a very, very slight rain shower. It was substantial. There's some pretty large drops of rain on our commentary booth here. It was just enough to send carnage in here as the X30 Junior and Junior Max prepare in the waiting zone. Now, this is going to cause nervous moments here, Charlie, because when we say it was a rain shower, it wasn't cats and dogs by any stretch. It was just maybe 30 seconds of rain there, and we saw just how much it affected that race. They just span off like they're on ice because you're on a nicely bedded in rubbery track, so to speak. Yeah. So what's the factor going to be now for the next race?
Well, I mean, the drivers, when they're sitting on the grid, are going to start feeling the little drops on their visors. They're going to start thinking about where the tracks can be dry, where the tracks can be wet. So you'll see a lot of drivers, they'll take this out lap just to learn of where the track is. But yeah, we'll see some of the karts here trying to...
So that's Craig Summers and a couple of others there. I think that's Adam Kent's number 92 down there. The number 91, our pole sitter, Matthew Swanston, I think will be disappointed with that race. He was running well. He was starting to get back into contention, but was one of many caught up in that melee going through Kestrel Corner. No one injured, of course, which is always the important thing. There wasn't any real contact out there. It was just, like you say, you're on a perfectly dry, nicely bedded in track, and then all of a sudden the grip just goes in the click of her fingers, and there's not very much you can do.
Well, yeah, especially so far into the race where everyone's got their lines cooked in and they're all focused on doing the same line every lap. The second the rain drops, and it's all tail toe from there.
That's Tom Bird there, number 97, pushing his kart back to the paddock. We saw there wasn't any real collisions in that spin. It was just synchronized spinning, really. So you would hope that the karts got away. We always say the drivers are the priority, of course, but they'll be hoping to get those machines ready for the next race a bit later on this afternoon. Didn't seem to be any real damage out there, so hopefully shouldn't be too serious.
No, I mean, yeah, it's just there's nothing you can really do at that moment when you tap on the brake and you're sliding off. But yeah, next race coming out, X30 Junior and Junior Rotax.
Headed away by George Robinson from Emmanuel Hay, Josh Jones in third on the grid from Josh Byrne. Row number 3 made up of Matthew Morgan and Oliver Harris in 6th position. Dylan Patel in 7th from Max Wright. Casey Ashman, Joshua Smith rounding out the top 10 on row number 5. Oliver Smith and Jonas Klimas in 12th position. Looking further down the grid onto the 7th row, Matas Mizankas in 13th position from Luke Bates. Joel Dixon-Cohn in 15th from Charlie Nave. Jason Duchess in 17th from Scott Hayward. Jesse Whitmore in 19th position from Adam White. Cassius Dieth in 21st from Jacob Borowiak in 22nd position. George Allen and Milo Manderson in 24th on row number 12. George Phillips, Ewan Richards, Piotr Jurovic in 27th from Toby Farthing. Macy Creed in 29th position. Rounding out the top 30 is the machine of Harry Friel. And rounding up the field in 31st position, the number 99 of Lucy Wheeldon, as they make their way out onto the formation lap here, Charlie. And of course, we had that very brief spell of rain. The sun, as you can see on your cameras, has come back out again. We've got a dry track. Will there be much moisture in the circuit here, do you think?
Well, I don't really know, to be honest. We'll have to see how this first lap goes. But yeah, obviously this out lap, we're going to be looking at where the dry line is, where the wet line is. But yeah, obviously we've got the Junior X30 here, they'll be going first, and then Junior Rotax, a big grid here, providing a lot of action during the year this year. Some brilliant drivers and names here this weekend, looking for some brilliant racing.
Some very aggressive warming up here going on, just getting a feel, getting the temperature in the tyres. I think, would that be something to do with that shower, just making sure that the grip is there?
No, I think it's just the cold tyres.
Cold tyres?
Yeah, I believe. Well, I mean, they've all gone trying to warm up their tyres anyway, but here we go for Junior X30. So we're down into the high straight, down into turn 1. Here we go. George Robinson is leading, and we were just watching the Junior Rotax as well. George Robinson's going to hold it. Manuel Hay into second. Josh Jones going to have a look, but does he have a go? He doesn't get into P2, but he's going to hold P3. And here we go for the Junior Rotax as well. Junior Rotax, they've just started going, but yeah, Emmanuel Hay into P2. Look, good strong start for him, but even stronger start from George Robinson on that JDR kart and the MS chassis.
George Robinson looking very good at the start there, just holding a very aggressive line going through into Dan Weldon corner. Charged by Emmanuel Hay. Jones a little bit further back there from Byrne.
It does look like it's still a bit wet down at a second at the Kestrel corner. There's a bit of drivers going off in the Junior Rotax category. But yeah, down into turn 1, George Robinson goes. Bit of jacking on the wheel, trying to get that rear wheel to lift up. Yeah, it just looks like he's struggling just a tad with the weather, just making a bit of pain for the drivers to try and learn where all the grip is. But I think they're getting round perfectly fine for me.
Yeah, they're looking good so far. Just watching these karts all the way down the field, of course, along with our leader, you just see them it's almost like learning the track on these first 2 laps. It just seems to be changing all the time. It is quite warm down on the trackside now, so one would imagine that the circuit is bedding in quite nicely as Robinson leads from Hay in second place, Jack Byrne in third, Matthew Morgan, Oliver Harris and Max Wright close behind. The rest of the field go charging through as he looks very smooth going through to Stowe corner. Just under a second separating the top 2 drivers. They make their way through. The Junior Max also in there as well. Some very closely fought battles in the midfield as well, but Robinson at the front here as they make their way through Derek's corner, going up towards Dan Weldon corner at the top of the circuit, and the top 2 here, Charlie, just starting to break away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, I mean, Junior Rotax is looking good as well. We've got Josh Oliver Smith leading the way here, followed by Joshua Smith. Interviewing him yesterday, he was doing really good. Got P1 in quali. Matas Mizanskis in P3, followed by Luke Bate, Jonas Kilmas, Joel Dixon-Cohen, who's just started off racing not long ago. Jesse Whitmore, Cassius Dave and George Allen ran out the top 10 for them.
You see just a little bit further behind as Robinson makes his way through to complete that first pass lap there through the Willows, making his way through Derek's corner, once again moving up towards the top of the circuit. And once again you can see just the smoothness of the driver, just starting to get that kart really dialed into this changing circuit. And the lap time's just starting to pick up here as he gets more and more au fait with the grip out there, but tagging on in second place, Emmanuel Hay just looking threatening.
And here is a Junior Rotax battle as well. We've got Josh Smith, he's actually just got into lead right now. Oliver Smith just following in behind on that Argenti Kart Republic chassis.
Looks to me as well, Charlie, I'll start to close it with some of the back marks from the X30 class.
Yeah, just like it as well. That might play a big battle in the leading pack, but hopefully with the blue flags the marshals will be putting out for these drivers to keep them safe, that they will listen and they'll let the drivers through nice and peacefully.
Through towards Dan Weldon corner they go, down the TKM straight once again, and Emmanuel Hay just tagging on in there in second place, about half a second covering the top two. Very similar lap times, only maybe a few hundredths of a second between those top two as we look at the leading junior Rotax machines a bit further behind. Matthew Morgan looking competitive in fourth place. There's the leaders, they're making their way through to Kimbolton corner as the leader of the overall race itself, George Robinson, makes his way through the willows down towards the halfway point in the lap. So it's all starting to bunch up a bit here, Charlie.
Yeah, and I mean, Joshua Smith putting a bit of a gap here in Junior Rotax. Already got half a second lead. But yeah, George Robinson doing a brilliant job here in Junior X30. Followed by Emmanuel Hay in second on the PSR kart, looking just to try and see if he can catch that a little bit more. And I do believe he is catching a bit, so that could be to do with the pressures or anything like that. But oh yeah, bit of side-by-side action through Dan Weldon. That doesn't happen much because it's just such a tight corner down there.
The race leaders making their way through Stowe corner, still very close between those two at the front, which is the perfect scenario as the leading Junior Max drivers making their way over the line. So all of the action is on the edge of the top 10 in terms of the second class. It's really starting to make their way through the field here. We've got a great situation here between George Robinson and Emmanuel Hay. Both of these drivers have really pulled away now for the rest of the pack, so they don't have to worry.
Emmanuel Hay has closed in on George Robinson. He did that in a few laps. That's really good driving from him. Will he be able to look for the lead? Well, we'll have to see. He comes down the start-finish straight. George Robinson and Emmanuel Hay, the top two in Junior X30 at the moment.
Now, I wonder if these two are going to try and just push each other down the track here because they lead quite comfortably. They've got 4.8 seconds between second and third place right now. But Emmanuel Hay just started to look good down the inside. Oh, nice little move there going through Derek's corner. And can he hold on there wheel to wheel as they make their way back towards Dan Weldon corner, and Robinson back into the lead.
No, I actually think Emmanuel Hay took it. George Robinson dropping to second on the MS chassis. Will he have a look again? He's going to look. Oh, no, it doesn't. But Emmanuel Hay holding it. What a brilliant move there. He just catched up in those last couple of laps and then, knocked on the door, said hello and went straight through.
Looks very competitive going through Derek's corner. That first past lap here as again Robinson trying to close up as they make their way through Stowe corner. This, of course, is the part of the race now where the leader's gone through. What second place has got to do here is just look at the lines, just trying to find out where he can gain on the new race leader, of course, Emmanuel Hay. And Robinson certainly not giving this one up as he makes his way through Dan Weldon corner, down the TKM straight once again. This race still far from over with just under 3 minutes to go. And the previous race winner, Robinson just having a look down the inside into Kimbolton corner. Can he make the move stick? Hay on the switchback, but no, it looks like George Robinson Robinson's taken the leaders. Down the inside again goes Hay. These two going wheel to wheel here.
Yeah, looked like he drove onto the back of him coming out of there. That could have been a bit unfortunate if it all went wrong. But yeah, no, I think George Robinson really using these curves to try and rotate the car. But yeah, he's really looking for a move here. He wants to win this. But Emmanuel Hay is saying, no, you can't get past me, mate. But yeah, no, brilliant driving by these two. Brilliant battle going on here. They pulled a massive gap to the guy in P3, Joshua Burton. George Robinson go to the outside. Looks like Emmanuel Hay looked going a bit defensive. We've only got 2 minutes left on the dot, so it looks like Emmanuel Hay is going to just start holding it. Oh, wow, brilliant move there, George Robinson. Bit of a dummy. Emmanuel Hay says, no, you can try that on me, but you ain't getting past me. Emmanuel Hay straight back through. Is he going to defend into Derek's? Looks like it. Gets brakes and gets it through. Yeah, George Robinson, 2 wheels flying through this track right now. Looks like Emmanuel Hay through Dan Weldon. Here we go. Now down the straight into Kestrel. Well, George looks like George might be looking for a move into the last corner. Will he have a look? Will he have a go? No, not yet. But here's a battle for Junior Rotax. Looks like I got the. Looks like who's that? That is Oliver Smith. Sorry, he's just overtaking some of the X30 drivers. So they're getting quite mixed on the timing screen on Motorsport Timing .uk.
Oliver Smith there on the number 15, up to 7th overall in the race, and just starting to make his way through the field now quite neatly. But this very close wheel-to-wheel battle here between Emmanuel Hay and George Robinson, so no signs of abating. It's going to be 2 laps to go when they come back towards the line with 45 seconds left on the clock. as the number 43 of Emmanuel Hay just putting that kart exactly where it needs to be as he makes his way through Kimbolton Corner down to what will be the penultimate lap of the race. Gets a nice drive going out of Kimbolton Corner, which allows him to pull away ever so slightly, 0.2 of a second, which is about the biggest gap there's been between these two for quite a few laps here. A little bit squirrely possibly there through the willows, doesn't lose any time, and in fact Emmanuel Hayes put in a good half lap here, Charlie. He's just starting to pull away ever so slightly as they make their way through to the final lap.
But yeah, what we were talking about earlier with the tyres, I think we can kind of see it with George Robinson now. He's really struggling at the moment to stay with Emmanuel Hay. You can hear the tyres screeching through every corner. He's putting a lot of pain and suffer on those tyres like it's a real person.
Here we go then for the last lap of the race, and let's see what George Robinson can do in second. This is maybe one of the biggest overtaking opportunities going through Stowe Corner, but no, it looks like Emmanuel Hayes got the line covered, making their way through towards the Amitsu straight through Derek's Corner, and he goes wide into the entry, going for the switchback here through Derek's Corner up towards Dan Weldon at the top of the circuit, and you can just see George Robinson looking for lines here, trying to get an opening as they make their way down towards TKM straight. And here we go, Charlie, what's going to happen on the last few corners?
Well, I don't know, we're going to have to see, but Emmanuel Hay willing to go defensive. He's just going to hold it there. Brilliant driving there, just getting a good run out last corner. Looks like Emmanuel Hay is going to win in Junior X30, followed by George Robinson. Josh Bryan's going to come through.
Oh, it is the still on the last lap, actually. I think there's just been a bit of a glitch with the timing, right. So we're still underway here. So I think Emmanuel Hay would have liked that. This is allowing George Robinson. Oh, the check flag has gone out now. So
the check flag has gone out for the Junior Rotaxes. So it looks like it was Joshua Smith who took the win in Junior Rotax. But yeah, here's the battle for George Robinson and Emmanuel Hay, side by side still. Who's going to look at getting this win? It's going to be quite close. Emmanuel Hay defends. George Robinson has a look, says, I don't know if I can do this one. I'm going to have to wait for the pre-final to come later. But yeah, Emmanuel Hay down the line. He won for him.
Takes a nice line there through Kimbolton Corner on the final lap, just to prevent Robinson from getting him on the switchback as they make their way down Hines Straight. So a good drive there from Emmanuel Hay to take the checkered flag from George Robinson. Josh Byrne in third, Matthew Morgan and Max Wright. Brilliant drive, of course, for Joshua Smith to take the class victory, really fighting his way through the pack.
Yeah, brilliant driving by him here. Joshua Smith, Oliver Smith for second, Luke Bate on the Project 1 P3, making up 5 places. Jonas Kilmas P4 and Matas Miasanskis rounding out the top 5.
Going to move on, of course, very shortly to the F100 Pre-95 and 2000 classes. They're making their way onto the track in just a few moments. We have 2 more races to go before we move to the paddock. And, of course, our driver interviews with Charlie. There will be a lunch break before we go through to the afternoon race action to give the hard-working marshals and track crews the opportunity to grab a bit of a lunch break, get something to eat and drink before we take ourselves back onto the track throughout the afternoon. We're going to move on then to the X30 Senior and Senior Rotax, of course, coming up first, with the drivers in the on the dummy grid there, getting ready to go out onto the circuit. 2 more races to follow after this, of course, before we go through to the afternoon program. And we're going to have a look at the grid as the drivers line up and taking to the track in just a few moments. So the drivers just making final preparations here, and fortunately that rain seems to have abated. It is a bit of a risky afternoon here, I'd say, Charlie, because it's not like we know what's going to happen as such. It's not like there's going to be a prolonged rain shower so you can set the kart up with surety. It's just the case you might get a sudden burst of rain as you're waiting on the grid. So potentially nervous moments here looking at the forecast and just looking at the sky there.
Well, yeah, I mean, the sport is so unpredictable. I remember when I was racing, we were sat on the grid once, and the second we went out, it started snowing, which is completely out of this world. And then the second we come back in, it's fully dry. So, I mean, anything can happen weather-wise. But, yeah, for every degree of temperature that changes, there's so many things has to be done, you know, changing pressures and looking after the engine. The engine, one of the most important things is obviously it gets you around the track. But yeah, so there's going to be a lot of fine tuning between getting the weather right, getting the kart right, and obviously getting your driver right as well.
And of course the Kimbolton circuit, it's a classic circuit here. It's been here since 1959, and I say it's a site of a former bomber base, of course, going back to the war, much like, of course, the likes of Silverstone. Those sort of tracks derived from former wartime venues, and there's been a lot of investment into this circuit as well. The track, I mean, when you look at the track surface down on the grid, it is very good quality circuit here, and a lot of investment going into the safety aspects here as well.
Yes, brilliant stuff. I mean, when we're looking at the next race, you'll see in the first sector we've got a bunch of new barriers which are keeping the drivers all safe. But now, green flags are waving. I think soon we're going to be looking at get some karts on track and providing some action for the many people here today. We've got a lot of people in the grandstands today. I think it's a lovely day to just come down and just watch some racing.
Certainly is, and of course it's very well located here. We're on the not too far from the A14, which is one of the main trunk roads, you might say. So it's easy to get to and always get a good amount of spectators as we look at the grid there. Jack Collins from Joe Galloway, Ethan Martin, Charlie Webb, Tom Pryor and Ryan Ward making out the third row of the grid as they make their way through onto their formation lap. James Tester, Jack Stedman, Rami Anubi, Michael Morgan running up the top 10 from Will Forber and Aidan Rudge on row number 6. Further back for Jacob Rhodes, Ryan Hedge, Arjun Mehta in the 8th row from Sam Dickens, Alfie Bray on row number 9 from Mohammed bin Mahfouz in 18th position on row number 9 as the drivers making their way through to the final couple of corners. So Kellis and Hugler 19th and 20th, Southgate, Browning, Reitman and Deglau on row number 12 as the Senior Rotax and the X30 is about to get underway.
Right, here we go, down the high straight into turn 1. Jack Collins racing in the British Championships, are going to stay in turn 1. Joe Galloway looks like he's going right on the side for P2. Brilliant move there. Charlie Webb into P3. Looks like Ethan Martin's going to be in P4. Is he going to look at a move on Charlie Webb? No, he doesn't. But looks like James Test. No, that's Ryan Ward actually. Ryan Ward sticking behind. He's just moves on to the Tony Kart chassis for this weekend. So look at X30 as well. Nathan Browning holding the lead. Oh, it looks like a couple of drivers gone off at the back there. But at the moment in Senior Rotax, Jack Collins leading the way on the Pro Train chassis. Speaking to him yesterday, he's really looking forward to this weekend. Really wants to, put in a good result. He's doing so well in the championship this year. Oh, here's Joe Galloway. Joe Galloway into the lead. Does he hold it? Oh, no. Jack Collins saying no.
So Jack Collins getting the fight back there as Joe Galloway again looking down the inside as they make their way through Derek's corner. All very close with about 8 drivers, all close competition here. And he's gone through into the lead now on that Tony Kart machine. Number 58 there, Joe Galloway looking very competitive here. Yeah, and also we've got our live onboard footage from Joshua Patch in the X30 class. So hope to see that soon. But Jack Collins back through. Charlie Webb had a little look. Jack Collins went through. He said thank you. And Charlie Webb saying I'll come through as well. Why not? But Joe Galloway and Jack Sedman coming out of nowhere. Jack Collins could be saying thank you very much. I'll be driving off. Thank you. And Joe Galloway is going to hold it into P2. Charlie Webb is still in P3. Jack Sedman coming out of nowhere into P4. Jack Sedman doing a really good job here. You're going to have to go defensive from Ethan Martin on the Dan Holland chassis with the Lando Norris kart. It's really good to see all the F1 drivers trying to come back into karting where it all started for them and helping those young drivers by creating their own chassis and stuff. So we've got the Lando Norris chassis, we have the Charles Leclerc chassis, Fernando Alonso did his as well. So it's really good to see that for the drivers. Yeah, so many names out there, of course, people who made their money through motorsport, of course, and bring it back into the sport, along with some of the more established manufacturers, you might say, the Birrells and Tony Kart to this world as well. So a real variety of chassis out there, a lot of manufacturers involved in this, as we look at Jack Collins looking very smooth at the front from Joe Galloway and Charlie Webb. As you can see, the lap time's nothing at all in it, and I think as we're looking a bit further over the line, there goes the number 15 a bit further down. We saw the inset a few moments ago of that battle with Benjamin Southgate, Nathan Browning. So there's action all the way through the field here in this X30 Senior and Senior Rotax race. Jack Collins looking very good out to the final corner, just starting to pull away slightly from Joe Galloway. But I'm looking up at the sky on the first corner by Stoke Corner, and it's starting to look threatening again. Yeah, I was just going to mention that. Well, this might turn things up, shall we? Jack Collins still leading, but after his weather drops down, who's going to know? So yeah, Charlie Webb
doing a good race here in P2 with the Precision Racing team. Looks like Joe Garway is still P3. Joe Garway, been here for a few years now. He's really a top tier driver, doing really good in Junior Rotax. All done as a privateer. Privateers are what makes this sport special. The dad and lad, has he been overtaken by Jack Sedman? A bit of rubbing. But yeah, Ethan Martin actually does the two of them. Ethan Martin to P3. But as I was saying, yeah, the privateers are what make this sport so special. The dad and lad, they turn up in the van, they get everything out, and they just go from there. They compete against the big teams, and yet they still perform at the same level or even better than them. So I mean, it's quite inspiring to see. And obviously in the paddock show, we talked to a few drivers about the differences between being a privateer and being with a team. It has come with a lot of advantages and disadvantages. As you see the live onboard camera from Joshua Patch, it's going to come through the first few corners. He's just come out of Junior X30 into Senior X30, so obviously a big speed input from there. So yeah, no, through the complex, going to go into Dan Weldon. Brilliant driving there, but actually, yeah, there's a few raindrops onto his camera. I don't know if that was actually rain or it could be anything on the track, but no, he's doing a very good job at the moment. Can't see where he's sitting right now. Chris, get the info.
He's 25th overall. He's about 6th or 7th in the class, I believe, looking at this. So he's well and truly in the midfield battle here as we look at our lead on the main screen. Number 12, Jack Collins with Charlie Webb all over the rear wheel here. Collins has done very well so far to hold on to the lead, coming under a lot of pressure from Charlie Webb, just pulling away slightly from the Lando Norris cart of Ethan Martin in third, who's just starting to break away slightly, trying to get involved in this battle for the lead. Now if these two start fighting, this could allow Ethan Martin and Jack Stedman back into it. But there's also the battle with Joe Garraway and Ryan Ward, number 17, who's moved up quite nicely as well. Aidan Rudge and Rami Anubi in 8th position in the 77, Will Corber and Jacob Rhodes running up the top 10. It's just starting to spread out a bit further down the top 10, but very close with Collins and Webb as they make their way through into Kimbolton Corner.
So yeah, we're looking at X30 as well. Ben Southgate leading, 2 pro trains leading both classes. So brilliant job by the team there, getting both drivers up to the top. But yeah, here Charlie Webb. Charlie Webb's closed in and he's going to go for the lead into the first corner. Here we go, Charlie Webb takes the lead of the race. Jack Collins going to be thinking, hold up a minute, I was leading this whole race. Where have you come from? But Jack Collins is going to regroup, get focused now, get back onto looking at the lead of this race. But Charlie Webb doing a good job there. Used the last couple laps there just to close in, see where he was quicker than Jack Collins, and obviously just went for the move there. Ethan Martin just using the radiator flap to cool down the engine. He's going to look at trying to catch these top 2, but obviously with his amazing motor, he could try and catch onto the back of these 2.
He's actually driving very well here. Ethan Martin in third place, just slowly but surely pulling away from that battle of 4th. He's staying out of that trouble and just tagging on to this battle for the lead as Charlie Webb, of course, has taken the lead, new race leader with 2.5 minutes to go. But all the time, look out for Ethan Martin in third. He's closing up all the time. Webb just trying to break away as he makes his way through towards Dan Weldon Corner, towards the TKM straight.
Coming down, the rain is coming down. We just saw on one of our cameras down at Dan Weldon Corner that he's getting a few drops, so he might be having to put his coat on.
Yeah, on our commentary booth as well, it's just starting to just spit with rain. Nothing too severe, nothing like we had earlier in the Clubman race. Now let's have a look at these carts when they make their way through the corner. They may be a little bit more twitchy when they make their way through. Charlie Webb has done so well to grab the lead here, and it's still Jack Collins and Ethan Martin, and starting to close up now is Joe Garraway. We have got 1.5 minutes to go. Joe Garraway's been there or thereabouts for the entire race, and he's done very well here to pull away in 4 and just start to close up in this battle for the lead.
But obviously you saw earlier how much the rain can change, especially on these slick weather tyres. So obviously we might have to look out for that, see if there's any sudden spins or any sudden loss of grip. But at the moment everyone's going fine, it's all going well, but obviously the rain just take a while to get into the track surface and make the car start to lose a lot of grip, and obviously in that position you can't do much. But yeah, Charlie Webb driving up a little bit, using the curb to rotate the car. That's one of the many driving styles that most drivers use. They might have quite aggressive style, putting a lot of put a lot of the load on the front of the cart to, you know, try and get it. Oh, wait, the rain has come off, and Charlie Webb getting a bit on the grass there, on the braking, and looks like he's gone straight off. Looks like Joe Galloway, you have to see on our screens, but Joe Galloway's also gone off. But yeah, now the rain has really started to come down now. Charlie Webb, though, he has, although he's had to cut the track, he's going to let Jack Collins through, though. What a bit of respect there.
Full course yellows here because it is absolutely throwing it down.
These aren't this is the slippery surface.
Sorry, yeah, well, they got the slippery surface. Sorry, my mistake.
The yellow and red flag, basically explaining to the drivers that you know, it's raining, but I think they already know that. They're going to see on their visors. But obviously, yeah, Jack Collins to the leaders. Oh, Ethan Martin's gone straight on, even though Charlie Webb as well. So Ethan Martin, although he's going straight on, will he have to give that pace back? He looks like he's slowing down. He might be having to give that pace back, which is you know, good sportsmanship there by Ethan Martin. Really nice judgment there. So he hopefully shouldn't be penalised by that if he's given the position back. But obviously, that's one of the X30 spinning off there. But yeah, Charlie Webb, Ethan Martin and Jack Collins really close.
You can see the understeer, can't you?
Yes, you can really see the understeer going on here. It's basically like driving on snow in a road car. You might have experienced it on the road, you know. You're kind of scared for your life, you know, trying to get work that early in the morning. But yeah, obviously
that was a lovely wet weather line there for Jack Collins.
So obviously you're going to see a mix of lines here. You're going to see him hitting the curb sometimes to help get the rotate. Although getting on the paint is quite slippery, so he can, you know, gives you that chance of maybe losing the car. But obviously, yeah, you know, through the chicane here, he's going to use the curbs there just to try and rotate. And then obviously he'll come into Dan Weldon. We'll watch the top three. He'll come into Dan Weldon. Yeah, he's going to use the curb again here, just to try and rotate the car. He's going to take quite a short line, cut back in, and power straight out. But then obviously, yeah, as we come into here, he's going to use the curb again. Obviously, if it's in a pack, you don't want to be running and doing those wide lines because you never know what's going to happen. Oh, he's actually going to the curb again. That's a bit of a awkward line there. Yeah, you can see he's jumping in the seat because he didn't get the power down. And Charlie Webb,
side by side there. Well, that was Jack Collins, I think, just about from Ethan Martin. Very close indeed. And
it actually looks like Charlie Webb had lost a lap from putting the track. So that's kind of lost him out in the end. And Nathan Brown looks like he's spun coming out of the willows. Very unfortunate. But obviously, yeah, that is how that's how much a race can change just like that. We saw Jack Collins, we thought he was going to lead the way. But obviously, it's all gone wrong there with the rain. But yeah, no, brilliant stuff by Jack Collins in the end.
So Jack Collins winning by just under a second in the end from Ethan Martin, Jack Steadman third from Joe Galloway, Ryan Ward, Aidan Rudge, Rami Onubi, Tom Pryor, Michael Morgan and Alfie Bray rounding up the top 10. But the main talking point there was the rain shower that came with that 2 laps. I said full course, yeah, I think what happened there, I think everyone seemed to simultaneously go off the track there for the slippery flag scale out.
Yeah, so obviously when the rain starts to coming down, we have a lot of the flag signals here this weekend where, so it was warn the drivers, we've got a yellow and red flag called a slippery surface flag. It's basically telling the driver that, you know, there is maybe oil or obviously raining on track, that you have to watch out, you know, be a bit more cautious when going into said corner, which obviously they were for the good drivers, but but obviously they'll see the rain straight away and they'll think, right, what have I got to do now? I've got to look at where the dry stuff is. Because obviously you're on a slick tyre, you don't want to be going into wet stuff on a slick tyre. It's not going to go right there.
So you looked at, for example, we saw the race winner there, for example, Jack Collins coming through into Stowe Corner, and when he turns the wheel, it just looks like the cart's understeering off the course, but he's got it all in hand, because then right at the last moment he'll square the turn off, the cart will rotate, and you get that nice square line coming out of the corner. So we saw the whole variety there of the different tactics of driving on a changeable track there between the lead group of drivers, and it all goes out of the window in the rain in terms of the line choice. It's a lot different to your classic racing line.
Well, yeah, but now we're moving on to the F100. I'm really excited for this. These are some of the best karts you will see here this weekend. Some real classics. We've got the Pre-95 and 2000s going out on track right now. So here we go. And as the top list, we'll take the start of this race. We've got Charlie Verity in P2. Joseph Rees-Smith and Martin Brackenbury will take out row 2. Owen Marlowe and Jade Goodwin, we spoke to her yesterday, she'll be taking row 3. James Verity and Alfie Garford, we've seen him again, he's doing both classes this weekend. Monty Gorringe and Matt Dobson will take out row 5. Robin Perkis and Neil Rodgy taking out row 6. Alex Spinks and Joe Scory will be taking out row 7. Donald Regan and Liam Hangling will take out row 8. Andrew Godfrey and Mark Booth is taking out, and actually we're going to go round again. So obviously, if the starting procedure isn't right by the clerk of the course, they'll be told to go round again.
Yeah, he wasn't happy there, the clerk of the course, waving the drivers through to another formation lap here. And of course, this is the formula that if you're of a certain age, you'll remember the likes when they used to show a lot of karting on the mainstream television, the likes of ITV on a Saturday morning. You'd have people like Lewis Hamilton and Fraser Sheeder. It was very big in the 90s. And this is the sort of era that we are looking at. Very visual-looking karting, very striking-looking machines, and they certainly look and, I should say, smell very nice indeed with the premix.
Well, yeah, I remember when I was quite young, watching a video of Lewis Hamilton driving around Buckmore Park in one of these special karts, and yeah, I mean, it's so satisfying. And then watching him do his interviews saying, you know, one day I want to be in F1, and obviously creating such history now, being a 7-time world champion. But now, coming around the last corner, looks like Alistair Topless is going to lead us through down the High Straight, and here we go. Puff of smoke everywhere down the High Straight. Here we go. Down into turn 1. Looks like Alistair Topless is going to hold it hard on the brakes. Going to hold it into turn 1. Looks like Joseph Rees-Smith's actually going to go for the lead. Joseph Rees-Smith takes the lead of this race. Topless is going to hold it in second, but he needs to cover off. You can actually see when going into the corner, they tap on the choke to what's it?
Richard.
Yes, exactly. So I mean, you really have to apply a different driving style to these sort of machinery, but it's pretty cool stuff going on here. This is brilliant racing. It's all overtaking Alistair Topless. I mean, had a bit of a struggle at the start there. He's actually dropping so far. He's into P5 right now. Not the best start there, but yeah, you know, racing all the way through this field. We can't even keep up. Joseph Rees-Smith is into the lead. It looks like Martin Brackenbury making up 2 positions into P2 there. Charlie Verity is coming through into P4. Alistair Topless P5 and Jay Goodwin P6. So not many people making up many positions at the start there, but good start so far.
Yeah, Joseph Rees-Smith had a wonderful start to the race, getting to the jump of the field quite early and setting in some very competitive times at the front. So he's just over 1.1 seconds covering the top 3, as Owen Marlowe just starting to establish himself here in second position. Martin Brackenbury also well placed, but Joseph Rees-Smith, the race leader, number 3, getting the head down as he goes over the line. So it's Alex Topless, Morty Gorringe in here, Alex Spinks, Joe Scory. And you may see that on the timing charts, Joseph Rees-Smith just seems to have dropped off momentarily there, but seems to, obviously just like a glitch on the lap scorers, that'll be rectified, and there you can see back on top of the timing charts. Marlowe second, Brackenbury third, Verity from Jade Goodwin, who's moved up to 5th position now. Those top 5 just starting to establish their own little battle towards the front there. James Verity, Alistair Topless and Morty Gorringe a bit further behind. Alfie Garford and Alex Spinks running up the top 10, but Joseph Rees-Smith, who got to the lead very early in this race. Let's have a look at the lap times when he goes through again, about 42.9, so very similar on pace to the chasing pack here, just trying to establish that gap at the front.
So yeah, obviously the Pre-95, Jay Goodwin leading the championship here. These engines rev up to 20,000 revs per minute, which I think is truly astonishing. So obviously they're running on the Maxxis tyres, and the Pre-2000s are celebrating karting's finest hours. Yeah, we've had drivers such as, you know, Jenson Button, Anthony Davidson, Lewis Hamilton, of course, and David Coulthard. They've all used these sort of machinery back in the day, and I think there were some pretty fierce drivers to, you know, drive on those sort of karts. But yeah, obviously Comet tyres, they rev up to 22,000 RPM. And they use the Castellana fuel. Actually, we've seen down the start-finish rate, that's like Alfie Garford, number 27, he's slowing, so looks like he's got a bit of a problem there. But yeah, on your screens right now, looks like Joseph Rees-Smith's really pulling away here. Martin Brackenbury doing a good, fine job there in P2. Looks like Owen Marlowe in P3, and a quick Jay Goodwin closing in P4. It's a very good speech to her yesterday about, you know, getting females in motorsport, which I think is very important to do so. But yeah, so far doing really good as well. It's like looks like Martin Brackenbury's missing the rear number plate, which is you know, I don't know if that's allowed or not, but you know, it is what it is. He's going to carry on driving through this field, doing a brilliant job here. But yeah, Joseph Rees-Smith's brilliant job.
Well, it seems okay looking at the race control. There's no indication that he's going to need to be brought in for that problem with the rear number board. Seems okay. This is not affecting the kart, so hopefully he'll be able to continue in the race. Look out here though for number 42, Jade Goodwin, who is just slowly but surely starting to close up on that top three battle. Joseph Rees-Smith looking comfortable at the front of the field on the number 3, going over the line. But still there in second place is Owen Marlowe. Of course, Martin Brackenbury also fighting as down the inside goes Jade Goodwin into the first corner on the 127 of Marlowe, who fights back on the exit. But still Jade Goodwin in that fourth place. Now, of course, this is allowing Charlie Verity into the mix as they all go flying through Derek's corner. And this battle for what will be about third, fourth place here is really going to benefit Joseph Rees-Smith and Martin Brackenbury, allow them to pull away as the battle for third place really starting to hot up here.
God, this is some fierce racing, isn't it? Yeah, you can just see Jade, just as she comes into the corner, she puts her hand on the choke just to, you know, do the fuel and stuff. But yeah, these carts seem to be run at such a fine line, because they can see just in a click of a finger, you know, some of the harder machinery. As there we see number 67, I think he was getting lapped there, but I mean, what sort of it's a brilliant kart, that, because there's no side pods. That is how karting really started. You know, it's such a good demonstration, just to show how karting really was back in the day and how much it's progressed through time. You know, we see there's many you know, technology and stuff on a kart that you see now, but you wouldn't have seen back in the day. They wouldn't even imagined it back in the day. You know, technology has come on in general so far throughout the last like 20-25 years.
And certainly when you look at these 1990s machines, of course, in their day these were cutting edge, and as you can see for yourself, they can certainly still shift around the circuit here, as it's providing some great racing. Looks like Jade Goodwin has done all the hard work here now. She's clear in third. The battle now switches to 4 as Owen Marlowe, Charlie Verity and James Verity all fighting for position. Joseph Rees-Smith well and truly clear down the track. Now that driver that was being lapped on the number 87 of Ian White, still in the race on that older machine minus the side pods. We seem to have lost Alfie Garford and Neil Rodgy from the race so far, as there we see the number 42, Jade Goodwin, still there in third place. And as you can see, she's just starting to edge away from that battle of fourth places. The 127 of Owen Marlowe charging into the first corner, but the race leader, Joseph Rees-Smith, took the lead early on, and he is looking very good.
But yeah, I mean, I was speaking to Ray from the F1000 yesterday, and he was saying that this is some of the best driving you'll ever see. You know, because of how hard these karts are to drive. You know, these drivers are really fierce, and you know, they have to think of so many things that you wouldn't even imagine having to think about whilst driving these karts. You know, I mean, yeah, I mean, Joseph Rees-Smith doing a brilliant job there. I mean, Jade Goodwin.
Jade Goodwin's out.
Oh, Jade Goodwin pulling over. I mean, she was leading one of the heats yesterday by a massive margin, and then pulling over yet again. So I mean, there's a lot of mechanical problems there. This is the problem with, you know, how old these machines are. That, you know, they can break down really easily, and that's just like what's happened to her.
You can see on the inset there the number 42 of Jade Goodwin seemingly dropping out of the race. This is at the Kestrel corner. None of this, of course, will be bothering Joseph Rees-Smith, the race leader. There is number 3 going through Dan Weldon once again, coming down towards the TKM straight, and this is where we've got the stricken cast of Jade Goodwin on the side. There are some waved yellows just to warn the drivers, as there is a cart being pushed away. The marshals trying to help there, but none of this, of course, is going to concern the race leader Joseph Rees-Smith, who crosses the line with 8 seconds on the clock. So next time round we will be seeing the last lap board. Rees-Smith leading the race by 1.3 seconds from Owen Marlowe in third place, James Verity in fourth, and a shout out here I think for Alex Spinks, the number 65, who's moved up to what will be now 5th position. Although in the whole group of battle with Liam Hamling, Joe Scory and Alistair Topless, they're having a great battle for 6th place.
Yeah, looking really good there. Liam Hamling making up 10 places as well, doing a really good job there. But yeah, it looks like we're losing a few drivers here. We've got Charlie Verity, Richard Plummer, Ian White, Jade Goodwin, Rodin Perkis, Alfie Garford and Neil Rodge, who I don't think even went out. But yeah, no, that is a problem with these machineries, that they can break down really easily, especially with the hot weather that we have today. You know, it's we get a bit sweaty in here.
I know we have similar with the certainly the motocross side of things, the what's called the Evo category, which is a very similar kind of thing. A lot of 80s, 90s machinery. It's very popular, but taking into account the age of the machinery, they can be a little bit more temperamental than their more modern counterparts. Of course, these machines, they are well maintained, they are well looked after, but the sheer age of them can make them a little bit difficult at times. But that machine of Joseph Reeve-Smith running very well as he makes his way around the final corner. They are closing up on Ian White, who's still in the race, although the machine seems to ring very rich as the checkered flag goes out. Great win there for Joseph Reeve-Smith, who took the lead early on and really controlled the race well from the front.
Yeah, brilliant race there by Joseph Reeve-Smith. Mike Brackery doing a good job there, just driving into P2. Good job there. Owen Marlin making up 2 for P3. Charlie Verity lost a couple there, only losing 2 but making it P4. So yeah, brilliant job by Liam Hangley making up 10, leading the class overall in his pre-2000. So good job by him. Yeah, Joe Scoria P7 overall. Monty Gorringe was P8, Alex Spence P9, and Alistair Topless ran up the top 10, but bit of a shame for Alistair Topless, saying he started P1 at the start of this race.
And they give a shout out here for the really old machine there, number 87, being White, finishing the race in 16th position. And as you were saying earlier there, Charlie, you can see the age of the machine. It's a rather more basic kart they might get from modern standards. It was So it was on a bit of the rich side there. It was running quite smoothly and completing the race there. Nice to see that kart out in action on track.
I mean, yeah, it's a brilliant demonstration of how, just how far motorsport's come on as a whole, and how karting has come on as a whole. You know, I mean, I think the F1 drivers now, they wish they could, dream of driving the sort of karts we can drive now. But it's just brilliant to see.
Jade Goodwin's there been lifted onto the trolley. Of course, you'll see on the side there a lot of these karts from this era, of course, air cooled as well, which can be a little bit more difficult. Of course, you don't have to worry about radiators, water cooling, and so forth. But especially in the hot temperatures, you can have problems with the air cooled.
Yeah, I mean, that is that's one problem, and obviously they've looked into that now, and now we've got with the engines we've got now, they're all water cooled and all that stuff. But now we're moving on to the F100's liquid cooled and classic TKM.
This is our final race before the lunch break period, of course, and we're going to go down to the paddock, of course, with Charlie, with some of the paddock interviews after this race as well, and speak to some of the people behind the helmets down in the pits and get a flavour of the action here at the Kimbolton Festival over what's been a very long weekend. Of course, the drivers getting in here on Thursday. This is very much the culmination of the festival for 2023, with the liquid cooled F100's classic machinery going out onto the circuit in just a few moments for what will be our final race of the block. Don't forget, of course, that there is plenty of action throughout the afternoon, though. Of course, you've got our pre-finals coming up a little bit later on after the lunch break, and our paddock interviews coming up after this race, and then of course the all-important A-finals later on in the afternoon to round us out through the field. The drivers on the dummy grid at the moment getting assembled and out onto the track in just a few moments. You can see them just behind the safety barriers there, getting themselves ready, and looks like they're about to take their way out onto the circuit. Charlie, let's have a look at how they line up.
Right, here we go. Glenn Guest on pole position, followed by Paul Warriner in P2, Andrew Brennan and Dawn Smithers rounds out second row. Keith Evans and David Howard ran up row 3. Cuff MacDonald and Mark Sturdy take out row 4. Josh Wagon and Blake Green take out row 5. Alan Woodrow and Alexander Bagnall take out row 6. And Philip Tristram and Michael Whittaker, watch out for him, and on the 7th row. Nigel Higgs, row 8. He hasn't been out for 18 years since this weekend. That is pretty astonishing, but good to see all these drivers coming out for a weekend having a bit of fun.
I tell you what, I haven't been in a kart for 1 year till last weekend, and it felt like a lifetime, so I don't know what he's going through this weekend. Fair play to him, and what's a very competitive class as they make their way over for another formation lap. And of course, for those who might not be familiar, you might see that these karts are smoking quite a lot. Now that's nothing to worry about. It's not certainly displaying any kind of an engine failure, but these, of course, two-stroke karts running on the pre-mixed fuel and air mixture. That's just the oil and the fuel mixing together and the way they burn, really.
So yeah, we're looking at some of the classic TKMs here. They were, back in the 90s, they were one of the most popular racing classes, you know. They were using the BT82 piston port engines. So they're two bearing, they're 100 UK chassis, running on the Maxxis tyres. So yeah, the championship leader in this is Michael Whittaker, so that's why, you know, you should look out for him. In the liquid cooled engines, Duncan McLeod leads the way in the championship. So yeah, 100cc direct drive, yeah, water cooled. So yeah, you know, so that's kind of how they've kind of led into, you know, what we are today with all our Rotax and X30 and TKM engines being all water cooled.
Look at that fog of premix as they make their way over the line. Absolutely superb. It's just a shame that you can't smell it on the screens because of the smell of fuel and oil in the air. It does smell brilliant as they make their way through the first corner. Very close there with Glenn Guest, Paul Warner, Andrew Brennan and Dean Smithers all fighting away for the lead. Looks like the number 17 of Andrew Brennan it is, with the orange helmet that emerges out at the front. Glenn Guest also well placed further back there. Cliff McDonald, Mark Sturdy, Josh Wagon, Blake Green fighting away, but there is the number 17 as 23 goes down the inside there. Glenn Guest in a lovely move going through Dan Weldon. Not the easiest place to make an overtake there.
Yeah, brilliant move there. He's going to have to cover off the next corner though, because, you know, it's very easy to, you know, get the position, but coming onto a straight lose the position at the same time, you know. So Glenn Guest really had to cover off there. Down to turn one, they're screaming coming down the start finish straight. Glenn Guest had to cover off a little bit just to make sure, you know, you're not going to get past me, mate. And yeah, so Glenn Guest leading the way, followed by Paul Warner and Keith Evans in P3. David Howard in P4, in P4, yeah, doing a pretty good job there. So yeah, these top four really gonna, you know, not work together, but try and stay together as a pack, you know, to, although race together, demonstrate, you know, just how cool these engines are.
Here they come down towards the Kimbolton corner once again, and Glenn Guest with a great start to the race here, just starting to pull away ever so slightly as we look a little bit further down at the number 57 there of Mark Sturdy, Cliff McDonald, Alexander Bagnall. That's the classic class there, just a bit further behind, and also Blake Green involved in the battle at the front of the field. There we go with the liquid cooled machinery, and number 23 Glenn Guest is looking very good as they make their way through Derek's corner once again, but he can't really shake off Paul Warner, the early race leader in second place. There you see Warner with Keith Evans on his tail as they make their way through Dan Weldon corner and down the TKM straight once again into that left hand of the Kestrel corner. Glenn Guest just trying to break away here. We've still got just under 6 minutes left on the clock, plus the one lap, as they make their way back down Hines Straight. And the 23 of Glenn Guest looking good. But watch out for Keith Evans fighting for second place.
So yeah, some of these liquid cool karts, they might look a bit, you know, newer to what we drive today. So some of these chassis are from 2000 to 2011. So, you know, kind of feeding into when, you know, before KF started, and then all of a sudden we got the IAMI and the Rotaxes and whatnot. But you know, these were the fine times of karting, you know, back in the early noughts and the, you know, the 90s, where, you know, some of the best drivers in the world marked their skills and, you know, showed the people what they could do.
And as you can see, they're still putting in some very competitive lap times in there as well, with Glenn Guest looking strong at the front of the field from Paul Warner. Keith Evans still as you were with 3 seconds covering the top three. David Howard and Mark Sturdy just a little bit further behind as we watch Glenn Guest making his way through towards the Derek's corner. The left-hander in towards that dogleg style chicane. This is one of the more technical parts of the circuit, as you can see with that lovely camera angle. Gives you an idea of how much the drivers are having to work here as they make their way through Dan Weldon corner and down the TKM straight into Kestrel. And the 23 of Glenn Guest leading the race, looking very strong as our early leader Paul Warner coming under a little bit of pressure here from Keith Evans in third place, making their way over the line. They can see the 27 Paul Warner fending off Evans, who's got the very distinctive Tony Kart overalls on there.
Yeah, driving really good at the moment. I mean, I think everyone's driving good, to be honest. You know, yeah, with the the sort of driving style they have to put onto these machinery just to keep them going in a straight line. It's pretty astonishing what they can achieve with such old machinery. But yeah, Paul Warner doing a good job there. Keith Evans in P3, doing a really putting on a good show for everyone. That's how it should be done.
Looking very good at the front there. The action a bit further down with the battle between Mark Sturdy, Alexander Bagnall. We're looking at this battle now, actually. We've got the 41 there of Bagnall involved in there. 23, Michael Whitaker, really asking some questions as they make their way through Dan Weldon Corner. This is the battle down from 6th to 11th place, all running very closely as they make their way down through towards Kimbolton Corner. Of course, the leaders well clear of all this. So we go back to our battle for second place. Looking again at the number 27. Paul Warner, that's Andrew Brennan, I think, of course, in there as well, number 17. Looking good. And Paul Warner just starting to have a peek there on the inside. There's the 17 of Brennan. Nice sweeping line through Kimbolton Corner. Glenn Guest well clear. It's Brennan in second place. Looks like Warner. Keith Evans a little bit further behind. There's the 27 of Paul Warner. Again, having a look down the inside going into Stowe Corner, but can't find a way through. And Andrew Brennan looking good in that second position.
Yeah, these two putting on a good show here for everyone at the Kimbolton. Brilliant driving by the two. Here's the look at the classic TKMs that for gas they're catching the classic TKMs actually. But it's liquid cooled engine doing a really good job here. F1000 doing a pretty astonishing job to keep the championship going and getting the drivers in to really show how good these karts were and how good they can still be on these new tracks. Still hold history inside them. But here's goes for a move that looks like Keith Evans on Paul Warner. Does he get it? Oh, I think he did actually. That was a pretty good move there by Keith Evans. Is he gonna look at maybe holding him off? It looks like he's got all the speed he needs to carry on going, but he's got some classic TKMs catching up.
Looks like Brennan there with the orange helmet, of course, a early leader, not showing on the lap charts, but on the track there now dropping to third with the 27 of Paul Warner into second place. There is the number 27, nipping down the inside of one or two of the back markers there. Looks like Blake. Oh, that's Brennan that's gone off the course there, tripping over the back marker.
Oh, that is very unlucky there. But I mean, he was just trying to keep up with that pack. He just wanted to try and keep with the guy in P2. But obviously back markers getting in the way. Well, not really getting in the way. They can't really move whilst they're in a corner. But it's really unfortunate that. But you gotta keep your head in the game and keep going.
Looks like Paul Warner then 27 on his own in second place and whatnot. There is the 27. So you can see the very distinctive Tony Kart livered overalls there from him. He's to spot out there on the track, just lapping the 11th place Nigel Higgs. And of course Higgs on his own lets the faster driver through. Glenn Guest looking comfortable at the front of the field. And it looks like in front of the second place Warner now is the 72 of Alan Woodrow, who is running in 10th position so far. These drivers just starting to settle down. The good thing is, of course, that the drivers that the leaders are lapping are having their pretty much on their own, so they're not too worried about their own battles. And of course, for the people being lapped, they are being blue flagged, and of course, whilst etiquette would mean you let the leaders through, they have still also got their own race to run.
Yeah, but Nigel Higgs doing a good job there, to be fair. 18 years out of the kart. Pretty astonishing stuff. He's his son racing in Junior Rotax, Harry Higgs. He's been on there as well, but it's always hard to watch from the sidelines to think I could be on there one day, and that's exactly what he's done. He had a pretty rich history, but as we looked into, looks like that's 4 wide into turn 1. I'm pretty surprised how they all got through there, but really good racing there. So there's Glenn Guest on our screens leading the way here on our last lap of the race. We're doing a cracking job. He's pulled a 2.5 second gap already, so doing a good job here, just leading the way, making sure he keeps everything under control, coming through down Weldon. Looks like there's a bit of a pack in the classic TKMs here. There's good, brilliant fighting there. But it looks like nothing's going to stop him now. Actually, no, we're going to go into the last lap.
So he's going to catch up with this little pack of drivers just on the edge of the top 10 here. We've got that great battle between Alexander Bagnall, Michael Whitaker, Josh Wagon and Cliff McDonald. They've been trading positions for pretty much the entire race. And the race leader, Glenn Guest 23, is going to close up on these drivers now on the last lap. There he is on the tail of the number 19, Cliff McDonald. very neatly. Oh, look at him trying to nip down the inside there of Alexander Bagnall going into the David's corner, and he has got a cushion here just under 3 seconds.
Yeah, you can really see the speed difference between the two karts there. You can just drive past them, get through them, and cut back in on them. So I know he's going to do one more. He's got some free air in front of him now. Round the final corner, he's going to come across the checker flag. He's going to win in the liquid cooled karts. Brilliant driving there by Glenn Guest. Doing a cracking job there. Looks like Paul Warren and Keith Evans is going to come through to be a top 3. David Howard slowly coming in P4. And soon we're going to have Mark Sturdy coming round to win in a class of TKMs. Doing a good job there. Looks like Alexander Bagnall's going to be in P2 there. Michael Whitaker make up 7 places, getting into P3. Good job by him. Josh Wagon in P1, making up 1 to P8. Cliff McDonald P9. Andrew Brennan sadly dropping a bit for P10. So yeah, that's a top 10. What a race!
Very good. Then there was Mark Sturdy, last driver home on the lead lap, with of course Alexander Bagnall, Michael Whitaker, Josh Wagon, and Cliff McDonald rounding up the top 10. But great race there though for Glenn Guest to take the checkered flag. What is the final race in the morning race programme? The time, of course, just coming up to 1:45. So now is the time where you can see the marshals just starting to vacate their points and take a well-deserved lunch break. Of course, you always have to extend our thanks to the Orange Army of Marshals and, of course, our medical crews, who we always hope are not really needed. We always hope that's the case. So everyone is just taking a well-deserved lunch break. Don't forget, of course, that we'll be on just a little bit later on for our pre-final and the A-final here at the 2023 Kimbolton Festival, incorporating the TKM Festival. Throughout the afternoon, action going on. Throughout the afternoon, we're going to take a very short lunch break. But of course, Charlie, who's been very busy on the microphone this morning, we're going to have a look off the track now and some of the chats you had with some of our drivers.
Hey guys, I'm Charlie Ellis, one of your commentators this weekend. We are here in the paddock at Kimbolton, and we're going to have a walk around and talk to some drivers. So, the real reason why karting is so brilliant is because of all the family teams. We are joined by Lucy Wilden and George Wilden. Guys, how are you today?
Good, thank you. Great.
Brilliant. So, Lucy is in the Junior Rotax category and George is in the Honda Cadet category, racing as a privateer, how it should be. Lucy, how was it today?
It's been good. Qualifying wasn't great, but I managed to come, I think it's 16th in the end.
Brilliant. George, how was it for you?
Great. I've set a few personal bests, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the day.
Well, that's brilliant. So, you've been here at Kimbolton for quite a while now. How do you like the track?
I think it's really good. I like going into bus stop, like going in and out, flat out.
I like the speed and, well, how fun it is.
Brilliant. So, it's not like a normal club round this year. This is a TKM Festival. It's a 3-day weekend. How do you like the format?
I really like it because you get 2 days of racing and a good day of practice.
Well, I like it for lots of racing and a bit less practicing.
And George, you are currently on your novice plates right now. You're just learning how to do proper owner karting. How does it feel?
Great.
Brilliant. Harrison, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. So, I see you've got some tattoos. Will that give you some good luck for this weekend?
Yes, hopefully.
How was quali then?
Could be better, could be worse.
Brilliant. So, you've just gone to TKM. You've moved out of Rotax. How do you find the comparison between the two?
TKM's obviously slow, it's got less power, but it's much closer, so I like the racing more.
Which one do you prefer?
Probably TKM.
Brilliant. So, you've been at Kimbolton now for a few years. How do you like the track?
It's an awesome track. I love all the corners around here. I think it works well.
So, you've also been a privateer for most of your racing. How is the difference between being in a team and being a privateer?
Being a privateer is definitely different. It's a bit more difficult because you don't have all of your teammates helping you. But I think it's a good experience both ways.
So, what are your predictions for today and tomorrow going into the finals?
Well, I hope I can squeeze as much out of the car as possible, and maybe, if luck goes our way, top 5 possibly.
Well, good luck. That was Harrison Morrow, number 75 with Class and Motorsport. So, how are you finding it in TKM Extreme this year?
Challenging. Drivers are all good in the championship, but we're bringing the fight and getting good results.
And obviously, you've been partnered up with the Rarer Tools Motorbase UK Academy. How are you finding it?
It's really good. It's helping me out in many aspects, not just the financial side, but also learning about media and how racing works in a different level on like touring cars and minis and just anything to do with cars for the next step in my career.
So, obviously, you're at the front of the British Championships right now. How are you finding that?
Challenging, but a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the toughest grids out there at the moment. So, you're in the pre-2000 as well. How are you finding the retro side of karting?
Amazing. It's so much fun. The karts are, even though they're 20 odd years old, they're just as good as the modern karts. They're just a bit more raw and exciting, unpredictable at sometimes, but I would say sometimes they're even more fun.
So do you see a big difference between karts back then and karts now?
Yeah, definitely a big difference, but no doubt they're still just as good.
So we're here at Kimbolton. How do you like Kimbolton?
I've done thousands of laps around here. I can't really do many more laps. Well, I could do more laps, but there's not much more to find, I don't think. But every time we go out here, just a bit like everyone else, they've done laps. So there's still the same challenge every time we go out.
Is it one of your favourite tracks in the UK?
I'd say so, yeah.
So we are here with Gemma Kiddy, number 52 in TKM Extreme. Gemma, how are you today?
I'm all right. Pretty hot, but it's quite nice.
So you're one of the many females in our sport. Do you think the sport is now more diverse than it was before?
Yes, definitely getting better. When I started, there was very few, but now I'm seeing a lot more in cadets, juniors, and in rentals, so I'm looking forward to it.
So there's introduction to the F1 Academy. Do you see that as an opportunity for yourselves?
Potentially. I don't want to jinx it, but it's a good idea. It's good to broadcast it to young girls because it'll actually encourage them to try it.
So yeah, it's all about providing the next generation, of course. So you've just started out in TKM Extreme. You just started out racing not long ago. How are you finding the whole experience?
It's hard. Not going through juniors and cadets is quite difficult, like trying to catch up with people with like 10 years more experience. But it's quite exciting. You're like kind of racing against the best in the country, so it's quite exciting.
So we're here at Kimbolton. You also do the club championship. How are you finding that?
It's all right. I've missed a few rounds, so it's a bit difficult trying to catch up with people. But no, it's going quite well. Last month went well. The quali today wasn't the best, but there's room for improvement.
Do you like the circuit? How'd you find it?
Oh, I love the circuit. It's well run. There's good facilities, but also it's just a fun circuit. Everyone's nice around here.
So what makes karting so different? Is it a more family environment than other places?
I think so. Well, at the end of the day, like, it's all one big community. If you need help, everyone will rush over, even if you don't know them. So, yeah, it's just nice making friends here.
So, come Sunday, when you're going home, would you like a bit of silverware? Where would you look at finishing today?
Maybe not silverware. We're going to hope... Obviously, everyone's aiming for a podium. That would be quite nice. But we'll just see what we can do.
Jack, how are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm all right. So, you've just moved to Senior Rotax. How are you finding it?
Yeah, I think the tyres suit me a bit better. They're a bit softer. Since I'm a bit smaller, I think a bit of a softer compound helps me get them in at the beginning of races. I used to struggle in juniors, so they've definitely helped.
So you're quite high in the championship here in the club championship. How are you finding that?
Yeah, we've been going really well here. We won our last round. Sadly, we got in an incident in the round before that, and that kind of brought our points down a little bit. But yeah, we've been climbing up the table. So
you've been also doing the British Karting Championships. How are you finding that?
It's a bit more difficult. There's a lot of experienced drivers. I've only been driving for 2 years now. But yeah, we're finding it all right. We have some good pace, but I think some racecraft is needed.
So we're here at Kimbolton. How are you finding the circuit?
I love this circuit. I find it really flowy. It really suits my driving style. Pro Train's set up the kart really well for here, so yeah, we're going really well.
So why did you choose Pro Train? Why Pro Train?
So I started with Pro Train from Team Sport Karting, and they've looked after me ever since. We've been going really well with them. Really good team that's really brought me through the sport.
Romarian, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm very good, thank you. Very good.
So, how are you finding today? Are you struggling or?
This morning we struggled a little bit for grip, but as soon as we went to new tyre in qualifying, it was a lot better, to be honest. We found everything we needed. Qualified 4th overall. Could have been pole, but yeah, still better than it was yesterday and today.
Do you think the heat is going to play a massive favour in you, or?
Yeah, definitely. To be honest, I want to just try finishing in the top 3 for this heat, starting 4th. So I got a good chance, but I'm on the outside, so just gotta make sure I survive in this first corner. But yeah, apart from that.
So you're running as a privateer. You've also been in the team before. How do you find the difference between the two?
With a privateer, because it's just me, my mechanic Sam. There's a lot more in-depth conversation because in a team, there's a lot of drivers to, of course, manage and set up changes and everything. This is more custom to me and what I like. And I think because it's a completely different chassis, there's a lot to learn. But now that I'm used to it, to be honest, I sort of prefer this because, like I said, it's all accustomed to me. I can set up I'm more used to and things like that. But yeah, I prefer being a privateer. It's a lot different. But
so you were on the MS kart before. You've now moved to the OTK. How do you find the difference between the two chassis?
Around here, there's not a huge difference, to be honest. Mainly the braking. Like in this one, the brakes are more soft, but you can hit them a lot harder. They're more sensitive. I sort of prefer that. I can hit the brakes later into the first corner and things like that. But apart from that, the main difference is just setup. Normally you don't really run a front bar in an MS kart and all those other things. But yeah, that's really it, to be honest. It's not a huge difference. It's not substantial, no.
So next driver up is James Tester, number 27 in Senior Rotax. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you.
So you've been with JDR, MS Kart, for quite a while now. How are you finding it?
It's lovely. It's one of the best chassis on the grid.
So you've also been doing a club championship here, besides many other tracks. How are you finding it?
I love Kimbolton. It's one of my favourite tracks. It's really grippy out there today, but new tyres for me just don't work well.
How did you find qualifying?
It was all right. Like I said, I didn't work well with the new tyres, so I'm not as far as I wanted to be. Qualified 7th.
So it's a 3-day race weekend this year. It's different to a lot of the club rounds, which are only 2. How are you finding that?
It's all right. It's definitely physical, very physical out on track. So definitely get some strain on the neck. It's all in your arms as well, pushing the cart around.
Well, as you know, this sport is very physical. What do you prefer then? The 2-day race weekends or the 3?
I love the 3. Qualifying and then a pre-final on Sunday. It's awesome.
So we're here as the TKM Festival. You're in an old kart. There's a lot of newer chassis out there. Can you see a massive development in how the karts are now?
Yeah, so totally. Nowadays, there's all different stuff on the front end, the pins or the caster camber. It's come on so far, obviously 30 years to now. There's going to be a lot of changes, but it's a different style of driving as well. So the modern karts are very smooth, precise, just enough. These are more like you can get your elbows out a bit, back it in on the choke, get a bit sideways, and if anything, they go quicker for it. So totally different style of driving. Obviously, the engines are a little bit more finicky than the X30s. The X30s are pretty much bomb-proof. These all blow up if they feel like it. So, but it's all part of the fun, it's part of the whole thing.
So, driving in one of these, do you have to have quite an aggressive driving style?
I wouldn't say aggressive. I'd say obviously definitely precise, but more. You can give it a little bit more on the wheel. Don't be afraid of it. The back end will come round. They are smaller karts, because obviously the karts nowadays have gotten bigger and bigger. So, for example, through the chicane at PF, you can sort of not be absolutely correct and still get a nice line through the corner just because you've got more room, because with the kart being smaller. But I do prefer driving these to the newer stuff. They're a lot of fun. They feel alive almost.
So this is one of the only times the F1000s are here. Do you like the circuit? It might be your only time driving here.
No, so I've been here twice before, never quite done it, finished second twice. So it'd be nice to do it this weekend, especially in this class. Obviously, different class, more drivers in this class, more better drivers in this class, but totally unknown with like, because I haven't raced some of these people. Some of the people I have, they moved over. But yeah, it's just really interesting, really nice. I'd say they're a little bit faster than the 95, although at Three Sisters last month, I was quicker than the pre-2K on my 95. So it's a bit nip and tuck really, but yeah, they're fantastic. Like.
So why should people join the F100?
F100 as compared to modern karting, X30 very much is every man for themselves sometimes, very teamy, very, very closed door sort of policy, I'd say. But within like F100, I could have, for example, Tyler, who is second in the championship in pre-95 currently. Tyler had the two bars that hold his petrol tank on. They snapped at Butmore. So between Heat 3 and the final, 5 of us jumped on the cart to swap him a cart over so we could get out and race for the final, and he finished third, you know, to keep us all in the championship. You can blow all your engines up and somebody will give you an engine. It's very like there's a lot of community with us. It's a lot more laid back. You know, we're a bunch of cowboys really, but we're just here to have a good time. I know a lot of the guys get on the beers after, you know, it's not as serious, but we race so hard on track. It's no different in that respect. The racing is super close, but after just friendship, joking. I mean, I pretty much know everybody. I know everybody within it, and everyone's just great, really.
So thank you for talking with us. That was Jade Goodwin, number 42 in the pre-95 class.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2023 Kimbolton Festival, incorporating the TKM Festival live from the Hunts Kart Racing circuit here at Kimbolton, this classic old circuit which has seen some fantastic racing this morning. You join us just in time for the pre-finals, which are about to get underway with the junior TKMs in just a few moments. My name's Chris Sora, taking you through the afternoon race action. Delighted to be here, and of course the man who knows very well how to get around this Kimbolton circuit, Charlie Ellis, is here to give us the expert analysis and guidance throughout the afternoon. We had some great action this morning, Charlie.
Yeah, brilliant action again. Well, yeah, guys, we're back again. So yeah, brilliant racing this morning. We're gonna, but the afternoon is now the big stage, right? We've got some pre-finals about to go on, and then straight after that, the finals, where all the magic stuff happens. We've got a lot of prizes on the line, which we'll explain later. But now we've got the junior TKMs going out on circuit as we speak. So, Chris, do you want to take the grid?
Yeah, we'll get the lineups as they appear in just a few moments as the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Of course, as you can see, swerving to get some temperature into the tyres before we get round on this formation lap right now. And this is how the junior TKMs will line up. It's Leo Robinson from Patrick Leaf, Harry Bloor in third on the second row from William Bryant. Monty Braithwaite rounds at row number 3 alongside Yellen. Kelly Churn in 6th position. And the rest of the grid made up of Adam Bourne in 7th from Harrison Morrow, Daniela Sutton, Will Braithwaite, Jack Stewart on row 6 with Aidan Mitchell, and then the 7th and final row here in the junior TKM made up of Tom Strefford and Harley Mason. And here they go, Charlie.
Right, here we go. Start the pre-finals. And here we are, Leo Robinson into turn 1. Watch out for Aidan Mitchell at the back. He's going to try and make a way through. Oh, bit of wheel-to-wheel banging. Hopefully all those drivers are okay. But Leo Robinson going straight through. Harry Bloor into second. Looks like Patrick Leaf has dropped to third. But brilliant start there by Leo Robinson, making it into the lead. He's not going to defend because he knows he's got that gap already. Harry Bloor goes a bit defensive into the derricks. Patrick Leaf in P3, and who's that? Looks like Monty Braithwaite in P4. Brilliant start by him. I haven't seen him this far up this weekend, so a brilliant job by him. And although with the pre-finals, all you got to do is be consistent. You've still got one more race to go, but you want to make it as hard as possible. That's a move for Harley Mason through on Monty Braithwaite. Brilliant first lap by the guys. So we've got Leo Robinson leading the way. Patrick Leaf, Harry Bloor, P2. Patrick Leaf, P3, Harley Mason, Monty Braithwaite. Aidan Mitchell made up already 6 places on that first lap. Daniela Sutton doing good, 2 places gained. Will Braithwaite up 2 as well. Harrison Morrow accidentally dropped 1. He's not going to have a good, he's going to want to push back on that one. But then William Brandt running out the top 10.
Well, a great start there for Leo Robinson. These drivers all looking very good in the final heat this morning, and it's pretty much picked up where we left off here in this junior TKM pre-final event as we look at the number 11 there of Harry Bloor, just having a peek down the inside, going into the Kimbolton corner. Very neat move there, and this is going to also allow Patrick Leaf into the mixture as well as they charge down to the first corner. And Leo Robinson bulks slightly there as they make their way in towards the first corner. Very good move there, though, from the number 22 of Patrick Leaf, who now, was in the lead momentarily, but Harry Bloor regains the lead as they go through, heading towards the Derrick's corner. And it looks like Harry Bloor just starting to break away and towing along the number 22 of Patrick Leaf. Of course, still got quite a long way to go in this race, 7 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. So the big question here now is whether the chasing pack, the likes of Robinson, Mason, Mitchell, Braithwaite, all in there, they'll be looking to try and tag on to these 2 leaders. They're not too far behind. Here they come back towards the line, and it looks like Harry Bloor coming under some pressure from Patrick Leaf.
Patrick Leaf down inside, here he goes, taking the lead. Thank you very much, he says. Harry Bloor is going to slot into P2, just follow him through, and yeah. So Harry Bloor down the main straight, going to look behind, he's going to go for the move here. Harry Bloor is going to hold it, Patrick Leaf's going to hold it. What a brilliant move there by Patrick Leaf. He knew he had the momentum to hold around the outside, and so he did. Harry Bloor, oh, Leo Robinson, what a late move there, down the inside. Harley Mason's going to look at coming through the side-by-side. They both look at each other. Who's going to have it first? Who's going to have it first? Looks like Harry Bloor's going to have it. Patrick Leaf, he might be getting a bit of a gap here. He's going to want to close that gap. Harry Bloor, late move. What a move. There's a bit of rubbing at the end, but brilliant move there by Harry Bloor. But it looks like Harley Mason. Harley Mason's going to look. No, he doesn't. It looks like we've got Aidan Mitchell. Aidan Mitchell's come out of nowhere. He was in
He was out right near the back at the start of the race. Now he's in P3 after only 2 laps of this race. Brilliant start there by Aidan Mitchell. I told you he was one to look out for, Chris.
Yeah, he's certainly looking very good and certainly fighting towards the front. This great battle for second place really starting to hot up, so this could be very important here for the race leader, the 22 of Patrick Leaf, going down the TKM straight right now. He's been putting a couple of good laps in here, try and break away from this fight for second place. And as I say, of course, Aidan Mitchell really getting involved this as well, as the rest of the field go charging through over the line. Leaf pulling away quite nicely, the gap going up to just under 1 second, which is more than enough right now. Patrick Leaf really focusing on the road ahead as this battle for second place really starting to hot up, as again we look here, Charlie, at the onboard camera.
Yes, so Harrison Morrow, number 75 for Clubman Motorsport. We're just on the onboard camera with him for a second. But yeah, Harry Bloor, P2 in this race. Aidan Mitchell following just in P3, just behind. I think Aidan wants to, stick behind Harry, try and see if he can catch up to Harry. But here is Harrison Morrow. He's going to look on the 43. That is Daniela Sutton, one of the many females in the grid this weekend. Harry, will Morrow have a look, or I don't think so. He's going to try and get a good run out of there, but he's kind of messed up the momentum coming out, so it's going to look down the start-finish straight. Here he goes into turn 1. Oh, there's Aidan Mitchell going for a move on Harry Bloor. That was for P2, but Harry Bloor's going to look and fight it back. Oh no, he doesn't. Looks like Harley Mason's going to try and take full advantage of this. He's thinking, oh yes, another position I could be having here. Leo Robinson is just thinking, well, what could I have done? I was leading this race, and now I'm going to have to sit here and just play my cards, play my game, and try and see if I can make it back through this pack. But yeah, Morrow doing really good so far on the ARC chassis, running with the Clubman Motorsport team. Dave Plaston, owner of the team, one of the many people who sticked in karting for so long, and obviously creating such a brilliant team that he has now.
And here they come charging into the second corner. Still that great battle with the very impressive looking Aidan Mitchell, now fighting through into second place. Got around a second gap between him and the race leader Patrick Leaf. Harry Bloor, Leo Robinson, Harley Mason still trading positions as they rake up the top 5. Monty Braithwaite, William Bryant's in 7th place, Daniela Sutton, and of course that brilliant onboard footage from Harrison Morrow chasing after Daniela in 9th position, with Ian Kalichern running up the top 10. As you can see, the order of the race still running very closely indeed as they make their way through Kimbolton corner, nose to tail, as they all just start to strategize now with 3 minutes to go plus the 1 lap. Patrick Leaf in a very good position here at the front of the field as the charging pack make their way through Stowe corner. This almost like double apex right-hander, still very close indeed as it just settles down momentarily. Aidan Mitchell second, Harry Bloor third, incidentally setting the fastest lap of the race with 43.41 as they make their way through Derrick's corner up towards Dan Weldon. And Patrick Leaf looking good at the front, but this battle of seconds starting to hot up here, Charlie.
Yeah, Lee Robertson, it looks like he's starting to close in a bit on Harry Bloor, but yeah, Harry Bloor, if he could catch on Aidan Mitchell, that'd be brilliant, but obviously I don't know if they're going to be able to catch the main man in the front, Patrick Leaf. He's doing such a brilliant job this weekend, running as a privateer. Privateers, they can still be at the front even against these big teams on such a big weekend for these drivers. So yeah, Patrick Leaf doing a brilliant job here. Harry Bloor just running in third here, trying to hold off Leo Robinson.
And Aidan Mitchell, of course, one of the drivers you identified to look out for. There he is, the number 14, another one with the fastest lap, 43.4 this time. So the pace ever so slowly starting to pick up as the race goes on. We've got 1 minute 50 on the clock plus the 1 lap, of course, so we've still got a few more laps to go in this one. Patrick Leaf, who drove so well at the start of the race, put a couple of good laps in to establish himself at the front, but it looks like Aidan Mitchell just starting to close that gap.
Yeah, doing a really good job here of closing that gap, he's going to want to anyway, because he needs to try and get in front of him, try and slow him down. As we can hear, someone's exhaust coming off. I think that's the E-plate of Johan Kalichern. Oh, I don't know what's happened there, but he's gonna have a really hard final now, starting from the back of this grid. But yeah, Leo Robinson looks like he's closing in a bit on Harry Bloor. We were talking earlier about the steering positions and looking after these tyres. You've got 2 more races left. This is where you want to maximise the amount of pressure on the tyre. So Harry Bloor trying to look at catching Aidan Mitchell, but I don't know if it's working at the moment. Everyone's saying to quite close pace, but Aidan Mitchell closing in just the slightest to Patrick Leaf. Patrick Leaf running a brilliant race here, you know, one of the top drivers in TKM, followed by Aidan Mitchell, you know, P2 in the British Karting Championships, as you know.
So 2 laps to go at the end of this one. We've got 37 on the clock. And Aidan Mitchell just pulling a few tenths here and there on the last 2 laps, and now really starting to put the pressure on Patrick Leaf, who's controlled this race really well for the majority. But I think he could be on for a late onslaught here as Aidan Mitchell, Harry Bloor all closing up. Looks like Ian Calichurn into the pits on that E with the technical flag early with the damaged silencer by the looks of things. But as you can see, the leaders over the line very close, less than a second covering the top 4 as Harry Bloor sets to the fastest lap. And Aidan Mitchell, number 14, in second place, just starting to ask some questions of the race leader Patrick Leaf. Next time round, we will be getting the 1 lap board, but Leaf looking over his shoulder, he knows that Aidan Mitchell's there.
Yeah, Patrick Leaf, I think he might have made a few mistakes in the last couple of laps, which have helped Aidan catch up to him. But also, yeah, Patrick, you see he gets the head down on the straights. He just wants to, you know, maximise the aero, trying to get the, you know, air flying through over his head. But yeah, no, so he's going to go defensive. Aidan Mitchell around the outside. Oh, I don't think so, but we're going on to the last lap of this race. Patrick Leaf and Aidan Mitchell side by side. He's going to take it. Looks like Patrick Leaf's going to hold it, but Harry Bloor has a look for P2, and Leo Robinson out of nowhere, P3. Here he comes. Leo Robinson is in a perfect place to pounce for this win, but Aidan Mitchell is going to hold it there. He just wants to defend it. You know, there's another race coming up. This is just a good starting position to be for the final. You know, you're on the front row. You've got a perfect chance to win the race in the end, because, you know, it's all good winning the pre-final, but the final's where you get all the trophies and everything. But anyway, as we come round the last corner, Patrick Leaf's going to defend it. Brilliant driving all through this race, but Patrick Leaf is going to win the pre-final in Junior TKM, followed by Aidan Mitchell. Made up 10 places. Brilliant job by him. Leo Robinson comes in P3, Harry Bloor P4, Harley Mason P5, making up 9 positions. Brilliant race by him. William Brandt comes in P6, Monty Breathwaite in P7, Daniela Sutton in P8, Harrison Morrow running our onboard camera, P9, and Jack Stewart just across the line got Will Breathwaite there for P10.
Wow, very close race once again, much like we saw in the third heat this morning. So that's the pre-final listed for the, of course, the A-final taking place a little later on this afternoon, but a great drive there from Patrick Leaf to grab what will be the pole position for the A-final from the very impressive-looking Aidan Mitchell, who really put him under some pressure in the last couple of laps there, but some good defensive driving from Patrick Leaf in those closing stages. And, of course, whilst the final is the most important thing this afternoon, I'm sure Patrick Leaf will have been very pleased with how that pre-final turned out. He had to work hard for that victory.
Of course he did. I mean, everybody's going to have to be working hard to, you know, get those final places, but, you know, until the final, you know, it could all go wrong in the final. He can, you know, drop down, but, you know, it's a good starting position to be in, as now we've got the Micromax and Honda cadets coming out. So, Chris, take away the grid.
Let's have a look at how the Micromax and Hondas line up for their pre-final. Looks like the Honda's going out onto the circuit now, so this is how they line up. The very impressive Jensen Sale, who won the heat early on, he is in first position from Charlie Page, Lucian Smith in third, Maximilian Braskov in fourth from James Devereaux, and Kevin Ivanov in sixth position. And the rest of the field made up of Theo Hamilton, Finley Beals, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, and George Wielden rounding out the top 10. So we've got 5 of the Micromax and 5 of the Hondas, who start just a little bit further behind. We're going to have a brief look here at the Micromax, who lead the field round, headed, of course, by the very impressive number 10 of Jensen Sale. And here they go over the line.
Right, here we go, down high straight. They formed up perfectly down there. So now we're going to go into turn 1. Jason Sale's going to hold the inside. But does he hold it? Oh, there's a bit of sliding from the Project 1 there. But the Synergy's going to hold it straight into P2. That's the brilliant drive from the 33 driver. I can't see who that is, but yeah, brilliant drive, brilliant start by Jensen Sale there into P1 of this race.
So Charlie Page putting some pressure on. The Hondas have got underway with Kevin Ivanov and Theo Hamilton fighting away around the first corner at Stowe, but number 10 Jensen Sale leads them down the TKM straight for the first time. Of course, the Micromax machines all running very closely in these early stages. Sale really was the driver to beat this morning. Here are the Hondas in the inset here as well, with Kevin Ivanov, Theo Hamilton and Finley Beals all fighting away for the lead. Of course, these classic 4-stroke motors, and it looks like Ivanov has just gained a bit of an advantage as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner for the first time. Jensen Sale on the left of your screen, leading the pack out right there, making his way up towards Derek's corner, and already the leading Honda drivers making their way around the final corner. There they are over the line, and in that one it looks like Finley Beals has gone through into first place.
Yeah, the top 3 in the Hondas really going tail to tail down to turn 1. But here we are, Jensen Sale driving perfectly, not putting a foot wrong at all, and yeah, Charlie Page, doing a really good job also as a novice driver, so, doing good for one of his first times here. Here's another look at the Honda. Oh! He got... That looks like one of the drivers went a bit airborne. I think that was Kevin Ivanov. So he's had to drop down to the back of this train. But, brilliant driving by those 3 there. Putting on a real good show for everyone in the grandstands. But yeah, Jensen Sale driving really brilliantly. That looks like Finley Beals, who's having to defend the last corner. They're going to come down and start finish straight. Driving brilliantly there, but Jensen Sale doing a really good job here, holding the lead, keeping his eyes focused on the main prize in the final, but it's all good in the pre-final, getting onto that P1.
And there is Sale. Of course, these are the Micromax, the 2-stroke machines, heading towards the Kimbolton corner. Well, Sale looked very good in the heat race this morning, of course, getting towards the pre-final, and he's just starting to break away as we again look at the right-hand side of your screen, that battle at the front of the Hondas. There's the early leader, number 86, Finley Beals, and now it looks like Theo Hamilton has got to the front in the Hondas. They're battling for 6th position, but of course the lead in the Honda category is again fighting back there, just on the bottom right there. Finley Beals goes through into the lead, so Jensen Sale, as you can see on the top of your screen, looking very comfortable out at the front. So we see the battle start to hot up for second between Charlie Page and Maximilian Braskov there for third. None of this, of course, bothering Jensen Sale, who's having a much easier time of it than the battle in front for the Hondas.
Yeah, so yeah, here we are on our screens again. Jensen Sale been driving brilliantly. He might just take a little nap on the straights, just chill out, But yeah, brilliant driving by Jensen Sale so far. Here back of the Hondas. Brilliant move there by, I think that's Ivanov down the inside of Dan Weldon. Really clobbering the curb there, trying to get the kart rotated. But Jensen Sale doing a brilliant job here at holding his first position. He's already got quite a big gap already. But yeah, these Honda drivers really putting on a show, as well with the Micromaxes as well.
Well, there's Jensen Sale just starting to close up, I think, on the 89 of George Wielden, who will probably in a few moments get the blue flag from the marshals just to indicate the leaders are starting to close up. There is the number 89 of Wielden, just dropping a little bit of pace on the rest of the Honda pack as Sale just making his way through Kimbolton corner back towards the finish line. There is the blue flag for George Wielden, who holds his line and lets the leader go through, and Jensen Sale making it all look very smooth here. Now, of course, Sale, without wanting to invoke any kind of a curse on him or anything, he is looking quite comfortable at the front here. He's got a decent gap, so I'm sure he knows he's unchallenged at the moment. So is he just going to be looking to try and look after the tyres, look after the machine ahead of the final?
Well, I think at this point, it's one of your best chances, because if you've already got the gap, they can look behind, they can see where the driver is, and if he's looking behind and thinking, am I the only one on track? Then he can just take that chance of just settling down. Because, you can still see here he's not putting any hard steering inputs in, because obviously that's going to just destroy the tyres. But yeah, no, it's just driving a really smooth race, because obviously in karting, smooth is quick.
Well, here we have a look at the Hondas, which they're still fighting for position. That three-way tussle between Kevin Ivanov, Finley Beals and Theo Hamilton, really too close to call this stage, although it looks at the moment like Ivanov just starting to pull the slenderest of advantages as he makes his way down the TKM straight. We look again at Jensen Sale, and like Charlie was saying a few moments ago, just look closely at the hand and the arm movements of Jensen Sale as he makes his way through towards Dan Weldon. Very minimal input on the steering, just as much as he needs to, keeping it nice and smooth. Of course, the real, again, just watch him here coming through towards Kimbolton corner. Very nice and smooth as still that Honda battle rages away. But smoothness really here, Charlie, is the key.
Of course, especially with these long straights, you want to
be able to carry much momentum, carrying out the corners, like, you know, the last corner and the willows, just to get down those straights as quick as you possibly can. And also, if you're in a pack, you know, you can, if you're so far close to them, you can use the air, use a slipstream to, you know, get close to them, and then hopefully get past them as well.
So here we're looking again at the Hondas, who are a little bit further behind the Micromax machines. We've got Jensen Sell leading from Charlie Page, Smith, Braskoff and Devroux in the Micromax. Here are the Hondas. This is the 6th place driver, and of course the leader of the Hondas, number 50, Kevin Ivanoff, having a quick glance over the shoulder. Looks like Theo Hamilton has made 2nd place his own now, just starting to close up on the leader of the Honda categories. They make their way through Stowe Corner. Finley Beals just dropping away a little bit now in 3rd in that little group, but still very much in the reckoning. And at the moment, it just starting to go now into a two-way fight for the lead, as the number 30 of Theo Hamilton, who has led this group a couple of times during the race, just starting to put the pressure back on Ivanoff.
Yes, brilliant driving by these two. I mean, Theo Hamilton looks like he's struggling on the tyres a bit more. You know, these Dunlop tyres. He's looks like he was sliding a bit through the Derek's corner and through the Dan Weldon corner as well. So we might have to look after that.
Race leader Jensen Sale just coming through towards Kimbolton corners again. We look at our Hondas going over the line, and the number 50 Kevin Ivanoff controlling the race well so far, easily recognisable with that sky blue colour. Well, they both got the very distinctive looking blue helmets, iridium visor there, so certainly helping with the glare for Ivanoff, the race leader, and he's certainly looking very strong. Finley Beals just should see him in a moment, by no means out of this. He has dropped a little bit of pace. Just seems like the top two are breaking away slightly from the Hondas as we go towards the closing stages of the race. And still number 50, Kevin Ivanoff, 6th on the track, first out of our Hondas, making his way down towards the Kestrel corner, through that little left-handed flick and into the Kimbolton corner. Really got to get this corner nailed to get the speed down the Hine Straight, and both of the drivers there looking very smooth as they go through to complete another lap.
Yeah, Ivanoff on the Synergy chassis, really doing well here. Just, you know, playing his game right, and Theo Hamilton's just, you know, waiting to see when he can next approach, you know, Ivanoff and try and make a move for the lead. But looks like Ivanoff's going to go defensive. I don't think he should have really done that at this point, but if it feels safe for him, then it should work for him. Obviously he's held the line, and Theo Hamilton, he's really close now. He's really want to try and find a way through. He's sliding a bit through there. I might scrub off some speed, as you can see. Kind of slows down on the straight here. But
you might see, just as the camera pans away there, just at the very back of the shot, actually, the race leader, Jensen Sale, is starting to close up on this Honda battle. He's run a superb race so far. He's leading, I think, looking visual on the track by over 5 seconds as the two Hondas run side by side down the straight into the first corner. And having a look there down the inside, the 50 of Ivanoff makes the move, stick, holds on to the lead, and looks like a very smooth bit of driving there, but all over the rear wheels there is the number 30 of Theo Hamilton, tucking into the back there as they make their way through towards Derek's corner. The race leader closing up on this battle all the time. Number 10, Jensen Sale, who leads the race now by 5.1 seconds, but here he goes again. You can see Hamilton opening up the corner as he goes through Dan Weldon and looking very close down the straight.
Brilliant driving here by these two. Brilliant battle. They're playing very fair, very respectful, and for these young drivers, you know, brilliant driving. As a side by side, it looks like the last lap board is not coming out yet. We've got 2 laps left for these Hondas. Jensen Sale, though, on the last lap of this race, he's going to drive a stormer. But these two are side by side. Oh! Theo Hamilton really covered that curb there. He lost a lot of time during that. That's what I mean about the momentum. The second you can hit one of those curbs, especially in the dry, it ruins your speed and your momentum so much. So Ivanoff, I think he has done enough to, you know, drive away from Hamilton.
Now this could be important for the two Honda drivers, because here is the race leader, Jensen Sale, who is carving his way through the pack here, closing up on these two. Now, of course, the important thing for, well, especially more for the second place of Theo Hamilton, really does need to get through ahead of the race leader to go through to another lap, because they are still on their penultimate lap. But here comes the race leader. I think they'll squeeze through. Jensen Sale round the final corner. Superb race for him, and takes the checkered flag. The two Hondas race on to their final lap, but it's Jensen Sale that takes the checkered flag. Looks like it's going to be Charlie Page, with a good steady second place from Lucian Smith, just a little bit further behind James Devroux And Maximilian Braskoff rounding out for the Micromax. But here we go, Charlie, because the Hondas are still fighting for the lead.
Right, Ivanov, Hamilton, who's going to come out on top? Through Derricks they go, and down into Dan Weldon. Let's have a look. Who's going to look? Hamilton goes wide. He's going to try and do a cutback to get a quicker line onto the straight. Ivanov defends. Hamilton goes wide. Ivanov carries the speed through. Hamilton's going to stay there. Ivanov is not going to defend. Ooh, that was very close. Hamilton could have looked at a move there, but around the final corner, Ivanov is going to win the pre-final in Honda Cadere, followed by Theo Hamilton. Finley Beals will come through shortly, and Jack Farmer and George Wilden will round out the top 10.
Well, some great racing there from those little Hondas, of course. Those old... They've been around for the longest time, those Honda four-stroke engines, very reliable engines, but as we saw a couple of times there, the important thing is really to keep the momentum going, especially with the four-strokes. As soon as you lose that power, it can really affect 2 or 3 corners, because they when they get going, they're fast enough, but you really don't want to lose that speed.
Well, no, I mean, especially with how the setup's done, you know, sprockets and everything like that, how it's all ran, you don't want to lose speed at all. But now we're moving on to TKM Extreme.
And we saw some very close, some spectacular racing in the heat this morning. There was 1 or 2 incidents on the first lap with so many drivers out there. Just we'll be hoping this time we get a bit more of a successful start and drivers staying out of trouble. Of course, with this being the pre-final, it's not the sort of thing where you will win the event by having a good pre-final. We go a long way towards losing it in the final, so the drivers will be looking to stay out of trouble on that first lap, get a good clean start and battle away, especially with so many drivers out. Great to see such a big group in this TKM Extreme, and this is how they line up, Charlie.
Right, here we go. Kean Bennett, brilliant driving on pole position for the pre-final. Aaron Lusk in P2. Luke Jarman and Alfie Garford will follow row 2. Joseph Booth and Arthur Strong in row 3. James Morley and Kai Springwell will take up your 4th row, as Sean Abbott and Gareth Haynes take up row 5. Charlie Watthouse and David Haynes take up row 6. Charlie King and Joe Cheek will take up row 7, while Spencer Lane and Bradley Peck will take up your row 8. Jack Dan and Michael Cornell will take up your row 9. James Whittaker and Oliver Bowen will take up your row 10. William Bloom and Thomas Warner will take up your row 11. Al Patterson and Will Day take up row 12. Jack Cox, Luke Woodward, Joel Lask, Alex Page, Reese Port, Olivia Jenkins.
And away we go with the Extremes into the first corner. Big group of drivers. Will they get through cleanly? Fast and furious action through the first corner. Driver in trouble there. There may have been a bit of banging and muffin, but one driver left behind. Side pods and fenders go flying, but everyone seems to have got through okay. But the leaders making their way through up to the top of the circuit and Dan Weldon corner. So a bit of trouble further down. Everyone seems to have got away, although I think there might be some drivers with damaged bodywork in there. But look at this 4-way toss of the lead already.
Well, just look out the window, I can see a front fairing hanging off, so we might have to try and see who that is, but they will get a technical flag and will have to come in. So pretty unfortunate for whoever that is. But yeah, looks like Luke Jarman has taken the lead of this race. We're on board with Alfred Garford right now, going through down the straight. Ian Bennett, Luke Jarman runs a bit wide. Ian Bennett was having a look, saying, ooh, I always hate that. James Morley, no, that's Joseph Booth, who's come out of nowhere. He's in P3. Looks like James Morley in P4. P5 is Sean Abbott, who's looking really good so far for a brilliant start for the final. Yeah, no, Ian Bennett strong all weekend.
Couple of technical flags here, so I think the driver that had the bodywork damage is the 62 of Archie Strong in 10th place. And a bit further down, Thomas Warner, whose kart is belching out smoke at the back of the field, also getting a technical flag. The kart seems to be going quite nicely, but he's going to be called in as the leaders go charging through once again. And at the moment, Ian Bennett just holding on, but down the inside. Lovely move there on that first corner, but look at this, they make their way through the willows, still very close indeed, as the 45 of Joseph Booth momentarily goes into the lead and looking to hold on to that lead as they make their way through Derek's corner, heading up now towards Dan Weldon once again. Nothing at all between the top 4 or 5 drivers here, as Joseph Booth has a little look down the inside. Looks like Luke Jarman right in there as well, with James Morley and Sean Abbott all running very closely indeed. Booth now through towards Kimbolton corner. Oh, down the inside. Nice little move there. The door was left open. It looks like Booth has gone through. Oh, it looks like it's Bennett now through into the lead.
Well, that's what's so good about being in third position. If one person goes for the inside, you can go for the inside, and you can, just push the guy wide, which is, fair. It's always fair to do. You won't be, penalised or anything like that unless there's any involved contact or anything like that. But yeah, all that's like James Morley into lead of this race. Kean Bennett into P2. Joseph Booth, will come into P3. Charlie King in P4, running a strong race. He's looking to count back on his win in the TKM Festival last year. It was a pretty strong race then when he was third coming out the last corner and then ended up on drag race to the line and ended up winning. But as I say that, he's going for another drag race across the line. He's going to go up one position. It's looking close. It was Kean Bennett, but here's on board with Alfie Garford turning turn one. I'll see if you can see who's actually in front of him. It looks like Aaron Lust who's in front of him right now. Brilliant driving here by Alfie Garford. You can see, the physical side. There's Aaron Lust going for a move. I can't see that on, but brilliant driving from the drivers in. Doing a brilliant job here, going through Derek's brilliant move there for the lead of the race. James Morley just closing in, following behind. The two teammates. Number one rule is don't bin your teammate, so they're going to have to try and follow that one closely. But Kean Bennett, he's going to sit there. He's going to be looking for a move to try and get into this race. And as I say that, he goes for it. James Morley straight down on the inside. Brilliant move there on the Kimbolton corner. That seems to be quite a good overtaking spot for most of these drivers.
So that's the two teammates there, 1 and 2, Morley and Booth, and this little group here, 5 drivers: James Morley, Joseph Booth, Kean Bennett, Charlie King, and Luke Jarman, who's been hanging on in there. He did very well actually. The 5th place Luke Jarman to break away from the rest of the top 10 and get involved in this battle for the lead. And with 2 minutes to go plus the 1 lap, Jarman is sitting quite nicely. You'll see him at the back of your shot there in 5th place, just tagging onto this 4-way tussle for the lead. We've seen the lead chop and change various times over the last couple of laps. And the question for him is, can he get involved in this one and start to make a fight for the lead?
Here comes Keane Bennett down on the inside. Charlie King's going as well. I wonder if he's got it. I think he has. Down the start finish straight. James Morley heads down, using all the slipstream he possibly can to get away. Keane Bennett just following, not closely behind, but he's still there. Charlie King wanted to, maybe push with Keane Bennett. I think he knows Keane's got the pace, but whether they can both catch up is another question. But James Morley looks like he's making a few mistakes through there. I could have helped Keane Bennett close up. But James Morley on the on that Beryl chassis doing a pretty fine job.
Just a little bit further behind that five-way fight for the lead, we see the 6th place driver, the 88 of Alfie Garrett, just starting to try and close up slightly. He's got James Whittaker tagging on behind him, as it looks like King making another position, looking very neat through the Kimbolton corner. 1 minute to go on the clock, so they should squeeze through and get another lap in before we see the one-lap board. And once again, we see Garth with that lovely onboard shot there. Without wishing to state the obvious there, Charlie, that really does give an indication of how low you are to the ground in a kart.
Well, yeah, we're only a few metres off the ground, so...
Centimetres.
Oh, well, I don't know the metre number. But anyway, yes, we feel every bump on the circuit, so, so this is why we have to be so physical. That's why we have all the safety precautions. We have the rip protectors, we have the helmets with the suits, the fire retardant suits, to make sure we're all safe on circuit. And these chassis are designed to flex and work around these sort of surfaces. But as we go down into turn 1, it's like James Morley's going to defend. Charlie King's looking around the outside. Will he have a look? No. James Morley's going to say no, and Charlie King's thinking, hold up a minute, I need to get past. I want to win this race. James Morley's going to hold it. He's looking at his front bumper. He sees that he's there, but he's going to still close the door. And Keane Bennett's following third. He's probably one of the best positions right now, because if the top two, they're going to be tossing and changing all through this race. We're actually about to go on to the last lap, so soon enough we'll get the last lap board out in front of us from our commentary box. And yeah, James Morley really going to that white line, trying to keep Charlie King behind. And so the last lap board comes out, and it's down into the straight. Here we go. James Morley for one last time going to sit there, and Charlie King's going to go for the cutback. Has he got the run? He has got the run. Charlie King into P1, into the pre-final of this TKM Extreme race. Keane Bennett is looking right behind, seeing if he can make a move. Not so much. James Morley, he's the only one who can pounce back on Charlie King. Charlie King's going to cover into Dan Weldon, getting really close to these to the free curves down the start finish straight. He's going to stick right to that white line, even near the grass, more like piling the brakes. Coming into the last corner, Kimbolton corner, slam on the brakes, keep behind. There's Alfie Garford, he's going round the outside, but here comes Charlie King, winning of the pre-final. Brilliant driving there by Charlie King to win the pre-final. Here we've got some shots from the back of the camera.
Well, a brilliant move there from Charlie King on that last lap to take the lead going through to Stowe Corner, really opening the corner up as he went in there and getting the move done on the exit. He tried that on the penultimate lap, made it work on the last lap of the race, and Charlie King taking the victory in quite some style, bunching the pack up through Kimbolton corners to the extent that 0.8 of a second covered the top 7 drivers home. James Morley, Keane Bennett, Luke Jarman, Joseph Booth, Alfie Garford and James Whittaker, with Sean Abbott, Michael Cornell and Aaron Lask rounding out the top 10. So brilliant move there for Charlie King, and very stylish final lap to take the checkered flag there. But I would say all of those drivers in the top 6 or 7 or so looking very competitive and will fancy their chances in the final.
Yeah, I think that the TKM Extremes will be one of the most exciting finals. So everyone, please stay tuned for that, because it'll be one very exciting race. But Charlie King trying to make it back to TKM Festival wins. Very exciting race last year. So I'm only expecting more.
So we're going to move on to our next race in just a few moments, the Clubman class, and what you might not see from the screens here as we wait for our Clubman drivers is just how many people are here today. Not just, of course, in competitors, but during the lunch break I went back to my car to get some more provisions, and the spectator car park is pretty much full to the brim. The grandstands and the spectator banks filling up with people, so everyone taking the opportunity to check out the action here at the 2023 Kimbolton Festival, incorporating the TKMs as we look at the Clubman grid, Charlie.
Right, so Ben Spencer, brilliant drive in the heats to get onto the pole position slot for the pre-final, although having quite a bad start before. So we've got Matthew Swanson, he's going to be in P2, Guy Tolley in P3, Jack Chris will be in P4, followed by Tom Bird in P5, Craig Summers P6, and Callum Hambley will be P7. And on the final grid, we've got James Monroe and Adam Kent.
So, of course, less numbers than they get in the TKM Extreme, but we saw some great action in the final heat earlier on. We've got the pre-final now about to get underway. The drivers bunched up quite nicely onto the grid as they make their way through. What's the starter going to say? It looks like it's good. Over the line they go as they charge into the first corner. Oh no, it's being called off, so going to have a go round. I thought that was good, but no, this is what's going to happen now, of course, Charlie. The clerk of the course not happy with the start there.
Well, yeah, I mean, it did look a bit out of the line, going down the start-finish line. Because obviously these drivers, they have to stick to tram lines for the start, so you'll see them form up 2 by 2. And obviously, yeah, so there's yellow lines that they have to stick in before they can go green racing. I
think it was like the 4th or 5th, just seemed to stray there. It was a bit touch and go, but they're very quick to call off the start, aren't they?
Well, yes, I mean, these marshals are on it all the time, you know, the marshals and officials trying to catch out every little incident or any, you know, non-fair racing.
So here we go, just instructed again to keep them in the tram lines. You'll see them on your screen here when they come around those yellow lines in the middle of the track. They've got to stay in position. Here they come over the line, and well, it looks like it's been given, that one. So it looks like we're on the way as immediately down the inside. Looks like Ben Spencer with a good start there as they make their way through the willows for the first time, heading more towards the centre of the circuit now, and a great start there for Ben Spencer. Looks like Swanson's also well placed as they go through Derek's corner for the first time. Ben Spencer just trying to break away from what looks like Guy Tolley, who looked impressive earlier on. He's had a good getaway here, and they go through Dan Weldon for the first time, and the top two just starting to break away.
It looks like Swanson's got pushed wide at the start going into Derek, so it looks like he's dropped down the field a bit. But yeah, Ben Spencer on the ARC chassis driving really brilliantly at the start of this race. Guy Tolley with a brilliant start as well. He's going to try and gain on it. Actually, he's going to go straight into the lead. No, he doesn't. He has a look, but it looks like Ben Spencer closed the door straight on him, saying, no, you can't get past me. I want to win this race. So Ben Spencer going for Derek's. Brilliant driving so far, obviously with that O-plate, so he's done a good year so far. Guy Tolley in P2, whilst we've got Jack Chris in P3 and Craig Summers in P4 with the E-plate.
So Tolley just starting to have a look here at the race leader, number 0, who took the lead nice and early. Had a good first lap, and Ben Spencer making his way through towards the Kimbolton corner, the last corner on the circuit. And you just see Guy Tolley just looking at the gaps here as he makes his way through over the line once again. And the number 69 there, Jack Crisp, who looked very strong in the heat race earlier, just starting to close up on this battle for the lead. Followed closely by Craig Summers, who set the fastest lap of the race with a 44.29. And you see Tolley, I think at the moment he thinks he could be faster here. He's just trying to find a gap here to try and get past Ben Spencer, because all the time Jack Crisp, Craig Summers and Callum Hambley just closing up. A bit further down the field made up of Tom Bird, James Moreau, Adam Kent, Matthew Swanston and the 72 of Scott Hambley. But here comes 0, Spencer, and Tolley having a look down the inside. Lovely move there going through into Kestrel corner, and now he's going to guard the apex, prevent Spencer from making the repass here. But all the time, this is allowing Jack Crisp and Craig Summers to close back up.
Yeah, Craig Summers and Jack Crisp in a perfect position here. Actually, like Chris is going for P2. Actually, Craig Summers, Jack Crisp left a gap wide open for Craig Summers to come straight through there. Pretty easy move there by Craig Summers, so he's going to be looking at P2 he's actually gone straight in. Wow, that was really quick into Derek's. Craig Summers going straight into P2 with precision racing. Guy Tolley, though, he's saying bye-bye to these lot. He's going to be starting to drive away as quick as possible.
Well, Guy Tolley looked strong a couple of laps ago, managed to finally get through into the lead, now trying to break away from Craig Summers. The pack's still relatively closely bunched up here, only 3.5 seconds covering the entire pack of the 10 drivers as they make their way over the line once again, and Guy Tolley leads the way. It looks like Craig Summers just starting to put the pressure back onto the race leader as they make their way through Stowe Corner. Nothing going though through that first corner, and Summers just tagging on to the rear of the number 35 of Tolley, the race leader, as they make their way through towards Derek's corner, up towards the top of the circuit now. Still very closely poised here as again Craig Summers just having a look here and there, just trying to find a way through. Up they go, through towards Dan Weldon corner. Out to Dan Weldon they go, and down the TKM straight, and Summers in second, looking very threatening here.
Yeah, I think... Oh, actually, Craig Summers straight down on the inside. I was just going to say how this is a time when the race is really quiet, but someone's come to, you know, tell me off and be quiet, and Craig Summers straight back through on the inside into Kimbolton corner is going to hold it, and he's already starting to get a bit of a gap already, so he's definitely got those pressures right. He's got that engine tuning really well. He's starting to pull away from the gap from the pack now.
Looking a bit further down, you should see them just at the back of your shot there. The number 91 of Matthew Swanston has moved into 6th place, making his way slowly through the field and just trying to catch up with this battle for the lead that we're looking on now. So the number 91, you should see him just at the back of your shot. There he is. And here are our leaders, headed, of course, by the very impressive-looking Craig Summers, who made a nice move to grab the lead from Guy Tolley, who looked strong at the start of the race. I think any one of these 5 could potentially win this one as they go over the line once again. And it's all very important to get a good place going into the final later on, as Craig Summers just starts to break away slightly. Tolley's still second, Spencer third, Crisp in fourth, Hambley in fifth, and Summers just pulling a very small gap here. We're talking fine margins, about half a second, if that. It could be very important as the top 5 just still in that little pack on their own. And it looks like Matthew Swanson and James Monroe fighting just a little bit further behind.
Yeah, Swanson starting from the front row on the grid at the start of this race, now falling back a bit, but now slowly catching up. He's just got a bit more time to make before he can catch on to this pack. But you were saying about the small margins, you know, like every tenth can make such a difference, especially when it comes to qualifying, and everyone's trying to find those extra tenths just to, you know, get as further up the grid as they can. But, you know, Craig Summers doing a brilliant job here. I think he's slowly starting to get away from Guy Tolley on the Birolart chassis in P2. But yeah, brilliant driving from here. Ben Spencer, you know, just driving calmly. I think he knows he can. He's still got that extra race at the end of the day to you know, get some silverware. But, you know, at the time he's just gonna, you know, play his game, play his cards right, and try to catch on to this pack.
Well, let's have a look as Craig Summers makes his way around Kimbolton corner to complete the lap. We have just a shade over 3 minutes on the clock, plus the 1 lap. And he's just got that very small cushion at the front. The gap is 0.7 of a second between first and second place. Jack Crisp goes back into 3rd position. You can see him there with the white helmet in the number 69. And he is really charging here, trying to close up on the 2nd place Guy Tolley. We watch Summers making his way, drifting very neatly through Derek's corner up towards Dan Weldon at the top of the circuit. But look out for the distinctive black cart, black overalls and white helmet at the number 69, Jack Crisp, who's broken away a bit now in 3rd place. He's pulling away now from Ben Spencer and Callum Hambley, and he is trying to get involved in this battle for the lead. He's really got to try and put the pressure on Guy Tolley to get with the leader. Here they come back over the line with just over 2 minutes to go. Summers still looking strong at the front of the field.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting a lot of pace from the heats. So he's obviously putting all of his power into where it counts, which is obviously the pre-final and the finals. So, you know, driving really strongly here. Guy Tolley just running not close behind, but obviously still there in P2. Ben Spencer, you know, trying to find a way where he can try and get past the guy in P2 if he thinks that he's that quick that he can catch up to Craig Summers. But I don't think that's going to be possible at the moment, because Craig Summers is on it at the moment, driving a brilliant race right now. Just under 2 minutes left to go after this race.
Look out for number 40 here of Callum Hambley, who is starting to put the pressure on the 4th place Ben Spencer side by side into Stowe corner. Well, it looks like Spencer's got the line. Oh, and unfortunately for Hambley there, it looks like Swanston. So we're further behind there, the number 91 there, Matthew Swanston, who has set the fastest lap of the race, 43.9. Only driver to get under the 44-second barrier here. All of a sudden coming good here, isn't he?
Doing really good here. Swanson's just made a move there into Derek's corner. That's put him up into P5, I think. So yeah, brilliant driving by these by Swanson, number 91, with that white helmet and the quite colourful Tim Wilson Motorsport livery there.
Looks like Jack Crisp going back into 2nd place now, getting past Guy Tolley, with Swanston closing up all the time. Still the fastest driver on the track. He's still running equal to the leaders Although James Monroe moving up a position, Scott Hamley moves up to 9th place, a little bit further down, still looking very competitive in this Clubman class. As we look at the numbers here there, Ben Spencer fighting away with Hamley, and Hamley looked good on the previous lap, just starting to make that advantage count here as he moves past into 5th place, and we've got about 20 seconds on the clock, so I think they should just squeeze through here, shouldn't they?
Oh, there's Jack Chris down the inside of Guy Tolley. I told you he was closing up, but I didn't think he would be that close to make a move. So that is side by side down the start finish straight. Who's going to take it? It's Tolley versus Chris, and in behind is Matthew Swanson, who's going to look at getting to P2. We're going to have to wait and see who's coming along. They're 3 wide into the Willows. They're side by side all the way through, but it looks like Guy Tolley's taking it. Swanson's going to have a look, but Jack Chris driving brilliantly to hold it there. But it looks like, is that Swanson who's just gone through? I think it might be Swanson into P3. So brilliant drive back from the start of this race. But it looks like in both races, Swanson just struggling at the start to, try and pull away or get a gap or anything. Just failing to fall behind and then all of a sudden coming on at the end. So I wonder what could be causing that.
The last lap board goes out, and great news here for the race leader Craig Summers in the E-Kart there. Pulling away at the front, so this battle for second place really has allowed him to pull a gap. All of a sudden the gap has gone up to 3.2 seconds at the front. So Summers nice and clear at the moment, as all of the action is for this second place battle with Guy Tolley now holding on to that second position, but Matthew Swanston, who's drove brilliantly up to 3rd, but it is still as close as ever. There's the race leader. All of a sudden things have gone very quiet for him at the front. That's what he wants. But Tolley, Swanston, Chris, Hamley all in there. It's still too close to call, as Craig Summers, for the final time, makes his way through. Here's the action for second place.
Side by side, coming out the last corner. He ran wide, but yeah, here comes Craig Summers to win the race, but it's side by side still. Who's going to make it? I think that is Guy Tolley who's going to take P2, followed by Matthew Swanson in P3. Brilliant drive back from Matthew Swanson to get back up to the top 3. Brilliant start for the final for him. Jack Chris in P4. Callum Hamley made it to P5, made up 2 positions. James Munro made up 3 into P6. Brilliant drive by him. Ben Spencer, Adam Kent, Scott Hamley and Tom Bird.
All very close indeed, and that battle of a second place covered by 2nd to 7th place, covered by 7/10 of a second. That's how close they were, and of course makes a big difference going through to the final, that final part of the pre-event there, because the grid positions counting later on. But Craig Summers looking very strong as he takes that Clubman pre-final victory. They'll be out, of course, later on this afternoon as we move on to the X30 Junior and the Junior Max. Of course, a very competitive class once again. Plenty of drivers looking forward to the all-important pre-final here, as down at the race control, the green flag going out. The drivers should be going out onto the circuit for their formation lap in just a few moments. Don't forget, of course, there's action here throughout the afternoon here at the Kimbolton Karting Festival in association with TNL Sports, where sport lives. And how do they line up, Charlie?
Right, so in our X30 class, we've got George Robinson lining up on pole position, Josh Bryan coming into P2, Matthew Morgan in P3, followed by Josh Jones in P4. Oliver Harris and Max Wright take up row 3. Dylan Patel and Emmanuel Hay must have had a disqualification or something, because he's dropped down all the way to the back of this grid. Katie Ashman starting P9. Joshua Smith takes up pole position in Junior Rotax for Oliver Smith and Matas Miazanskis. Jonas Kilmus and Charlie Neve take up row 7 for Joel Dixon Cohen and Marlon Manderson. Adam White and Hugh Richards take up row 9. George Allen and Jason Dukis take up row 10, followed by Scott Hayward and Luke Bates. George Phillips and Jacob Broax take up row 12.
So the X30s making their way through onto the line. They lead the pack away. Looks like a good start as they make their way down. George Robinson looking good, guarding the inside line as they make their way through to the first corner. And the Junior Rotax coming through very shortly as well, but Robinson looking very neat through that first corner. All the drivers now out onto the track for their first lap, and George Robinson there. We see the juniors going into the first corner, Junior Rotax, but the X30s, George Robinson leading the way. Fast and furious start, but it looks like everyone has got through the first few corners safely.
Emmanuel Hay, what a perfect start from him. For the back of the field to P4 already. He's going to be looking at Oliver Harris, who's in a Pro Train kart, the red and white sticker kit in P3. George Robinson, though, brilliant start by him. He's probably going to try and see how much he can pull away already, because obviously in the heat before we had Emmanuel Hay, who was right on his bumper, not trying to let him get past whatsoever. So so he's going to try and see how much of a gap he can already take before he gets past Josh Bryan. But brilliant driving by these two so far from the top two.
And a great start for Joshua Smith further down from the Junior Rotax, and fighting away, just pulling away from Matas Mizankas in second place. Jonas Klimas, Oliver Smith, George Allen, these drivers just on the edge of the top 10, the second race category, of course, and they are already starting to make inroads on some of the back markers in the X30. The likes a little bit further back there, Josh Burnham, Max Wright, just started to come into view of the leader, Joshua Smith, of the Junior Rotax, as George Robinson goes through. Emmanuel Hay, after that brilliant start, moves up to second place, but at the moment again, much like Charlie was saying earlier, just watch the hand movements, watch the actions of the number 23, George Robinson, leading the way here. Very minimal movements here, just making the kart do the work, keeping it nice and smooth, because of course, as the onboard footage showed earlier on, it is very rough and very technical out there.
Yeah, because I mean, eight chassis is going to work differently, and George is going to know that, so he's going to have a lot of time working on the chassis, trying to work out what's the best way to drive it. As we see the Junior Rotax, we've got George Allen there in P5, driving for Aircart. Brilliant driving so far. Over the last year, he's improved so much. So he's always only looking to, get up there, get some podiums, in the looking for the top spot. But now we see George Robinson putting a gap already. I was surprised that Emmanuel Hayes is already into the top 3, but he's trying to find his way through.
And to me as well here, Charlie, it looks like we've seen some fast, frantic action at the start of the race here, but is there an element here perhaps of drivers having one eye on the final? Because we've seen no real do-or-die movements on that first lap, everyone looking to stay out of trouble somewhat.
Well, as you say that, someone in the Junior Rotax has just gone off at Derek's corner, just off our screens. But yeah, I think that in the pre-final, it's just all about, even though you want to get to the best position possible, you want to make sure everything is fine and you're not end up off the track like most like the drivers just have. Because obviously, if you're off the track, that means you're going to be starting at the back for the final, and you have a lot of work to do for the final.
I think the driver that went off the course towards the back of the field, Peter Jurovic, who appears to be okay, has rejoined the field, albeit right at the back. That's over, of course, in the Junior Rotax, so he's got a bit of work to do. But back to the race leader, 23, George Robinson, our Junior Rotax a bit further behind, making their way through Dan Weldon. And the leaders of the Junior Rotax are already starting to close up on that pack of X30s just ahead of them. The number 22 rounding up the field there of Dylan Patel, currently in 9th place, being closed on all the time by the 10th place driver, Junior Rotax leader, number 15, Joshua Smith. So he's got a bit of work to do. And at the moment, Patel having a good battle with the 8th position, Max Wright. As we look again at the top left of your screen, George Robinson still looking very smooth. Emmanuel Hay keeping the pressure on in 2nd place, but not quite close enough to go for a pass here.
But obviously, as Emmanuel Hayes trying to catch up to George Robinson, he's going to be putting a lot of a push on his tyres, especially with the heat at the moment. It's going to really lay down a lot of rubber onto the track, so that's going to quite destroy his tyres. But now we're going to have a look at the Rotax karts coming through the last corner. Just a massive pack there for, I think that was about up to the top 15. Brilliant driving by all the Junior Rotax drivers there. But back at the front is it's a Junior X30 driver of George Robinson. Not a big grid here for the Junior X30s, but definitely providing a lot of entertainment. But Emmanuel Hay just sitting there behind, he's just trying to drive lap after lap. He doesn't have to worry that much because it's still the pre-final. He's still got that one race where he can. Oh, George Robinson makes a mistake. He's run a bit wide and he's ran off wide at the last corner. And Emmanuel Hay straight through. Wow, that was brilliant driving there from Emmanuel Hay, straight down on the straight, took full advantage of that situation. Emmanuel Hay driving straight through. George Robinson's going to be thinking, well, why did I do that? Why did I run so wide? But you've got to keep your head down now. It's only all drivers make mistakes. They're not robots. You can't drive lap to lap the exact same. There's going to be at some point where something goes wrong and you just have to go without it.
Well, that's it. You just got to shake it off and carry on. It's much like golf, of course, where if you mess one a hole up, you just got to move on to the next one, and that is what Robinson's going to do here. now in second place, but he's certainly not giving this one up, as we've got just over 3 minutes on the clock, plus the 1 lap, of course, as we look further back at our Junior Rotax, and it's still Joshua Smith leading the way. Matas Zenskas in second place in that group, although Joshua Smith just starting to move through some of the back marker X30 drivers. Oliver Smith in third, Milo Manderson, Jonas Klimas, Luke Bates.
There's a Junior Rotax driver up there. That's a 55. I can't see who that is. That looks like Jesse Whitmore. So quite unfortunate for him under CRG chassis. Just putting off at Dan Weldon, so he's going to have a lot of work to do in the final. Wants to make up some strong places, but yeah, Emmanuel Hay doing a brilliant job here, taking full advantage of George Robinson, making just a tight mistake. He's going to be quite frustrated about what.
And we see, of course, there just momentarily George Robinson ducking his head behind the wheel down the straights to tuck in a bit. How much of a difference does that make normally? Is that more of a psychological thing, or can he get more of a bit more aerodynamic down the straight?
I mean, I think that if you get out the corner as quick as possible, you know, you can. I mean, the drivers will know what a good setup is like and how much they can feel going down the straights. I mean, oh wait, hold up, Emmanuel Hay side by side with George Robinson. I think Emmanuel Hay might have made a mistake there. George Robinson straight down on the inside. Strong, aggressive move there from George Robinson to take that lead of the race with a pre-final of the Junior X30 and Junior Rotax. They're going to go down into this first corner. Bit of front bumper to rear bumper action there. Emmanuel Hay really trying to find a way through with on the PSR Academy team. George Robinson is going to just defend for this lap. You know, he doesn't want to lose this lead in the pre-final. But Emmanuel Hay right on the back. Here's a Junior Rotax battle. We've got Jason Dukas, I think, I believe, and I can't see who else that is. But back onto the top two with the Junior X30. Emmanuel Hay driving a brilliant race here to catch up all the way to the pack. Is making up already about six places, I believe. So brilliant drive from the back of the field to the front, just in a few laps. So down. George Robinson.
Oh, down on the bottom, sorry to up there, down on the bottom right. Very close battle here for the top three in the Junior Rotax. We've got Max Wright, Oliver Smith, Milo Manderson all fighting away as they make their way over the line. And still, these drivers stand outside of the top 10, but all running very closely indeed as they fight for position.
Yeah, like Ewan Richards down the inside of George Allen. Even though he did cover up, he still lost a position there, but I think he moved out a bit too late. But back on the pack, the top two, Junior X30, George Robinson, Emmanuel Hay, and who's that in P3? It looks like
Katie Ashman.
Yeah, Katie Ashman out of nowhere, started right dead last at the start of the pre-final, now in P3. I think she probably because she's got fresher tyres, you know, might have not been out in the heat or something like that, and you know she's doing a pretty good job here to make up also about 6 places. It's a brilliant job there. We see the Junior Rotax coming out the last corner down the straight, hitting speed of over 70 miles an hour, which can be really exciting as a kid. But yeah, George Robinson now starting to pull a bit of a gap from Emmanuel Hay. I don't know if he's starting to make a few mistakes or something, or he's struggling with the tyres, because you know some drivers do like having new tyres on, and some people do like having old tyres on, which is quite surprising.
Last lap board goes out as George Robinson just starts to pull away from Emmanuel Hay. A little bit further behind then in third place, Katie Ashman, putting in a very impressive second half of the race. The lap time showing she's putting in some very quick, consistent laps there. She holds on to that third place from Josh Jones. Fifth in the race and leading the Junior Rotax is Joshua Smith, who really is carving through the field here and pulling away quite nice. He's got Josh Byrne behind him from the X30s, Matthew Morgan. Oliver Smith, number 38, now up to second in Junior Rotax from Matas Mizankas and Milo Manderson, as we cut back to George Robinson, who has been very impressive.
Yeah, brilliant driving by George Robinson. There's a checker flag coming out, I think it is, and George Robinson wins the pre-final, and followed by Emmanuel Hay in P2. It's going to be Katie Ashman for a brilliant drive from last on the grid to P3, and she'll cross the line, and she'll be probably happy with that one. It'll be Josh Jones in P4. Joshua Smith will take the win in Junior Rotax, followed by Oliver Smith. Josh Byrne and Matthew Morgan coming together, but Matas Mizanskis and Milo Manderson driving a pretty good race there. Matas making up 3 and Milo making up 6.
We're further back there. We see Jonas Klimas, Oliver Harris, Luke Bates, Max Wright, Dylan Patel in 15th. The last two of the X30 drivers going through there. George Allen, Joel Dixon Cohn and Newton Richards all running very closely indeed, as we see the cart trolley going out onto the track. I think that's the 55 of Jesse Whitmore, whose kart is stranded right at the far end of the circuit. So
I don't think his mechanic's going to like that one.
Yeah, it's going to burn some calories there, because that really is quite... There is the 55, the stricken kart. Driver okay, just appear to be some kind of mechanical defect. That's up at the top of Dan Weldon, of course, named after the late great driver and Indy 500 winner, of course. And like many others, started in his junior days in karting here at Kimbolton. And as we say, of course, it's an old track here. 1959 it was first devised, and really has been a mainstay of the karting scene. One thing to note here, I know myself, I go to a lot of karting circuits in the past with the British mini bikes, and done a little bit of karting myself. A lot of these kart venues, very much corporate venues nowadays. It's all about getting people in for your birthday parties, stag do's and so forth. Kimbolton is quite the opposite. It's very much a racing circuit. There's no corporate karting here at all. It's purely down to race meetings, and you don't see any fancy cafeterias or restaurants here, but all of the investment is onto the circuit itself, which is looking very impressive nowadays.
Yeah, I think that's what all the drivers want, to be fair. They want a nice track to drive on. And obviously, yeah, so a lot of investment has been put in, and a brilliant job by Nigel Freeman and the whole Freeman family, making Kimbolton a brilliant track. But now on to the next race of Senior Rotax, Senior X30. Joe Galloway will be starting pole position, followed by Tom Pryor in P2. Ryan Ward and Romarian Ubi starting P4. Ethan Martin and James Tester round out row 3.
Drivers currently then in the waiting zone waiting to get underway, and looking further back, Jack Collins further back there. Michael Morgan on the 4th row from Aidan Rudge. Will forward Charlie Webb in row number 5. Jack Stedman in the 62, and row number 6 from Ryan Hedge on number 18. Dominicas Sileskis Tukelis in 10th place from Mohammed Bin Mafus in 20th place. Benjamin Southgate, Miles Reitman, Nathan Browning on row number 12 from Joshua Graham, and a bit further back, Josh Patch, Douglas Daglow and Patrick Igley in the 27 driver field. There is just a short pause before the drivers allowed onto the circuit. We still have got that stricken kart being pushed on the trolley back into the infield. It is actually on the track at the moment, so they're going to pull that kart off into the infield as soon as possible, and we can get this Senior Rotax X30 Senior underway. So the track is now clear, Charlie. There we see the kart still, of course, out on the circuit, but it is on the infield and out of harm's way, and out they go onto the formation lap. So again, the pre-final, all very important to get a good position, but not to make life too difficult in the final.
Well, of course, I mean, everyone's done good in the heats. We kind of see who's up there and who isn't. We've had a few struggles. A couple of drivers struggled in the last heat there with the wet weather, making a big play on with the wet weather and the slick tyres. A couple of drivers having to cut the circuit and losing a lot of time. So this will be a very interesting with some quick drivers near the back of the grid. Watch out for Jack Collins. He looks very strong, but obviously had a few problems those last couple of heats, which have dropped him quite down. So they're formed up, dropping very slowly. They're going to be pinching out oils, trying to get dump as much oil out as they come down the start-finish line. Round the last corner, here we go. Now they're going to start speeding up down into tram lines. Will we go green? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Here we go. Joe Galloway's going to hold it on the inside. Tom Pryor gets pushed wide a little bit, but Joe Galloway's holding it straight through into the lead of the race. Tom Pryor's really looking at trying to fight back, but Ryan Pryor...
And the X30s getting underway a bit further back with, of course, Benjamin Southgate, Miles Reitman charging into the first corner. They've got away very well, 4 abreast into the first corner. Look at this, too close to call as they fight their way through, but a very good, clean start there, Charlie.
Brilliant start there by Ben Southgate and
got Miles Reitman and Nathan Browning in there as well.
Yeah, brilliant driving by those two, but as we come through, start at lap 1, that's Joe Galloway. Ethan Martin looking for a move on Marion Uvi. I think he's done it, but Ryan Ward going for P2 on Tom Pryor. Here's the X30 battle. We've got Benjamin Southgate leading the way. We've got Miles Reitman just in the back there on the MDL chassis. Joe Galloway though on the small screen leading the way in the Senior Rotax. Ben Southgate's defending into turn 1. Nathan Browning really looking at trying to fight back on his Croc chassis, running with the Veloce race engines, looking to fight through. But there's Joe Galloway leading once again. A lot of experience around here. The Kimbolton circuit is doing a really good job here, trying to win the championship here, and also winning the Kimbolton Festival, because that'd be a nice one to win, wouldn't it?
Certainly would. Joe Galloway looking very impressive throughout the weekend and coming to form just at the right time here as he makes his way through Derek's corner, moving up towards Dan Weldon. He's got a gap of just over half a second from Tom Pryor, so at the moment Galloway looking to put a couple of good laps in here, try and break away from the chasing pack, as Tom Pryor just slowly pulling away from Ryan Ward in third, and then the whole group of drivers from about 4th place down to 10th are all running very, very closely indeed. Further back over in the X30s, a bit further down the field, we've got Benjamin Southgate still leading. There he is on the bottom right of your screen, number 15 from Miles Reitman in second. Southgate quite some distance back from the Senior Rotax, who've just seen go over the finish line. He's got a clear track in front of him, and looking very good from Miles Reitman as back to the front of the field. Looking close in third there between Ryan Ward and Ethan Martin.
Yeah, brilliant driving there by Joe Galloway, putting quite a good gap at the start. He's just holding it perfectly. Tom Pryor there in P2, Ryan Ward just on the OTK chassis this weekend, trying out for the first time, saying it's quite different to the MS kart, but he's just got to work around it and just try and drive from there. But yeah, Galloway down the start finish straight, driving super to hold this gap, whilst Tom Pryor's in second, trying to find a way he can catch up, but doesn't like it at the moment. Here's Ethan Martin. Ryan Ward's had to defend a little bit, but Ethan Martin, holding it around the outside, trying to keep an optimal line.
So down on the bottom right there, over in the X30s, probably a good battle there with Benjamin Southgate looking very good at the front of the field. Miles Reitman and Nathan Browning fighting away, but the leaders making their way round towards Kimbolton once again. We've got 5.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap, of course. And Joe Galloway just holding on to that gap at the front. The gap half a second with Pryor, Ryan Ward in third, Ethan Martin, Rame Anubi's now moved up to 5th place with Charlie Webb and James Tester. And that little group all running very closely from 2nd down to 7th place. Jack Stedman, Jack Collins, Aidan Roger a bit further behind from Will Forber. And that 2nd place battle all looking very close as Joe Galloway, there he goes through to Dan Weldon, once again keeping a nice tight line on the inside there. Seems to be making that line work and looking very smooth as he makes his way down towards the Kimbolton corner to complete another lap.
Yeah, Will Forber only just moved to Senior Rotax this year, running on the aircart chassis, looking promising, and he's got a lot of potential moving on. But there's Ethan Martin into P3. That was a good move there on the Kimbolton corner, but Joe Galloway just driving a perfect race right now. He hasn't been up this far in quite a while, so doing a really good job here. Tom Pryor in P2, followed by Ethan Martin, Ryan Ward, Romarian Ubi. Charlie Webb's made up 4 places, followed by Jack Sedman, who's also made up 4 places. Aidan Rudge, Will Forber, Arjun Mate, Michael Morgan, Sam Dickens, Jacob Rose, Peter Hugler, Alfie Bray, and Mohammed bin Mahfouz.
So they're a little bit further down towards the edge of the pack, being closed on actually by the leader Benjamin Southgate, as the leader of the Senior Rotax over the line there. Joe Galloway leading from Tom Price, still just over half a second. You can still see the number 15 of Benjamin Southgate on the bottom of your screen there, looking quite comfortable at the front of the X30s. Meanwhile, the race leader Joe Galloway looking very smooth as he makes his way through Derek's corner. Still got Tom Pryor, Ethan Martin, Ryan Ward in 4th, as Charlie Webb and Ramir Onubi trading positions there for 5th position, with Joe Galloway looking very neat. We've just got under 4 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. And at the moment, Joe Galloway leading quite comfortably. The gap just over half a second as down the inside into 2nd there. Ethan Martin having a look, and as he made it to make the run the corner, yes he has, in the Lando Norris kart. With the Cosmic Machine there, Tom Pryor having a look down the inside just behind our race leader Joe Galloway.
Yeah, brilliant overtake there by Ethan Martin, using all the waft, as they might say, on that time engine, trying to get past Tom Pryor. Brilliant move there, and he's going to try and chase after Joe Galloway, trying to see if he can snatch a win from him in the pre-final for the Senior Rotax and Senior X30. But no, brilliant driving by Joe Galloway so far, making quite a calm, collective race, but Ethan Martin rapidly closing in right now. He has tuned that car perfectly, and Ryan Ward going through to P3. Charlie Webb's having a look. Charlie Webb driving a brilliant race so far. It would have been a lot further up in the final, in the pre-final, but sadly having a few misconceptions in the last heat of the day. So Tom Pryor in P3 running a strong race here.
Watch out for Ethan Martin here. He's coming through the Derrick's corner, heading up towards Dan Weldon. And it looks to me like he is slowly catching up here on Joe Galloway, the race leader, who of course has dominated this race. But the top two started to break away. Ethan Martin looking very strong as they make their way through Kestrel Corner down towards Kimbolton, the tight right-hander that leads them back onto the straight. I'm going to check the lap times here when they come through. So it looks like Ethan Martin has found some speed in his closing stages. 40.98, his fastest lap of the race, and brings the gap down. Ethan Martin looking very strong on that previous lap with 2 minutes to go plus the one lap, and starting to challenge the leader.
Yes, Ethan Martin he's closed down a lot of the gap, especially on their braking. Looking today, he's closed about half a second just there on their braking. Now he's right behind him. Joe Galloway, better not look behind, mate. You've got to look behind. You've got to see he's there. Will he go down the straight? He sees him. He's thinking, oh no, what should I do now? What should I do? He's going to come into Kestrel. Will he defend last corner? He's going straight to defensive. Ethan Martin is going round the outside. He's going to try and go for a cutback. He's got the run. He's got the speed. He's got the whack, as they would say. When he's going to the outside, he's going to try and come over, but he couldn't because Joe Galloway was there. He stopped him, closed the door on him, slammed the door like Kevin Magnussen on Gunter Steiner, slamming his door.
Well, there we see immediately going on the defensive there, the race leader. Joe Galloway's got to hold on here. He's got 1 minute to go, so we're going to have 2 laps to go in the next come round. Now, he is really driving defensively here, making that cart as wide as possible for Ethan Martin. Is this going to allow Charlie Webb and Ryan Ward to close up in third and fourth? Over, of course, further down the field in the X30, Benjamin Southgate really running a strong race further down. As again, we see that fight for the lead. Ethan Martin's really got to try and get through here. And look at Galloway guarding that inside line, holding the apex. Now let's see what Martin can do. Can he cut through? Yes, he can. Lovely move there to take the lead from Ethan Martin as Galloway tries to fight back. Now it's he shoves it down the inside. They are side by side. This is allowing Charlie Webb, Ryan Ward into this one as well. Very close battle here, Charlie.
Well, on that last lap, Charlie Webb was half a second faster than the top two, so I can see how he's catched up. He's already done one, now he's got to do another. Joe Galloway, you've got to defend, you've got to defend. We've got just... I wonder if they'll get another lap. I don't think so. So
2 seconds.
Yes, so after this lap will be the last lap of the race, so 2 laps left to go. Go Joe Galloway, Charlie Webb, Ethan Martin, Ryan Ward, the top 4 of this race, and the top 4 in this pack. The only 4 drivers that can possibly win this pre-final, but Charlie Webb is going braking really hard. Joe Galloway going defensive, trying to hold off these 3 drivers. You know, these guys are at the top of their game right now. They need to try and find any way through if possible. But Joe Galloway's looking of where he needs to defend. He knows where he needs to defend. He can plan this all through before he gets to the corner. He can plan. But Charlie Webb in P2. Now, last lap. 1 lap left before the pre-final is done. There's Jacob Rose on our mini screen, but Joe Galloway is coming through. He's P1. Charlie Webb P2. Ethan Martin P3. Ryan Ward's falling off a bit, so this will be the top 3 battle. Ooh. Charlie Webb to the outside. Joe Galloway on the inside. Charlie Webb's got a better run. Will he look at Dan Weldon? No, because Joe Galloway closes off. Now, Joe Galloway, get the run. He's got the motor, but Charlie Webb looking into last corner. Will he go for a lunge? He's going. Joe Galloway opened up the corner too early, too late, and Charlie Webb is side by side, but Charlie Webb, I think, is going to hold it. So Charlie Webb holds it in the end there by Joe Galloway, Ethan Martin, Ryan Wood, Romarian Ubi, Thomas Pryor, Jack Sedman, James Tester, Aidan Rudge, Jack Collins, Michael Morgan, Arju Menta, Will Forward, Jacob Rose, Peter Hugler, Sam Dickens, Alfie Bray, Benjamin Southgate's going to win in Senior X30, followed by Miles Reitman, Joshua Graham, Ryan Hedge fell down to the order, Nathan Browning, Dufius Deglow, Joshua Patch, Patrick Igley and Dominicus Silkius rounds out your field.
Very closely fought throughout the pack there, only 36 seconds covering the whole pack of drivers. And the unfortunate Joe Galloway there, I think, just opened that gap into Kimbolton. That was all that Charlie Webb needed, who came on very strongly towards the end of the race. And of course, he will lead the pack away in the A final a bit later on, with Ethan Martin, Ryan Ward in particular looking very threatening in that pre-final. Ramiro Nubi, Tom Pryor, Jack Stedman not too far behind. We're going to move on very shortly, of course, to our F100 Pre-95 and 2000s. They're in the dummy grid at the moment, getting ready to go out onto the circuit, which is already starting. It's quite breezy out there. It's a fairly cool trackside, but the sun's starting to come down, the temperature's starting to rise. So F100 Pre-95 and 2000 is about to get underway for their pre-final. This is the penultimate pre-final before we move on to our grand finals, the all-important races a bit later on this afternoon. We'll look at the grid in just a few moments as they get final moments. And temperature starting to rise here, so are we seeing the setup start to move towards some of the drivers?
Well, they're going to have to try a lot harder to cool down those engines. I believe that, you know, during this time there's more chances for engines to overheat. So with the Rotaxes, they'll have a radiator flap which they can open at a certain amount of degrees just to cool down the engine. You obviously don't want to keep it over for too long, because if it cools down too much they lose performance. So but obviously, if these pre-finals, I like how they are now, I'm excited for these finals.
Yeah, we've seen some very close racing throughout the afternoon here in pretty much all of the race classes. Not too many drivers running away with things, so we had one or two drivers I think would be looking quite strong going into the finals, but certainly those competing near the front will be looking towards getting a good position in the A final a bit later on. Just two more pre-finals to go. We've got the F100 Pre-95 and 2000 class about to go out onto the course for their formation lap in just a few moments, and they'll be followed by the F100, the liquid cooled machines, and the classics coming up after this race. So two more to go, with the green flag going out from our Chief Marshal, and they should be coming out onto the grid any moment now for their formation lap. You can see the drivers just behind the barriers there, of course, pushing that lead run away to get the machine going. And how do they line up, Charlie?
Right, so Joseph Rees-Smith will take pole position, followed by Charlie Verity. Strong race there in the heats to get to P2. Martin Brackbury and Alistair Topless will round out your two rows. Jade Goodwin and Alfie Garth will round out row 3. James Verity and Monty Gorridge take out row 4. Joe Scory and Owen Marlowe. Dolan Regan and Matt Dobson take out row 6. And Robin Perkis and Neil Rodgy will take out row 7. Alex Spinks and Liam Hanlon, watch out for him in this race. Andrew Godfrey and Mark Booth take out row 9. Richard Plummer and Ian White will finally take out our last row of the grid.
So the drivers making their way around for the second of their two formation laps, getting the machines up to temperature. And of course, this is the first race in the block to see some of the air-cooled machines, some of the old 90s machinery out on track. And looking at some of the lap times, they still run some very competitive times out there. And just out of shot here towards the back of the field, Ian White on perhaps one of the oldest karts in the field, towards the back of the field, but he's still been putting some good pace out there as they make their way through. Look out for Jade Goodwin in this race, of course. She was looking very strong in the heat race, but suffered some mechanical trouble late on, so should be hoping for better fortunes this time as they make their way round towards Kimbolton Corner, the pre-final for the F100 Pre-95 and 2000 is about to get underway. They're going to stick in those tram lines as they make their way around the final corner. The race is about to get underway. Looks like a good lineup there. Over the line they go, and charging into the first corner with Rees-Smith on the inside.
Right, here we go. Joseph Rees-Smith takes the lead of this race. Can't see who that is, who's made it to turn 2. Might be Charlie Verity, but Alistair Topless into P3. Here we go. He's now looking for P2. Does he take it? Yes, he does. Alistair Topless into P2 of this race. Joseph Rees-Smith driving brilliantly like he did in the last heat earlier today. But yeah, Alistair Topless driving brilliantly, getting into P2. Had a bit of a struggle in the 3-lap practice, but I think that's Charlie Verity back on the inside. We'll have to see when they come round the next lap. But brilliant driving here by all these guys. So right, so down into
So Joseph E. Smith looking good. Alistair Topless though with a fantastic start to the race as well, looking strong from Martin Brackenbury, Charlie Verity, Joe Scory and Jay Goodwin there from Montegorange. One or two drivers hitting mechanical trouble on the first lap. We didn't see Robin Perkis, Liam Hamling or neither Perkis or Hamling go through on that first lap, and they are both on the infield, but the karts are off the circuit and the race goes on unhindered. But Joseph E. Smith with a very quick start to the race, looking strong in these early stages.
Yeah, they're just going to have to watch out because they're going to be catching up to one driver going quite slowly. I don't know what, they might have a mechanical problem, but here goes Joseph E. Smith down across the line to finish lap 2 of this race. Alistair Topless, Martin Brackenbury's just been given a warning, I believe. Charlie Verity in P4, Jake Goodwin, our championship leader, in P5, Gaze Verity in P6,
Trouble here for the number 11. I think they're dropping out of contention Robin Perkis as the rest of the field go charging through. And it looks like Ian White, who I think there he was, just ahead of the race leader Joseph Reeve Smith. He's still continuing in the race, but that kart does seem really down on power. They're passing him like he is stood still.
Yeah, there's a lot of smoke coming from the back of that machine, so there may be a problem. Yeah, he is pulling over, so I don't know if he might be coming in or just letting them through. We'll have to see. But yeah, down the start-finish line, screaming the heads off these engines are. Joseph Reeve Smith still holding the lead here by Alistair Topless and Martin Brackenbury. Charlie Verity and Jake Goodwin running out the top 5. James Verity in P6 and Martin Gorringe in P7, driving a brilliant race here. Already making up a position.
A little bit further down, of course, as Charlie mentioned there, Monty Gorringe getting the black and white warning flag, which is usually down to driving conduct, usually a bit of excessive bumping. You might not see it on your screen. The drivers have an information board when they cross the line, so they will see that from the marshal. But just to explain there, Charlie, the black and white warning flag, that's basically just like a first warning from the race director that the conduct just needs to rein it in a little bit.
Yeah, it's basically saying to the driver that, you know, what you've just done, it's a bit, you know, we'll let you off, but you might need to watch out when you do your next moves because we'll be watching you.
And of course the drivers can see that quite clearly. You've got the digital display when they cross the line, so it's not, they haven't got the excuse of not being able to see the flag.
Well, I mean, some people still make the excuse.
Very true. Looks like Alistair Topless had a great start to this race, jumped to second place very early on. He's coming under some real pressure here from Martin Brackenbury, but Topless has got all eyes on the race leader Joseph Reeve Smith, who's controlling the race quite nicely. But to me here, Charlie, Topless looks threatening in that second place, so he is coming under pressure. Oh, and a nice move there from the 73 of Martin Brackenbury.
Whoa, Topless right on the curb there. That's not gonna help this chassis whatsoever. But yeah, Martin Brackenbury doing a brilliant job there to get into P2. Joseph Reeve Smith though driving off. I think he's got a bit of a transponder issue though, so he'll be dropping off and off the times all the time. But Alistair Topless, yeah, just hitting the curb there. You don't want to be hitting curbs in the dry because, you know, yeah, it could damage the chassis, and these chassis are well known, even in modern day history, chassis are well known for being bent over using curbs. But now we've got yellow flags out. So I wonder if someone's off.
One or two drivers in trouble on the
that
first
looks like
corner.
Alfie Garford, number 27. So Alfie was out in the TKM Extreme earlier today, so he's doing 2 classes, double duties here this weekend. So I mean, it must be pretty fun being able to do a bit of the retro and a bit of the modern.
Certainly keeps you. I've done double entries in bike racing before. It certainly keeps your head in the game, as it were. You get a constant idea of how the track's developing, and it's always fun to get so much track time as well. So he's doing the double duty there, but not really going to plan here as he pulls to the side of the circuit. As we look at the number 73, Martin Brackenbury fighting his way through to second place past Alistair Topless, who looked very impressive at the start of the race, determined to try and fight and get that position back, as Brackenbury trying to close up on the race leader, the number 3 of Joseph Reeve Smith, who's done very well to control this race.
He's trying, but Joseph Reeve Smith is on a different planet at the moment. He's driving unstoppable all race, so he's going to have to try really hard to get back on the back of this one. But yeah, Martin Brackenbury doing a brilliant job here, just holding off Alistair Topless as we see on our screens. But yeah, Alistair his suit makes him pretty buff in the kart.
He said it is quite an old school suit there, but he does look stocky as he makes his way through the corners. All action style, you might say. Looking at the rest of the top 10 there, Charlie Verity, James Verity and Jade Goodwin all running strongly. Monty Gorin, Joey Marlowe, Matt Dobson just on the edge of the top 10 there as well, and the number 20 from Andrew Godfrey as they lap the number 87 of Ian White, who's just gone through past the line, still running quite slow. So look at the number 42 there of Jade Goodwin, who had trouble in the heat race earlier on, not quite on the pace that she was showing in that heat, but still running quite strongly.
Yeah, she's been quite unfortunate this weekend, especially yesterday, having leading a race by so far, it's about 5 seconds the gap, and then all of a sudden 2 laps left and having to pull over to the side with mechanical issues. But Jade Goodwin leading the championship. I don't know how this will affect the championship points, but she'll be definitely wanting to pounce back in the final. But, you know, it's still good driving so far in the pre-final.
Well, I just noticed there, she was shaking her head when she went over the line there, just looking out to the commentary booth. She doesn't look happy with the car at the moment. Of course, she had the mechanical issues, so it doesn't seem to be to her. Well, she's still charging round, but the car not quite working for her at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the mechanics will be able to see from the side where she's losing and where she's gaining, and now they can change the setup just like that. And they'll also go back to the awnings, they'll download all the data and, you know, try and work out what to change from there, because it can be one little thing that can make such a difference. And that's why these karts are some mega machines. And as we see on our screens, it looks like number 78, who was getting a warning flag earlier, goes straight back on the cutback. I can't see who that's
Monty
with.
Orange with looks like Owen Marlowe and Jade Goodwin still right in there as well. As we go towards the closing stages, leader of the pre-2000s there, Andrew Godfrey, getting the technical flag. That's a black flag with a yellow disc, and of course that's indicated to the driver there's some kind of a fault out there.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of, I think they might realise it already, but yeah, it's just telling the driver that, you know, something's unsafe about your car, you need to come in and resolve the issue.
So here we go, the 1-2-7 there, just looking at Owen Marlowe, Jade Goodwin, Matt Dobson. This is the closest battle at the moment, as we go to the penultimate lap of the race. Next time around we'll see the 1 lap flag, as the number 3 of Joseph Reeve-Smith not very happy with 87 there. Ian White, who's still off the pace of it there.
God, he was really angry there, throwing all hands up in the air. But you just got to keep all hands on the steering wheel and, you know, just keep going. He's going to be fair, he has lost a lot of time there, so you can see why he would be frustrated. Just those couple seconds can make a lot of difference. But, you know, he's shaking his head. He's thinking, what was that all about? He should have got out of the way before I could even think about overtaking him.
It's just a bit of bad luck as well, because he just seemed to encounter him at the wrong part of the circuit there, where it's maybe difficult to get through.
Yeah, but Joseph Reeve-Smith coming through for the last lap of the race. Turn 1, perfect driving here, through the willows, right, left, throwing it perfectly. You can see his body language really showing how hard he's having to drive the car into the willows. And through Derek's driving brilliantly here, just no steering input whatsoever, just using his body to fully move the car around him. And yeah, the number 3 seeded driving brilliantly here down the back straight into Kestrel. Brilliant driving here by these two. Well, as top, let's look at a move from the back. Actually, Matt Brackley's gone defensive, but Joseph Reeve-Smith will come across the line, will win the pre-final. Brilliant driving there, and we see Jade Goodwin at the back of this pack here. She's going to be coming across the line to finish, I believe that's P7, so not a great race for her, but I mean, you can see on our small screen the 67 here. What a brilliant kart that is. And there's Alex Spinks on our screens just dragging his kart back. And yeah, it's just brilliant to see, you know, there's hardly any safety on that machine, so to see how big safety's got after, you know, with the FIA and everything, especially after Senna's crash in 1994, everything's safety-wise is, you know, really improving, and it's really good to see.
Well, yeah, it comes through right the way from, of course, the very top of motorsport, Formula 1 and the like, and endurance racing, right the way down to karting. The safety standards really have improved over the years, not only with the vehicles themselves, but advancements in driver racewear helmets and so forth. And for example, the overalls, one thing to look at, the karting overalls. I mean, when we say they've got a sell-by date, we're not being flippant here. It's in terms of the effectiveness of the material itself and the flame-proof of it as well. They're only allowed to wear them in certain formulas for a couple of seasons before they've got to go out and get ones that are in date still.
Yeah, I mean, Especially when you're looking to car racing, you have to get full fireproof overalls and stuff just to make sure you don't get burnt by if the car or the cart was to be set on fire. So I mean, yeah, the MSUK, FIA, they've all making sure that these drivers are safe when they're on circuit, even though how dangerous the sport can be when all goes wrong.
Of course, the other thing is one thing you see close up the karting overalls is, of course, get your typical Alpine Star brand. Other brands are available, of course, but your modern karting overalls, it's got the abrasion there because we never like to see a driver ejected from the kart, but there is a bit of give in there. They're not as thick as motorcycle leathers, for example, but there is a bit of give in the overalls as well, should they hit the tarmac.
Yeah, I mean, you do tend to see them get ripped when they fly out, but it is what it is. But now we're moving on to the liquid cooled and the classic TKM. So Glenn Guest will start on pole for us, followed by Andrew Brennan on P2. Paul Warriner will start from P3, followed by Keith Evans as he end out on circuit. John Smiths and David Howard roll out row 3. Cliff McDonald and Mark Sturdy on row 4, Michael Whittaker, watch out for him again, and Josh Wagon in row 5. Blake Green and Alexander Bagnall run at row 6. Alan Woodrow and Philip Tristram run out row 7, and Nigel Liggs round out row 8.
So here we go for our final race for the pre-finals, of course. We're going to move on to our finals later on this afternoon. The Junior TKM coming up next for their final, but this for the final time. You see the drivers battling for their grid positions later on this afternoon, the culmination of what has been an exciting weekend of racing, headed of course by the number 23, the F100 LC there of Glenn Guest, who will lead them around with Andrew Brennan, Paul Warriner and Keith Evans a little bit further behind. They assuming their positions now. We've got Dean Smithers, David Howard and Cliff McDonald, of course the first of the classics, coming through as they make their way around the final corner. They're going to go through for another formation lap though, so looks like Andrew Brennan leading them through. They're going to go around once again. The classics also being told that they're being way through for another lap here.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a cart going slowly up at Dan World, and can't really see who that is.
Possibly, just purely looking at the lap charts, I think it might be the number 45 of Nigel Higgs, possibly. Just having a look out onto the circuit now. I can't see the 45 with the pack, so yeah, there is a cart just ahead of these drivers we're looking at.
On our motorsport timing screens, it just say that Nigel Higgs is still in the pit, so he may not be out for this race.
Oh, it's the number 14. It's Philip Tristram in trouble there. There we see on the inset the cart going very slowly indeed. So I think they're going to try and get that machine off the circuit and get the race underway. The marshals just out of screen, they're beckoning him off the circuit. So Philip Tristram moves to one side, brings the cart onto the infield. And, well, we'd hope he'd stop, but he's actually... Yeah, the marshal's just trying to get him to stop on the infield just to let the leaders go through so we can get this race underway. The 23 of Glenn Guest leading them through the Kimbolton corner as we get underway for the start. We are about to go. F100 and Classics over the line, headed by the number 17 of Andrew Brennan, right alongside Glenn Guest into the first corner. Guest's got the line and holds on to the lead as it looks like Paul Warriner squeezing through into second place.
Brilliant driving there from Glenn Guest. We're already pulling a gap so far. Yeah, it looks like Andrew Brennan going into P2 there, followed by Paul Warriner in P3. Brilliant driving there by these two, number 17 following in P2. So yeah, Glenn Guest, brilliant start there by him. Already got a bit of a gap. So and just like last, he looked like he just pulled the race straight away. So we'll have to see what happens there.
So here they come for the first time, a bit further behind the Classics. Cliff McDonald and Mark Sturdy, Michael Whittaker, all with a good start. They go charging through Kimbolton corner over the line. So Glenn Guest leads the way from Andrew Brennan. Warner in third, Keith Evans, Dean Smithers moving to David Howard, moving up another place, and Cliff McDonald, number 19, with a very good start there, fighting away with Michael Whittaker a little bit further behind that group in the classic category, as the leading drivers making their way up towards the top of the circuit, headed by Glenn Guest, who's had a fantastic start, trying to pull away now from the rest of the field. A little bit of bumping and barging behind him, but the leaders making their way down the TKM straight. There is the number 17 of Brennan in second place, still being hustled by Paul Warriner, and Keith Evans not too far behind.
Looked like we had one of the drivers stuck at Derek's corner. I can't really see what that is, but he's got a very bright purple and orange suit. He's going to try and get that going. Obviously with direct drive, you have to push the kart to get it going, so it looks like he's not moving, but here comes the leaders. Glenn Guest coming straight through, but oh no, he's trying to get the kart going as the kart's going through. He's going to be careful about that. It looks like he can't get it going, so he's going to have to just sit there and wait. But Glenn Guest driving brilliantly so far. Oh, that was very close with the classic TKM. Nearly hit the driver stranded in the middle of the circuit, but so far he's just going to try and get it going again. But Glenn Guest driving brilliantly here, pulling away.
So Glenn Guest looking good, setting 42.8 last time round as we look a little bit further behind. But Mark Sturdy, Cliff McDonald all fighting away here in 6th position, of course, leading the Classic Group. 21 going through there as well. David Howard in 5th place, Alexander Bagnall. And then we got the leaders of the Classic Group there. Cliff McDonald, Mark Sturdy, Josh Wagon, Alan Woodrow, all running very strongly, taking us down to the edge of the top 10. The driver in trouble appears to, I think Dean Smithers in trouble. He was running well at the start of the race, but looks like he is out of contention as we look at Glenn Guest making his way around the final corner. Still that battle towards the edge of the top 10. David Howard, Alexander Bagnall, Cliff McDonald, leader of the Classics there from Mark Sturdy and Josh Wagon. As Guest goes over the line, sets another fastest lap, 42.69. As we look at the 21 there of David Howard in 5th place, 57 is Mark Sturdy. And just in front of him, the leader of the Classic class, number 19, Cliff McDonald, looking quite good at the moment.
Yeah, brilliant driving by Cliff McDonald here in a Classic TKM. Looking pretty strong here, just getting stuck behind one of these liquid cool karts. So you can see with the liquid cool karts, you actually have this is the first time the radiator was invented. So you'll see on the right side, no, the left side actually, there's a radiator, and at the top there's a little cap. You open it up and you put antifreeze in, and then that will keep the whole engine cool. And then obviously the whole radiator's there to collect all the cool air and cool the engine down with the extreme heat it's going to be facing.
So over the line they go. You can see the F100s with that with the radiator on there, of course. Potentially, there's more stuff to go wrong, of course, but potentially more reliable, you might say, than the air-cooled counterparts. More regulated temperatures, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously working out because they've gone from this to now with the X30s and the OKs, which are in the European and world stage. But yeah, the 19 Cliff McDonald driving a pretty good racer in the Classic TKM.
I noticed a moment ago, just out of camera shot, the number 19 there, Cliff was gesticulating to the chasing drivers, like, just stay with me. I think he's trying to stop them from. He just wants to chase along, doesn't he? I think.
Yeah, we kind of use a lot of hand signals a lot. If we're in a pack, we'll tap the head or we'll say something to say, we've got to work together. We've got to go, catch the field in front of us. So I mean, half the time it doesn't work. Half the time they don't listen or they don't even look. Because where are they looking at? They're not even looking at the flags half the time. So
it's a tricky theory because you got competitive spirits and everyone's racing for position, just trying to know when to hold back and just work together sometimes, because they are potentially working against each other a little bit. So we saw McDonald just trying to keep them in line, but 57 has slipped through Mark Sturdy, who has got that old Simpson Stigstall helmet there, isn't he? Looking very good at the front of the field, as we see on the inset there, Glenn Guest. But this Classic field here running very closely at the moment.
Yeah, it reminds me a bit of the Stig,
Very much so, is that one, isn't it?
But yeah, no, brilliant job there. He just took full advantage of the liquid cool kart in front and got straight past Cliff McDonald. So yeah, brilliant driving by the guy P1 in the Classic TKM. So yeah, through Derricks.
Yeah, so that's Mark Sturdy, still looking strong there at the front. There he is, and hanging on in there though is the early leader, number 19, Cliff McDonald. These drivers 5th and 6th on the track. We see the number 41, the machine of Alexander Bagnall, another one of the Classics there, looking good as Sturdy goes on to the defensive here. McDonald fighting back as they make their way out of the final corner and down the Hines Straight. Looking very smooth, calm and collected for Glenn Guest, but all the action here as we look down the inside there for Cliff McDonald. Can't find a way through at the moment. Trying again on the second part of the apex. Oh, he gets shoved onto the curb there, so he's going to try and fight again, and this could allow Alexander Bagnall back into the reckoning.
It's quite hard to see on the cameras, but these curves are high. and if you hit them on a kart which is, you know, a couple of centimeters off the ground, it can easily throw you off because of just how hard these curbs are, because these are really tall curbs here. But there's a 15, he's looking for a move. I don't think that didn't pay off. But yeah, Cliff McDonald.
These drivers have to be careful here. We've got a stationary cart on the side of the track. The Marshal's doing there. Oh dear.
Marshall going over
Marshall
there.
takes a tumble. She's okay. That's the 72, I believe, that's out of the race. He's doing very well. Alan Woodrow, and the Marshal's doing a great job to clear that machine along with the driver off the circuit before these charging group go through. But again, he's having a look down the inside there. The number 19 of Cliff McDonald trying to find a way through. This is all allowing Alexander Bagnall into the reckoning as well. Glenn Guest continues to lead the class. He leads the F100 LCs, but he's leading by 6.2 seconds, incredibly. But all the action here with the classics as Mark Sturdy holding on to that lead. But Cliff McDonald putting him under a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, I think Mark Sturdy, you know, he's going to just under 2 laps left and getting blue flagged to I can't see who that is, but yeah, Cliff McDonald into the lead. Mark Sturdy's going to try and cut back, and he does all the side by side. Oh, Cliff McDonald still holds it, but Mark Sturdy goes straight through, and now Glenn Guest coming to lap the field. You can just see the speed difference between the two karts as they're going wheel to wheel, and Glenn Guest is just going to completely drive through this field, and it's quite annoying for these classic TKM drivers. You know, they're just trying to battle, and Glenn Guest is ruining all their fun.
Dean Smithers has got back underway at the back of the field, just crossing line ahead.
Oh, and a spinner.
Spinner there as well, yeah. The final corner, I believe, 40... we'll get on the lap charts when they come through. I think it was possibly Josh Wagon 15 maybe that went off. We'll have a look in a few moments. Glenn Guest leading the race by an incredible 6.8 seconds, making it look so easy as he comes through onto the final lap. There he is, the number 23, making his way up towards the final few corners out, going up towards Dan Weldon, the top of the circuit. He has got a slower driver in front, but shouldn't affect him too much. And down the back straight he goes. This, of course, is the last pre-final of the day. There is the number 3, just in front of Blake Green, currently in 10th place, about to be lapped by the leader, as Glenn Guest goes through Kimbolton Corner for the final time and takes the checkered flag in a very impressive bit of driving.
Brilliant drive there from Glenn Guest. Just pulls away from the field and just goes. I don't think he needs to look behind at all. So yeah, Glenn Guest wins, followed by Andrew Brennan and Paul Warrener in P3. Keith Evans rounds out the field in P4, whilst Mark Sturdy wins on track for the classic TKMs, followed by Cliff McDonald, Alexander Bagnall, Josh Wagon, who sadly had a little spin near the final lap, and David Howard rounding out the top 10, I think.
And a bit of a race of attrition there as we look at the number 15, one of the stranded karts out on track there. That was Josh Wagon, who got into trouble quite late on. The number 14 of Philip Tristram still on the circuit, didn't even start the race. We saw, I believe, I think there was 1 non-starter, 5 failing to finish. So junior TKMs coming out onto the track in just a few moments for the first of the finals today. But of course, with some of these older karts, it is important to remember that these karts up to and over, perhaps in some cases 30 years old, and of course they are well maintained, but some of the age of the vehicles makes things a little bit difficult sometimes, especially on such a warm day.
Yeah, I mean, the heat plays a massive factor in you know, any sort of karting. But yeah, now it's time for the big boys, the finals time.
Yeah, here we go then with the junior TKMs, and of course this is the first of our finals. This is what it's all been leading up to all weekend, of course, and the thing is, Charlie, we'll have a look at the starting grid very briefly as well. Patrick Lee from Aidan Mitchell, Leah Robinson, Harry Bloor, Harley Mason and William Bryant in 6th position on row number 3. Looking a little bit further back onto the 4th row of the grid, Monty Braithwaite from Daniela Sutton, Harrison Morrow, Jack Stewart, Will Braithwaite and Tom Strefford in row number 6, and our final 2 drivers on the grid for the junior TKM, Jehan Kalichern and Adam Bourne. And of course, Charlie, there's some great prizes on offer for these young drivers.
Yeah, so unlike most club rounds, they've got some brilliant prizes to look out for. So For all the podium finishers, they will receive a voucher for free race entries from the club. They'll receive a cap supplied by Sportsman Bedford, so thank you for those guys. And also Talco will be providing many prizes for them.
They do get plenty of goodies on the podium when they, for those hard-working and well-deserved award winners in the respective classes. And the other thing is, of course, this Kimbolton circuit, organised by the British Kart Racing Club. It is a private venue, and like many motorsport venues, very limited to the amount of track time you can get on the circuit. So it'll be a great prize for them to get some free practice and free race entries as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's only been able to be ran once a month, so there's only a couple test days you can really get in to maximise the skill you need around this circuit, as it's such a demanding circuit if it goes wrong, as we have seen from many drivers.
One thing I would say from a driver's point of view as well, Charlie, is just to pull an example out of the hat here, Wilton Mill, which is open all the time. All of the drivers get to drive on a track like that. Here at Kimbolton, not so much practice opportunities. Does that make things more difficult when you're out there racing to get the kart running right?
Well, I believe so, because, you know, in the end it's all about funding and stuff, and if you've got the money to go out testing all the time, you're obviously going to be a lot better and a lot ready for your races coming up to and at that race. So a track like Kimbolton, it really results with the people who can learn the track just like the click of a finger.
So here we go. This is what it's all boiling down to. It's the first of our finals. The junior TKM making their way down the straight, getting all into position now as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner. Tense moments here before the first of our finals gets underway. 11 minutes plus 1 lap. Here they come around the final corner. It looks like they've all formed quite nicely into position. Oh, one driver dropping back at the start. Will they get away cleanly? Over the line they go, Charlie.
Right, here we go. Start of the finals. Here we go. Patrick Leaf versus Aidan Mitchell down into turn 1. Aidan Mitchell round outside, taking the lead of the race. Watch out for Johan Kalichard at the back of this field. Maybe he can make a way through, but Harry Bloor into P3. Patrick Leaf trying to fight straight back on Aidan Mitchell, but Aidan Mitchell head down. He needs to go. And Aidan Mitchell through Derricks. He leads the way. Patrick Leaf following in P2. Harry Bloor in P3. Brilliant start by the top 3.
Brilliant start there for Aidan Mitchell to get to the front, and a very fast, frantic opening half lap here as they already jumped to try and get through to the front of the field early on. This is a slightly longer race, of course, 11 minutes plus 1 lap, but the way they're going at it on this first lap, you would think it's a 2-lap dash to the flag here, because it's a really close start here as the number 11 having a look there. Harry Bloor trying to fight through to second place.
Leo Robinson.
Rewind into the first corner. Leo Robinson with a great move there. I think he may have gone through to second. Yes, he has.
Brilliant stuff there from Lee Robinson. You see the Aidan Mitchell battling with Harry Bloor, and then all of a sudden it just comes out of nowhere. Actually, no, I mean, Aidan Mitchell's already got into the lead. So Aidan Mitchell's already flying off. You can't even see him on the camera. He's already gone. Leo Robinson in P2. Harry Bloor just following close behind in P3. Massive pack here. There's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's so many drivers. You can't even count how many there are. Leo Robinson into P2. Harry Bloor gone straight down the inside. Leo left a bit of a gap there. And looks like Harry Bloor just sneaking through there. See Harley Mason now on the Bill Arch chassis. He's going to have a look at trying to make some moves here.
Off your screen, there is a contact warning for Harry Bloor. It's no real surprise because they're all running so closely that somebody's going to get a warning. This could be a very important couple of laps here for Aidan Mitchell. We're going to have a look at his lap times and he comes through. He's the fastest lap of the race so far. But Aidan Mitchell really has got to put a couple of good laps in here to try and break away from this furious battle for second place. Second down to about 9th place. He'd almost throw a cover over them. They are that close, and it looks like Bloor, Robinson, Bryant all fighting away, too close to call as the leader makes his way up towards the finish line. Mitchell looking strong at the front. Are going to check that lap time when he goes through, and another very strong lap time, 43.8. So all of the action here, Charlie, for second place, but Aidan Mitchell putting in some very strong laps here to try and break away.
Well, whilst everyone was battling, Aidan Mitchell just slammed the door, said bye-bye, and he's off. He's gone on another plane. He's off to, I don't know, Barbados, wherever he wants to go. It looks like Harry Bloor there in second, holding this pack. He's got quite a long pack to hold back from. He doesn't want to look behind because, might scare him a bit. But, yeah, it looks like the field's starting to spread out just a little bit. There's a couple of drivers making a few mistakes while trying to battle through the field. There's Harley Mason going for a move on Leo Robinson. He's trying to make some moves up, trying to get onto that top 3. The Johan Kalichern, I told you he'd be up there, and he is up here. At Johan Kalichern looking for a move to turn 1. I think he's already got one before the straight. So brilliant move there by Johan Kalichern. Harry Bloor still holding P2.
And Patrick Leaf, who looked impressive earlier on in the pre-final on the heats this morning, he's shown some good pace, but he really needs to try and get past Harry Bloor. Of course, he's not going to give that lead up lightly. Leaf incidentally setting the fastest lap of the race as we see Harry Bloor a little bit defensive, guarding that apex when he goes into the corner. There's the race leader, Aidan Mitchell, and as you can see, about a 2-second gap last time round. He is in the perfect position in this final as all of a sudden Harry Bloor getting defensive, going through Kimbolton, and Aidan Mitchell charging over the line. Leaf trying to get through, forced wide onto the tarmac there. He doesn't look too happy with Harry Bloor there. What do you say, Charlie? Should these drivers be working together here to try and catch up with the race leader?
100%. I don't know why they would, think to keep battling. When Patrick Leaf knows. That's why he's stipulating. We need to go. We need to push up to Aidan, because Aidan's gone already. Like, he's already in Dan Weldon. They haven't even made it to Dan Weldon yet. So it looks like Aidan, not trying to jinx him, but he's already looking pretty strong for this win in the final. But it's all going to come down to second and third who can take the final spaces there. But Leo Robinson is going to try and look and getting a good run out the last corner, which I think which he did. So Patrick Leaf might have to look at going defensive. Yes, he does. But Leo Robinson down on the inside. Here he goes. Perfect move there. Lined it up perfectly. Come out the last corner to get the run down into turn 1, and now Harry Bloor is going to see that Leo's made a move, so he can try and get away from the pack as quick as possible.
So tense moments here in second place. Still the number 11 Bloor looking good in second place, holding off the rest of the drivers, but this is still all allowing the race leader Aidan Mitchell, who hasn't had much coverage here because he's in a world of his own right now, running so well at the front of the field. All of the action here is for second place. Mitchell running superbly over the line. He goes to complete another lap. The gap between first and second is 2.7 seconds. We've just got under 6 minutes plus the 1 lap on the clock as Robinson nips down the inside this time.
Right,
nips
so
through.
Leo Robinson into the lead of the race. No, not lead, second. You don't even realise Aidan Mitchell was already leading. But Leo Robinson into P2. I think most drivers might be happy with that, saying Harry Bloor was causing a bit of a train, having to defend most places when all the drivers really wanted to was to push away and catch up to this pack, because Aidan's already gone and he just keeps extending. There's a bit of a tap on the back, and Harry Bloor's going straight back in. Johan Kalichern from the back of the grid's going in. He wants a bit of taste of this.
Kalichern's come through quite nicely now in fourth position, just having a peek on the rear wheel of Leo Robinson when he nips down the inside of second. A little bit of bar bang in there between second and third. We can see the side wheel there just getting a little nudge as they make their way through the first couple of corners. Still Aidan Mitchell leading the race by 3.2 seconds. So all of the time, this battle of a second place is still allowing Aidan Mitchell to pull away. And this is, for Aidan Mitchell, fantastic for him, of course. He's just got to keep his head down, look down the track, put some good laps in, and there he is, just disappearing out of the shot there and running his own race at the front as all of the action for second place. So Leo Robinson finally holding on to that second place, because Harry Bloor looking very strong in that third place. Still some more bang in there. One or two of the side pods getting a little bit of rubber on the side there, and Johan Kalichern getting involved in the mix here well and truly now as well. William Bryant, Harley Mason, Jack Stewart, Harrison Morrow, Daniela Sutton and Adam Bourne a bit further behind, with Tom Strefford, Will Braithwaite and Monty Braithwaite rounding out the field.
Patrick Leaf really trying to find a place for here, but there's Aidan Mitchell flying at the moment, just extending that gap like he owns the place, more like. Leo Robinson following through in P2, just trying to find a way to try and catch this field, but he kind of needs to pull away from this gap and just keep trying to go for Aidan, but he can't, because Harry Bloor is trying to find any way through. I think there might be some wise words from the other drivers about Harry's driving in this race. Not saying it's bad, but what could have been for the drivers if they worked together as a team. Because although they're in different teams, it all just comes down to teamwork at the end. And Johan uses a bit of the curve there. Johan's going to go for P2. There's a bit of rubbing with Harry Bloor and Leo Robinson. And Leo Robinson has to drop all the way down to about 7th or 8th position. But Johan Kalichern into P2. of this race. That is brilliant driving, making up about 12 places, I believe.
Yeah, he's come through very well. He has picked up a warning flag in terms of some of the bumping out there. As I say earlier, perhaps no surprise because these drivers running so tightly together. But there is a little bit of trading paint, so to speak, as they make their way through Kimbolton Corner. Aidan Mitchell charging away all on his own. He's already gone through the Stowe corner as this battle of seconds still rages away. So this time it's Johan Kalichern who has been very impressive in this final. I think perhaps what Charlie was saying earlier, this might be an opportunity lost for these chasing guys because they really have been going at it hammer and tongs in the early stage of the race. But all this has really done is allow Aidan Mitchell to run his own race. He's just disappeared out of shot there. You can see just how far down the track he is. He's almost 7 seconds ahead of this fight for second place. With the greatest respect to Aidan Mitchell, who's running so well. These guys, all of these ones in second down to about 7th place, could challenge him for the lead, but they're all fighting amongst themselves here.
7-second gap, that is unheard of in karting, just because of how close these guys are. But Aidan's just thought of this perfectly, and it's just, it's going to let everyone drive away. It's going to let everyone just, battle their way, and he'll drive off. But yeah, Johan Kalichern, brilliant driving through the final. He had a bit of a struggle in the pre-final. He had to come in due to some damage.
I'll tell you what, just to interrupt here, Charlie, I think it must be the stage now for Aidan Mitchell where he's coming out of some of these corners. He was leaving Dan Weldon just as this pack was coming down the Derek's corner on that little straight there, so he'll see just how far ahead he is, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting head down. He's still, to be fair, even though he's all the way far in front, I don't think he fully realises that. That's 3 wide. Coming out of the start-finish line, we've got Johan Kalichern, Harry Bloor, Patrick Leaf. Who's going to take it? I think it might be Patrick Leaf. But here's a 97 of William Blant as well. Harry Bloor to the inside. Is he going to look at getting past? Oh, they're side by side. Oh, that was really close there. And Patrick Leaf still holds it.
And I tell you, William Bryant did well there. He was in the whole group that just bumped onto the curb momentarily. Did well to save it there and stay in position. Kalichern then dropping a couple of positions from Harry Bloor. And it looks like Patrick Leaf getting involved, and it's now Leaf that leads this little group of drivers. And of course, Aidan Mitchell's still too far gone. So, for all intents and purposes, Mitchell, unless he makes a mistake, has pretty much wrapped things up. He's just got to keep it ahead. Here we see that battle into the first corner here, Charlie, all very close. It did look like Bryant this time receiving a warning flag along with Leo Robinson. So the stewards are signing this is getting a little bit tasty out there.
Well, I can see why they was thinking that. I think Harry Bloor taking quite a tight line into the first corner, but Leo Robinson really trying to find a way through. William Blant trying to find a way through as well. They both got really strong pace, but nothing compared to Aidan Mitchell in a world of his own right now. He's getting another second to add on to the 7 seconds he had already, nearly 8 seconds now. You can see Harrison Morrow in there. He's on one of our onboard cameras. I don't know if we can see a shot of that as yet, but Harley Mason running a bit wide there at the last corner. But here comes Patrick Leaf into at P2 and Harry Bloor in P3. Aidan Mitchell was unheard of at this point. He's absolutely drove off.
Just to add to that as well, actually, Aidan Mitchell squeezing through past the finish line with about 4 seconds left on the clock. So he has effectively made this race go on for one more lap. There he is. There we get an idea just how far ahead he is. He's all on his own. He'll have a nice quiet run here as he comes through to take the 1 lap board, and the gap incredibly 9 seconds because the fight's still continuing further back in our inset there for second place. Down the inside, that was like Harry Bloor having a look. 1 lap to go for Aidan Mitchell. He's having a superb race here. Oh, and there's trouble there with 22 there. That's Patrick Leaf.
Patrick Leaf,
into the barriers.
Front runners, has gone off, and now he's really real shame for him. But yeah, Aidan Mitchell, you can see on the straights, he really ducks his head. They called it the human DRS. He's pushing that hard, and he's been consistent every lap, and head down, pushing all across the line. But there's so many drivers here, but it can only be one by one. And Aidan Mitchell, final corner, is going to win our first final of the weekend. Aidan Mitchell on top in Junior TKM.
And doesn't he look happy? Who can blame him, because he ran a superb race. Here comes the fight for second place. It looks like it's going to be Bloor in second, Robinson from Bryant, Kalichern, Morrow, Mason, Sutton and Stewart as close as that. Tom Strefford and Will Braithwaite a bit further behind. Monty Braithwaite a lap down in 12th. Adam Bourne and the unfortunate Patrick Leaf's kart's being pushed away into the infield. He was out of the race in the closing stages, but Aidan Mitchell winning the race by just a shade under 10 seconds.
Brilliant driving there. Just took full advantage of all the battling behind him and just drove away from a brilliant race. There's Patrick Leaf there, helmet off, in a lot of shame, and it must be very, very hard for a driver to push all that way just to be lost on the final lap. You can see it's just a bit of a shame, and obviously the Marshall's team helping him get that kart secured.
That's the unfortunate lady who slipped over early on, helping to get that kart off the track, so evidently she's okay, and back to recovery duties here. Another stricken kart needs getting off the course. I think it's an opportune moment to have a shout out for the Orange Army, the army of track marshals, the flag marshals, the crews helping to recover these karts off the circuit, of course keeping things nice and safe for the drivers. And here we see Leaf, of course. You'll notice when he took the overalls off, of course, he's got that almost like a corset around his waist. That, of course, is the rib protector, and just explain to us why we have rib protectors in karting.
Yeah, so the rib protector, well, obviously it's in the name. It helps protect the ribs from any serious pain, because with the sort of G-force and amount of force that is pushed on our bodies, side by side when we're going through corners at quick speeds, it can really take a turn on our bodies, and it stops any damage from our ribs being injured.
So right onto the track now we go through for our second final of the afternoon. It's the Micromax and the Hondas. Any moment now we should be looking at how they line up. We've seen plenty of action. The Micromax looking rather clear cut at the moment, with that guy, of course, did say the number 10. Whether we're going to go through for another lap here, because we have still got a kart being recovered. I think the Marshals opting to keep that on the infield for now, as we look at Jensen Sale, of course, has been unstoppable in the Micromax from Charlie Page, Lucian Smith, James Devereaux, Maximilian Braskov and Kevin Ivanov making that the Micromax field, who I think are coming through very shortly. Of course, Theo Hamilton, Finley Beals, James Fulbrook-Harmer, George Wheeldon, with the Hondas a bit further behind as the Micromax get underway into the first corner, charging through. Of course, the number 10 of Jensen Sale really has been the driver to beat.
There's a spinner.
Oh, yes.
That's a 33. That looks like it was Charlie Page, so one of our front runners, spinning and off the lead pack. So quite unfortunate for him. But Jensen Sale, brilliant start there.
Well, he's got away back into the pack there, Charlie Page. He hasn't lost too much time, so he's going to already get his head down and charge away. The Hondas have got away as well. There's the 77 in second place. Maximilian Braskov's had a good start up to second position. The Hondas getting away with Kevin Ivanov, Theo Hamilton, Finley Beals a little bit further behind on their first lap. And Jensen Sale coming into this one really as the favourite, although in these early stages, Maximilian Braskov really making an effort here to try and keep the leader, keep him honest, I would say, as the number 50 of Kevin Ivanov looking good at the start of the Hondas. And just tell us, Charlie, of course, these young drivers got some prizes on offer as well.
Well, yeah, I think quite young age to be winning prizes at this age, but yeah, brilliant offers, brilliant prizes on offer. Thank you to our sponsors, Sports Form Bedford, for supplying some caps for our podium drivers. But the winner in Micromax will also win a free set of slick tyres,
which is not to be sniffed at there, because these we were talking about earlier, of course, here, Charlie, with the tyres. They are restricted how long they can use, these limited amount of tyres they can use. We're looking at about 150 quid for a set of tyres for one of these, and they have got a limited shelf life as well.
Yeah, I mean, they can, depending on how you push on a tyre, they can be ruined after a session or after a day. It looked like Jensen Sale opened the flap on his radiator on his Rotax kart to allow more airflow to get into the engine, to maybe cool down the engine. Because you might be able to see on their steering wheel, they're gonna have they have this thing called a data logger. The data logger will tell them everything that's going on whilst going around. So they'll tell them lap times, the temperature of the engine, and everything else that's going on. So all you have to do is look down and you can see what's happening. There's like temperature sensors that will connect to the data logger, and then once they come back, they can plug something in and connect and take all the data that they need from that data logger to maximise the setups and stuff off track.
And like you say, of course, Jensen Sale, he'll have that readout on the steering wheel, and of course that would allow them as well to be aware of what the kart's doing, and like I say, perhaps adjust with the radiator as well to adjust the airflow if they need to keep the kart running prime as well. So even for these young drivers, a little bit of looking after the machine and driving to the conditions as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can see everyone using the human DRS, as they call it, to, you know, try and get as much speed as possible down the straights as they can. It's really smart how these young kids, you know, can work out a lot of science behind, you know, how they can maximise the speed on track. But obviously they'll have, you know, mechanics and people helping them, because it's such a friendly community karting. So there's a lot of people on hand to, you know, help you if you are struggling by any chance.
With Jensen Sale looking good, 2.5 seconds at the front of the Micromax class. The Hondas looking quite close here. It looks like Kevin Ivanov just pulling away slightly, but we've got the number 77 in second place there, Maximilian Braskov from the Micromax. There is the race leader. So Jensen Sale by no means running away with things at the moment. He has got a bit of a cushion there, 2.5 seconds, but certainly can't afford any kind of a mistake. So in the Hondas we've got Kevin Ivanov in 6th position, moving up towards the top of the circuit. And we've got, he's running quite well in 6th place. It's Theo Hamilton and George Wheeldon battling closely for 2nd and 3rd place. Jack Fulbrook-Karma and Finley Beals, who ran pretty strongly in the pre-final, but at the back of the field right now, I think hit some trouble earlier on in the race. Just going to keep an eye on Charlie Page, of course, the 5th place driver. 9.7 seconds down in 5th place. He dropped to the back of the field on the first corner. Still working hard to try and catch up with the rest of the field, but this battle now really starting to develop for 2nd place. This will really work in Jensen Sale's favour, but Lucian Smith putting the pressure on Maximilian Braskov.
Yes, brilliant driving by the top 3 here in the Micromax, especially these two. Oh, there's a move there. That looks like Lucian Smith down the inside on this Project 1 chassis is on the inside of Maximilian Braskov. They're going to go side, wheel to wheel down into the first corner. Will Maximilian have a look? No, but he doesn't. But Lucian Smith, they're going to be running quite close together now to try and, you know, try and see if they can catch up to Jensen Sale. But Jensen, in a world of his own right now, just, you know, driving a perfect race, as he's done in every heat so far, all the qualifying, every race he's done.
So just got over 5.5 minutes to go, and this could be the opportunity Jensen Sale needs here to put a couple of good, strong laps in here, try and pull away from this battle for 2nd place. They've been keeping him honest at the start of the race here, but Jensen Sale is just starting to pull away slightly as Lucian Smith and Maximilian Braskov having a great battle here for 2nd place. It looks like Smith has made the advantage count here. A little bit further back, it's still Kevin Ivanov that leads the Hondas quite comfortably. He's up through the top of the circuit now at Dan Weldon corner in the meantime as the battle goes on for 2nd place. Braskov still having a look. Kevin Ivanov leading the Honda cadets up to the top of the circuit. We've got Theo Hamilton 2nd, Jack Fulbrook-Karma, George Wheeldon and Finley Beals, but all the action here on this fight for 2nd place as they start to we see James Devery just falling a little bit further behind. There goes the race leader Jensen Sale through Dan Weldon, and still all the time the 77 of Maximilian Braskov keeping the pressure on Lucian Smith in 2nd place.
Yeah, so obviously these drivers will both be able to you know, win some prizes if they finish how they are, but obviously they want to win on track because, yeah, just for bragging rights. But obviously, yeah, Jensen Sale driving a brilliant race so far. Just, you know, over 3 seconds gap already. Driving a brilliant race here.
And here we see once again Braskov having a look down the inside, just cutting a little bit further back. We see Kevin Ivanov all on his own in 6th place and leading the Hondas quite comfortably. Gives you an idea of the gap between him and the 2nd place driver Theo Hamilton, with another bigger gap there between Hamilton and Jack Fulbrook-Karma. 8th on the track, 3rd in the Honda category, a little bit further behind there, of course, running the 4-stroke Honda engines. And there we see the number 86 of Finley Beals, and he ran very well in the pre-final, hasn't really gone his way in the final so far. He's just been lapped by the leaders, as again Braskov just shadowing the rear wheels of Lucian Smith as they make their way back down the straight. They are starting to close up on some of the tail enders and still having that great battle for 2nd place.
So obviously Jensen Sale lapping these drivers is going to have to plan corners and corners before where he's going to overtake these drivers, because obviously he doesn't want to lose as much time as he can. But obviously, yeah, overtaking these drivers brilliantly. But on our screens, Lucian Smith versus Maximilian Braskov. brilliant driving by these two so far. The Project One and the OTK. The OTK chassis group, really big and popular at the moment. Many drivers choosing to run with them, so obviously there's always something good about them if they're being chosen by a lot of drivers.
So Braskov again having a look, just shadowing the back wheels there, coming through the Kimbolton corner. Jensen Sell leading the race. We've got another runaway winner here as things stand at the moment, with the gap around about 5 seconds. So Sell just losing a few tenths on that previous lap as he picks his way through the back markers. We'll say back marks, of course. These are the Honda drivers who started further back, of course, but he's about to close up on the 94 Jack Paul Bracaba. As we look at our fight for second place, as they close up on the Hondas, fighting for position there. Looks like George Wilden and Finley Beals, as the second place battle just filtering through. They are through Derek's corner, quite a technical part of the track, not the ideal place to encounter slower drivers, as the 94 of Jack Paul Bracaba, who is third in the Honda so far, has just been lapped by Jensen Sell, who is looking very smooth and now has a clear track in front of him with just over 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, good job by George Wilden to get out of the way of those quick Micromax drivers coming through. But obviously Jensen Sell doing a brilliant job here, leading through, just gone through the first sector as he speaks. Head down, he's just, driving lap for lap, being as consistent as he can. Brilliant driving here.
Yeah, he's looking very smooth. Look at Jensen Sell again, the minimal input on the steering wheel, keeping it nice and smooth. Of course, the more you make the kart slide about in these corners, the more momentum you lose, the slower you go, and you'll see. Let's just watch him now as he goes through Kestrel Corner, heading towards Kimbolton. Again, minimal movements on the steering wheel, just letting the kart do the work, keeping those nice smooth lines. He looks very slow and steady going through the corners, but that's the objective, really, just keep it nice and smooth. And he's put in another fast lap time with 1 minute 20 on the clock, lapping still in the 47-second region. So he is putting in some pretty good laps so far and leading now by 6.1 seconds. Jensen Sell making his way through the willows and all on his own as he counts the laps down.
Well, it's just like I was saying with the TKMs, like being smooth, it might look slow, but it's definitely quicker.
That's the thing, you watch a good kart driver, especially if they're on their own, for example, they've got nothing to compare it with, they just look like they're cruising around, don't they? And then they cross the line, you see the lap times, and it's almost like the slower you look, the faster you are.
Yeah, I've definitely had that myself, where, you think, you come back off track and you go to your dad and you say, oh, well, this didn't feel good, but and then your dad comes back to you and says, well, you're quicker. And you think, well, how's that happened?
And this can be difficult sometimes when we look at, for example, the previous race and, of course, Sale here. You're on your own, you've got no real vantage point or no chasing point to go against. There's no real battling going on. You're just on your own at the front of the race here. But this, in its own way, can be difficult sometimes to keep the concentration up and just to keep getting those apexes right and keep moving.
Yeah, well, when you're on your own, it's very easy to make mistakes.
Trouble here with 46 there. That was, I think that's the Honda battle. Oh no, my apologies. That's James Devereux and Charlie Page, who was fighting through the field, of course. And Devereux didn't look too happy there, did he?
No, but now we're going on to the final lap. We have got Jensen Sale leading the way. So, he's done it in qualifying. He got pole in qualifying. He's led every single lap of every single heat this weekend. Heat 1, P1. Heat 2, P1. Heat 3, P1. Pre-final, P1. And there's only one, and just going off that, there's only one place he can be. He'll catch some of the Honda drivers, but they'll get out the way. Ooh, I say that. Hamilton holding his line.
I think he'll want to try and, well, I don't think he will now, but he wants to try and stay on the lead lap with Kevin Ivanov. But now Jensen Sell gets through, and with one corner to go, looks set to cap off the perfect weekend.
Well, he win it all. He's going to win it all. He's going to get 3 set of tyres. It's Jensen Sale who wins in Micromax.
And, of course, with him lapping Theo Hamilton on the final lap, that pretty much means that Kevin Ivanov will win the Honda Cadets. He's the last driver on the lead, lap number 50, and he's just got to get round with... Oh, no, it looks like Hamilton still... Well, he's classed as a finisher here, but Hamilton still stayed on the track here, which he wouldn't... That last lap won't count for him because he was lapped. Smith in second, Braskov third, Charlie Page in fourth. The unfortunate James Devereux finishing fifth. Just one driver left on... Well, Theo Hamilton has gone through over the line. He was lapped, so this lap he's still chasing the race leader Kevin Ivanov, but that won't count. As here he comes Ivanov. He's looked very good so far. He's going to take the victory.
So yeah, Ivanov will come around the last corner. He'll win in Honda Cadets. Brilliant driving by him. Looks like Theo Hamilton's going to come around in second place. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer was in third. George Wilden was fourth. And Finley Beals looked like he had to retire with a couple of laps left. So quite unfortunate for him.
Yeah, it was a shame for Finley Beals because he looked quite good in the pre-final, but he never really seemed to get going in the A final, just didn't look on the pace, and, like I say, pulling the cart off the circuit in the closing stages, so one can only assume there's some kind of setup or mechanical issue for him there, so that's a real shame. But congratulations to Kevin Ivanov for winning the Honda element of the final, and, of course, Jensen Sale, who has been unstoppable all weekend. We're going to move on to our TKM Extreme category in just a few moments, and we'll have a look at the grid in a few moments, but there are still some pretty good prizes on offer.
Right, so same prizes as before, proudly supplied by Sports Form Bedford, and we also got some more podium prizes by Talco who run the TKM engines and everything. So starting grid, I'm looking forward to this one. Are you? Yeah,
this looks like it's going to be a very close one. The first few laps are going to be very important indeed, and this is how they line up after the pre-final. Charlie King from James Morley, row 2, Kian Bennett and Luke Jarman, with Joseph Booth and Alfie Garford. James Whittaker and Charlie Whitehouse making up row number 4 from Sean Abbott, Michael Cornell. Row number 6, Aaron Lask and Kai Springfield. And then moving on to the 7th row of the grid as the drivers make their way out onto the course. We've got Jake Cox, Gareth Haynes. Row 8 is Oliver Bowen and Joe Cheek. Row number 9 is Bradley Pegg and Olivia Jakins in 18th position. And as the last of the drivers leave the grid, the rest of the field made it with Luke Woodward on row number 10 from William Bloom, David Haynes, Elio Alessandro in 22nd place, Jessica Fitch-Hall and Spencer Lane in 24th position on row number 12. Jem Kiddy, Reese Porter, Al Patterson, Alexander Page 28th, Will Day and Archie Strong in 30th, rounding out the 15th row of the grid in this packed final. Thomas Warner, Joel Lask and Jack Dan rounding out the 33 driver field. The start here is going to be vital.
So definitely watch out for Jack Dan. He got P4 last year in the TKM Festival, so we're going to have to see what will happen. But tram lines are in, it's the final, here we go, and Charlie King will lead us down into turn 1. Who's that on the outside? That's James Morley, but Charlie King's going to hold it. Kian Bennett will go through. Joseph Booth will also try and go through as well on a TWM chassis. But James Morley, it looks like he had a bad start there. He's only dropped it to P7. Here we are on board with, I can't see who that is, but it might be Alfred Garford again. So yeah, brilliant start by Charlie King, who's got into P1. Kian Bennett.
Yeah, looking very good there. 1 or 2 drivers pushed onto the gravel there, but nothing too serious. Look at that fantastic rear view. Gives you a real idea of how close and competitive this is on the first lap and how low to the ground you are as well. But Charlie King looking strong as they make their way through. Bit of trouble towards the back of the field, but everyone's still in the race. It's a relatively clean start, I would say. 1 or 2 dropping off into contention, but the leaders all getting through safely on that first lap. Charlie King leads from Kian Bennett, and look how close they run on the onboard as well. That rear-facing camera giving you a real idea of how close the drivers are at the battle towards the front of the field. So it looks like Booth up to 3rd, Jarman in 4th, Whittaker, Garford, 1.3 seconds with James Morley in 7th place. Very good competitive start there as they all make their way through that opening few laps.
Yeah, you can see on that onboard how hard the tyre's working, you know, just to try and hold on. It's probably screaming if it had a voice, but Charlie King leading the way, Kian Bennett P2, Joseph Booth rounding out the top 3. Charlie King, brilliant start. He won it last year after coming P2 on track, I believe. But yeah, brilliant start by Charlie King. He's definitely wanting to win this one. Luke Jarman coming for a move for the top 3. Joseph Booth getting pushed wide, and Luke Jarman coming through. I can't see who else that is. That might be James Whittaker, who's been there or thereabouts all weekend, but finally making his big name for himself. Alfie Garfield on that Wear Tools Academy sticker kit coming straight through. Into, I think that was P5 or P4.
Yeah, he's been battling for 5th place. Look out for Alfie Garford here in the number 88, because he's putting a good lap there, and he is looking threatening just that little bit further behind. As we look down towards the onboard camera, we can see the number 45 of Joseph Booth. So this is Kian Bennett in 2nd place, just 1 ahead of him now. He might get a pass for the lead here. There goes Bennett into the lead. So our onboard camera takes the lead, and we should see the number 6 of Charlie King. Well, we won't, because King has gone back through into the lead. There you see him, and again you see on the rear-facing camera, just at eye level, just how close this battle is. You can see for yourself from the main shot that we've got a very close battle lead here with Cian Bennett, Charlie King, Luke Jarman, all fighting away. But again, the drivers make it all look so smooth, Charlie, but that onboard camera fixed to the car shows that it's very tough out there.
Well, yeah, the camera shows how fierce these drivers are pushing. Watch out for Archie Strong, though, already making up 12 places. Garford for second place on the inside of Cian Bennett. Cian Bennett been brilliant this weekend. Really good to see him so high up. James Whittaker in P4, Charlie King leading the way. Back on board with Alfie Garford. Brilliant camera shots this is. You see the exhaust, you see the brakes. You can see how hard and hot and how burnt they look. There's a rear bumper as well. You'll probably see the driver behind getting right on the back of it. So you see on a small screen, Charlie King still leading the way through Dan Weldon. But yeah, this onboard camera it really shows how every bump you can feel every bump, and how much the cart wants to slide out of control, and you just have to hold on and fear for dear life, as they might say.
Goes without saying, of course, no suspension on these carts is part of the nature of the sport. It really is physical out there, and great innovation there to have that rear-facing camera to give more of an idea what's going on for the drivers as well. As Charlie King doing a great job here of holding on to this battle now. I think there's some good racecraft here. It looks like Alfie Garford just having a look on the inside, but no one really pushing too hard at this stage. You have still got 7 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this race. There's still a very long way to go, and we'll just have a look on this next half lap or so. They're having a little peek. Let's see if there's any overtaking goes on here, but I think they are running quite tactically at the moment, as Charlie King still looks as smooth as ever. Garford just watching in second. Was nipping down the inside there. Cian Bennett with a nice clean move there. They're running very closely here, Charlie, but of course no one really too keen to be too aggressive behind the leader, because they've all got to stay in contention here. Well, yeah, but as you say that, Garford looking for a move. But yeah, I mean, they don't want to make a move at the moment, because unless it's for the lead, because look, just because of that move, Charlie King has tried to get a bit of an advantage there, but obviously Cian Bennett is thinking, right, we need to catch on this pack and get to Charlie before I get overtaken again. Or at least attempted to, but yeah. So I think Garford needs to rethink about what he's doing. Try and think of how am I supposed to catch up to this pack and get onto the back of Charlie King, because I mean at the moment Charlie King's leading a strong race here, but we still got about over 6 minutes. We just got under 6 minutes left, and there's Alfie Garford for second place. Brilliant move there, James Whittaker. On one of the last laps, James Whittaker was fastest in the third sector, so definitely watch out for him. He's got the pace, so all he has to do is make up some positions. But Charlie King leading the way here. Yeah, Charlie King looking very strong at the moment, and Cian Bennett just watching in second with Alfie. Of course, Alfie Garford back to second place now, but it's all very tactical here. We've got 5.5 minutes to go. Charlie King doing a nice job of holding on to this race. Garford just watching in second. Everyone working well here, some good racecraft. They're all running so closely, but there's been no incidents out there. It looks like number 15, James Whittaker, now he's up to third. And again, Charlie King goes defensive on the inside. That's going to compromise his cornering speed, of course, and that's going to allow Garford to keep on their second place. Garford there, close followed by Whittaker, James Morley and Cian Bennett all running very closely as they make their way through Derek's corner once again. Still Charlie King leading the way. And King just driving a little bit defensively on a few of those corners there as Alfie Garford keeps that pressure on in second place. They make their way through the Dan Weldon corner, down TKM straight, and we'll watch them here as they make their way through Kestrel corner, heading towards Kimbolton, and again Extreme on the inside there from Charlie King. He really is driving defensively. It's a tough thing sometimes here, Charlie. We've got to go defensive or to try and attack and get down the road. Well, yeah, I mean, if you see there's a cut catching you a lot, you need to go defensive wise. James Whittaker, as I say that, for P2 looks like Alfie Garford left a bit of room trying and get past Charlie King, and James Whittaker hasn't been this high this whole weekend, so definitely looking good for him. You may have seen there as well, Whittaker gesticulating, pointing down the road as well. Everyone's got to work together now. Yeah, I mean, he wants to get away with Charlie King, and that sounds like a plan. Or it could be to Alfie Garford, but that's a move. That's James Morley down
into P3, looks like. He definitely wants to win this one because it got so taken away from him in Junior TKM last year. He was so close, and it just got swiped away just like the flick of an eye.
You saw there Charlie King as well. He's communicating with Whittaker by the looks of things, because he's not quite a defensive now. They're trying to work to pull away, I think, here. It's going to be difficult from that chasing pack. I think Whittaker just trying to get away from that second place battle here and staying on the back of Charlie King.
Yeah, it looks like James Whittaker is listening, but I don't think James Morley's going to have any of it. We'll have to see what he throws into the game. Yeah, and that's exactly what I mean. James Morley into P2. Alfie Garford going to have a look, but got a bit sideswiped there. James Morley in P2. Brilliant move there into the last corner, but Charlie King leading the race here.
Yeah, Charlie King opening that entry into Stowe Corner once again. Just trying to pull that pack down the road. He was quite defensive a couple of laps ago. Now seems to have opened up. We've got a new challenger here with James Morley. We've got just under 3 minutes left to go. Fair to say that any one of these 6 drivers could win this race. They all seem to be working together quite well here. They're not letting any one particular driver get further ahead, so Charlie King leads the pack at the moment. He's counting down the clock. 2.5 minutes plus 1 to go in this TKM Extreme final. And this is the race that matters, of course, and everyone just playing it cool here, because it's all going to kick off in the next few laps here. It's going to be the crunch part of the race. At the moment, Charlie King leading the way, and everyone just trying to work together to stay in touch with each other.
Well, it's so hard to give you a normal running order because they're all so close together. They're always swapping and every lap. And there's Alfie Garford on board. I think that's James Whittaker behind us. Is he going to look for a move? I don't think so. Alfie's going to, hold his line. That's the best bit to do when, someone's behind you. You want to show that you don't want to lose the precision. You want to just keep going forward. So just hold your line. But here's Charlie King defending heavy into the Kestrel corner, into last corner. He'll be right on that white line, trying to fully cover off. That's Keane Bennett going a bit wide. I think that was Luke Jarman going on the inside of him. And as I said, Archie Strong is here. Oh, yellow flag. That's like Luke Jarman, one of our top leaders, right at the front, and he's spun, so facing the wrong way. That is not ideal for him, but Charlie King has pulled a massive gap, so I don't know what happened there, but James Whittaker's fell back a little bit, so we might have to see if we can get a replay of that. But
yeah, that all happened so quick there. The unfortunate Luke Jarman, the marshal's helping. He's told him the track's clear, so he's back onto the circuit now with 1 minute to go, plus the 1 lap. So one challenger pretty much dropping out of contention. We have got a clear track, though. Great job from the marshals to make sure that was all cleared safely. And Charlie King still leading the way as they make their way down the straight. It's a little bit of a gap now with James Morley, of course, dropping a few places. Whittaker moves up to second place. Michael Cornell in third. It's just opened up ever so slightly, and now the battle seems to be on for third place, with Michael Cornell in the number 8. Up to third now from Archie Strong, Keane Bennett, Gareth Haynes. Alfie Garford, of course, part of that incident on the previous lap, drops down to 7th position, with Joseph Booth just behind, and Olivia Jenkins up to 9.
Yeah, I mean, Michael Cornell on one of the oldest chassis on the grid, really showing how it can still be done no matter what year chassis you're on, because all these top tier drivers are going to be always getting new equipment, because they always want their equipment to be the best. And it looks like we're going to be catching one of the lap drivers here, Elio Denalessandro. He might be having a few problems there, but yeah, Charlie King driving brilliantly, trying to make it back-to-back wins. Here's Alfie Garford on board. Looks like we've still got either James Morley, I think that is, but here comes who's that? That's Spencer Lane here from the back of the grid. So Spencer Lane, brilliant driving by him. He's made up 24 places into the top 10. Brilliant driving by him. He's going to try and make that P9 by getting past Alfie Garford, but we're just going to have to see. He comes through the Weldon complex, and Archie Strong, brilliant driving there. I think Archie Strong's actually got into P3, so that is brilliant stuff from him, from P30 to P3. Brilliant stuff. And now we're going on to the final lap of the race. Charlie King, he started third. It was third last year, coming out the final corner, managed to win by not by much, about 500, if I can remember. So it was so close. This is one of the strongest fields here this weekend. So many quick drivers. They're all still side by side. Here's Alfie Garford on board. Brilliant driving by him so far as well. representing the Wearer Tools Academy car so well. There's Elio D'Alessandro. He's got a bit of damage, but Charlie King, brilliant driving. There's 34 drivers, I believe, here, but it can only be won by one driver, and that is Charlie King in TKM Extreme. Wins here in TKM Festival. Wins here at Kimbolton. What a drive. What an accomplishment.
A little bit of trouble further down the field on the last lap with Joe Cheek dropping out of contention there, but everyone else seems to be getting through okay. So James Whittaker just half a second down in second place. Archie Strong in third. Michael Cornell finishing fourth in that older kart there. Good performance from him, running very well amongst the leaders. From Kean Bennett just a little bit further behind in fifth place. Alfie Garford recovering to sixth from Joseph Booth. Olivia Jenkins moving up to 8th place in the closing stages. Spencer Lane and William Bloom running up the top 10 with Gareth Haynes, Sean Abbott, Oliver Bowen a little bit further behind. The top 15 actually covered by just 8 seconds, so very competitive end to that extreme TKM Extreme class. But Charlie King, who came under a lot of pressure in that race, and it just seemed to work itself out for him there in the closing stages. And of course that incident with Luke Jarman spinning out just seemed to thin that leading pack down, and Charlie King was able to take advantage.
Brilliant driving there. If you can see down in Parc Ferme where all the drivers will let out their emotions. You know, some will be happy of a brilliant result, some will be, you know, a bit frustrated about what could have gone wrong. You see there's Luke Bennett chatting to Jessica Flitch-Hall. There's a few drivers, you know, trying to think about what they could have done. We can see Joe Cheek being pushed back, so obviously he's retired, so I don't think he was singing in the rain today. Yeah, he was up towards the Derek's corner later on as we look at the post-race emotions here, and the scrutineering course will take place. And there you see, of course, perfect eye view of those tyres. Now, we were talking about those earlier on today, and the class is pretty much limited on the amount of tyres they can use during a weekend. Of course, for a weekend warrior, it'd be okay to run those tyres, but in terms of competitive, when they start to go, they can really got to look after those tyres. We see just how hard they work. Well, yeah, and also you'll see somebody walk around with photos, getting cameras done, and taking pictures of the front fairing. So that was the 48 of Olivia Jenkins, maybe getting a penalty at the end of this race.
So the TKM Clubman coming up in a few moments for their final, and as you can see, it's still it is warm up in the commentary booth, but out on the track there is quite a breeze coming through here. It is quite an open stretch of land, stretch of the country here in Cambridgeshire at the Kimbolton circuit, as the Extreme moving on to the TKM to the Clubman class now as they make their way through for their final. Touch wood, I would say that the rain hasn't really been a factor this afternoon. Let's hope that is the case. We've seen a couple of rain showers causing trouble, so let's hope that is not the case anymore, as the Clubman lineup as follows. The impressive Craig Summers leading them away from Guy Tolley, Matthew Swanston and Jack Crisp in fourth, Callum Hambley and James Munro. And the final two rows of the grid made up of Ben Spencer, Adam Kent, Scott Hambley and Tom Bird. So any one of about 4 or 5 drivers potentially, when you look at the heat and the pre-final early on, could be in with a possibility of taking the flag here as they make their way around the final corner onto the line. So they've got to get through the tram lines and get the start underway. Here we go. So the final for the Clubman underway. Great start there from Summers into the first corner. Tolley alongside him, but down the inside just having a peek there. Matthew Swanston with a good start. He struggled for a while in the heat race, but seems to have got away very well. Good clean start. Everyone stays out of trouble. And Craig Summers with a nice start there, getting the early advantage.
Yeah, Craig Summers, brilliant start there. Yeah, brilliant stuff by Matthew Swanston. Usually dropping back in the heats at the start of the race, but somehow managed to get a good start out of that. So yeah, Guy Tolley. Oh, actually no, we're regrouping. So
gone to a regroup.
It's a false start because I saw there's a couple of drivers in the background just kind of struggling to get going, and Ben Spencer stipulating, thinking, you know, what were you doing? You know, you need to stay where you are. But actually, Ben Spencer's holding back a bit. I don't know if he's trying to get in the tram lines. I think he is. Yeah, he's there. So right, we'll get racing this time. The start of the TKM Clubman. Oh, is that? Are we going? I think we are going.
Flags
right.
In.
So, God, Craig Summers into P1. Brilliant start by him yet again. Matthew Swanson into P2. Guy Tolley holding it in P3 on that Birol chassis. I think that's Jack Chris as well. Coming into P4. Brilliant start by the top 4 drivers. Craig Summers starting to get a bit of a gap already. Let's see what he can do from there.
Well, it seemed a bit borderline there with the start, but the clerk of the course deciding it's all good as Summers leads the way once again, in a great start for Matthew Swanston, who had a difficult start in the pre-final, but now in the race that counts he has got away quite nicely in second place. They come round towards Kimbolton corner, back towards the Hines straight, and Summers has a little bit of a glance over the shoulder. I have noted here that the start for Jack Crisp on the timing boards here is under investigation, so they're going to have a look at that start. He did seem to move across very early, so Crisp, who ran very well in the pre-final, of course, he's in fourth place and fighting for third, but we have got a note here that the start for number 69 is under investigation.
Yeah, I mean, that's one problem with the tram lines, is that you can move out quite early, and if the green light hasn't gone yet, then you are trying to, I wouldn't say cheat, but, you know, you're trying to take advantage.
Get the advantage, really, isn't it? I suppose the point here is whether Crisp gained any real significant advantage from peeling off from the grid early there, but he didn't seem to. But I suppose that's going to be one thing that's down to the race director to determine on that one.
Well, yeah, they'll use their many cameras. They have a lot of, CCTV cameras they can use to see exactly what the incident was and how they can, resolve the issue, and if what the final judgment may be, and if it's the correct one or not.
Well, he actually battling there with Callum Hamley for that fourth place. James Monroe, Ben Spencer, who's been on good form this weekend as well. He's still there in seventh place. Tom Bird, Scott Hamley and Adam Kent. It's only 1.8 seconds covering the pretty much the lead group of drivers. Everyone all in shot. They can see how close this race is. There's only 10 drivers in this category over the weekend, but they're serving up some very equal and very close race action here. As Craig Summers, of course, has led the entire race so far. We have still got 8.5 minutes to go in this one.
Oh, it's a move for Matthew Swanston. He's going to go to the outside. What do you look at? Getting a cut back. No, he doesn't, but Craig Summers still holds his line. That was some good driving there by Swanston, just to tuck back in, and Guy Tolley's looking at coming back.
Got a technical flag here for number 92, the machine of Adam Kent. You may see at the back of the shot there, looks like the rear bumper hanging off. He is at the back of the field, so fortunately not going to affect any of the other drivers, but the driver at the back of this train here, number 92, in a bit of trouble, but that's not going to affect Craig Summers, of course, who's looking very strong.
Oh, late move there. That's Guy Tolley into P2. Matthew Swanson getting pushed really wide there. That's Jack Crisp taking full advantage of that. He's going to go straight into P3. Craig Summers saying goodbye. You can battle all you want, but Guy Tolley, I think he's defending a bit. No, he's not, but Jack Crisp holding it in P3 through the wheel as we go.
Adam Kent pulling off to the side of the circuit with that bumper trailing away at the back of his cart, so we're effectively down to 9 drivers. So Guy Tolley, another driver who's looked in good form and could well be one of the favourites for victory here as well. He's got to get past Craig Summers, who has been faultless in this race so far. 7.5 minutes to go as they make their way down TKM straight for another lap in towards the technical part of the circuit, into that left-handed Kestrel corner, down towards Kimbolton, and Summers in the E-cart there at the front, looking very good, and over the line he goes. So Summers leads, Tolley second, still in third place Swanston, Crisp in fourth, Swanston incidentally fastest lap of the race, 44.1, and so Callum Hamley drops to sixth place as Ben Spencer moving into fifth in the zero cart, and he's still a little bit further behind. He's got the 69 of Jack Crisp in front of him as he looks to get involved with the leaders, but Craig Summers looking in great form, leading the race, but he's got two very capable challengers here as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Craig Summers with Guy Tolley and Matthew Swanston both looking threatening here.
Yeah, it looks like Guy Tolley is closing in a bit on the straights. Obviously with that human DRS and all the slipstream that is available to him, he's able to hold it on the straights, and all he has to do is try and get around those corners as quick as he can without losing much momentum. But here's Matthew Swanston. We have a look. No, they're going to work together, I think. So that's a Tim Wilson Motorsport car on the Bill chassis, driving brilliantly there.
I think.
There's a
mistake there from. Seemed like a mistake from Tolley. Just seemed to drift onto the curb momentarily.
Yeah, well, there's a sausage curb that's recently been added, coming out of the Willows complex. So if you do hit it, it can mess up your line a bit, and obviously that has just happened to Guy Tolley, and Swanson had a bit of a look, but obviously didn't have the best of runs to take full advantage. But obviously Guy Tolley doing a brilliant job here just to hold on and stay on the back of Craig Summers, and Craig driving a brilliant race so far with the Precision Racing team.
Yeah, he's running very well here. It looks to me though like Guy Tolley, Matthew Swanston working together as Swanston has a little nip down the inside, keeps it clean. The important thing here is not to be too aggressive in fighting for position now. So Swanston up to second place. Let's have a look what Tolly does here. Is he going to try and repass? I think at the moment they're just going to work together here to keep in touch with the race leader Craig Summers, who's put in some very strong competitive laps. He set his fastest lap of the race. So Craig Summers is certainly keeping it nice and smooth at the front of the field. The top three just starting to break away now from the fourth place Jack Crisp. And to me, of course, with a bit of a cushion between third and fourth, looks like Guy Tolley and Matthew Swanston just working together to stick with the leader.
I do love how behind the top three, every helmet is white. It's like a little ping showing where they are on the circuit.
Back in the day, you had like one person with the white helmet, which make them nice and easy to spot. But of course, like you said, they're all in white helmets here, and it almost looks like a corporate there with all in the black overalls as well. They look very uniformish, I would say.
Yeah, I mean that might be the Clubman uniform, but they're still battling all the way through this race. There's Jack Chris and I think Ben Spencer as well, looking to get involved there, and I think he's gonna come onto the back straight. You can't even see him. He's hiding that close behind him. Ben Spencer, when he looks for a move into the last corner, yes he does. He's going to go in, and who's that joining him? That's number 40. That's Callum Hambley. Brilliant move there by Hambley as well to get through. So Jack Chris is going to look at coming back, and there's Callum Hambley that's the next position. That's on Ben Spencer. Will he look? I don't think he got it in the end, but Callum Hambley is really trying to make his way through the field.
Should hasten to add here that 4.9 seconds covering the whole field on that previous lap. So at the moment we've got Craig Summers, who's led pretty much the entire race, looking comfortable at the front, although Matthew Swanson keeping him in close proximity there. Guy Tolley just dropping a little bit of pace in third place. And here's the battle for fourth. Spencer from Callum Hambley, Jack Crisp, Monroe Bird, Scott Hambley rounding out the field, but it is still too close to call as they go charging over the line. So Summers leading, and there is everyone else. There's the 72 of Scott Hambley just chasing over the line. 5.4 seconds covering everyone with 3.5 minutes to go. And it's still Craig Summers that leads the way as we look at the number 0 here of Ben Spencer. Closely followed there by Callum Hambley and Jack Crisp. And so the top three really have broke away somewhat now, but this is a very close battle for fourth place.
Yeah, brilliant driving by everyone here. Ben Spencer really looking after these tyres, it looks like, but Craig Summers even doing a better job. Because obviously leading the way, but actually talking about Craig Summers, I think Matthew Swanson's actually catched to the back of him, and it's Matthew Swanson actually trying to look for the lead here, so we might need to see if we can try and cut to the top two. But here's Ben Spencer battling with the number 40, that's Callum Hambley, doing a cracking job there to try and hold him off. But yeah, these drivers are battling for P4 on the road. So yeah, brilliant job by these two, and looks like who's that behind? That looks like it's James Munro. So driving good as well to try and catch up to the pack.
Matthew Swanson, incidentally, setting the fastest lap of the race, just starting to put the pressure on the race leader. Of course, they all know it's the last lap that matters. Still, this great battle for fourth place as the number 40 of Callum Hambley just having a peek down the inside. This Clubman class all running very strongly. Here we go, the leader now. Swanson having a look on the outside. Goes for the switchback coming through Stowe Corner. But Craig Summers has the line covered. They have pulled away slightly from Guy Tolley in third, but Tolley still could get in there if these two start holding each other up. Craig Summers just keeping his eyes down the road. He's got Swanston close behind as they make their way up towards the top corner. Nice and smooth between the top two here as they make their way through that Dan Weldon corner, down the back straight. TKM straight towards Kestrel corner. They see the number 35 still in there. Guy Tolley not quite close enough to go for the pass, but Summers just not leaving that door open going into Kimbolton corner. He's not being too trusting of the driver behind him. We've got 1.5 minutes to go, plus the one lap, of course, and at the moment Craig Summers looking good at the front, and I think Matthew Swanston just eyeing him up here, looking at the lines, just trying to find out where he could make his move.
Yeah, Craig Summers doing a brilliant job here to cover off from Matthew Swanson. He's having to defend when he needs to defend, so every time he's going down the straight, he will look behind and be, a bit cautious of whether he needs to defend or whether he doesn't. But that's a perfect opportunity for Swanson to have a look at maybe trying to make a move on Craig Summers, but Craig Summers is going to defend into here. So obviously Swanson's going to see that and think, right, if he defends into here, I can try and see where I can get him coming out the corner. But obviously, yeah, Craig Summers doing a brilliant job so far to hold off this, hold off the pack.
38 seconds to go on the clock, so next time round we will get the one-lap board. So Summers just holding on to that lead. We've still got Swanson in second. Tolley a little bit further behind in third place. Not really a factor in this one as we head towards the penultimate lap of the race. So at the moment, Summers, he's certainly not leaving that corner open going into Kimbolton, the final corner of the lap, and he is just guarding those apexes coming into the corner because he knows this is the time that Swanston could be making his move. Here they come down towards the final section through Kestrel, heading towards the Kimbolton corner, and again Summers very neatly guarding that apex and making sure he keeps the momentum going, just making that kart just wide enough with 1 lap to go. So the fight now to the flag. Craig Summers leading, but Matthew Swanston keeping that pressure on as he makes his way through Stowe Corner for the final time, down through the Willows towards the Amitsu Straight. And what's going to happen here as Summers again holding on very strongly. He's led pretty much the entire race, but I think this now, I think here would be the part that matters.
Right, Craig Summers, P3 last year in the TKM Festival. Really looking. He wanted to make it 1 better, but how about 2 better? If he can defend this last corner, he'll come round the final corner in TKM Clubman. It's Craig Summers who will win here at the TKM Festival. Brilliant driving by him. Matthew Swanson will bring it home in P2. Brilliant driving by him as well. Guy Tolley been perfect all weekend, but sadly couldn't make it to the top step in the final. Callum Hanbury in P4, followed by James Munro, Ben Spencer, Tom Bird makes up 3 positions. Brilliant drive by him. Jack Trisp, Scott Hanbury, and finally Adam Kent, who had to retire not long into the race.
So a great drive there from Craig Summers. He came under constant pressure in the closing stages from Matthew Swanston, of course, who had that difficult start to the race. And great to see our Clubman running so strong. That really is a great class. That's, of course, for the drivers who just, they love the karting. They're very experienced drivers and just looking to get out there at the weekend and enjoy their racing.
Yeah, so looks like for the finals we're going to have them split. So it's going to have Junior X30 final and then a Junior Rotax final. So that's really good because now we can focus on both classes. So X30 Junior, are you ready, Chris?
Here we go then. So this is how they line up. The X30 Juniors making their way out onto the circuit. Don't forget, of course, they raced together in the pre-finals. Now they're on their own. It's George Robinson from Emmanuel Hay. Row 2, Josh Jones and Josh Byrne, Matthew Morgan and Oliver Harris rounding out the 3rd row. 2 more rows to go, of course. The rest of the X30 Juniors making their way out onto the circuit, and it's Max Wright, Dylan Patel and Katie Ashman. 9 drivers lining up, and of course they've got the race all to themselves. We will be seeing, of course, the Junior Max right after this race, but now the full focus on the X30 Juniors as they make their way down towards the final couple of corners. Last few moments to get some temperature in those tyres. George Robinson and Emmanuel Hay have been the drivers to beat so far today, but this is the one that matters as they bring the pace right down around the final corner. Looking for a good clean start, and here they come. So here we go, Charlie.
Right, June X30, are you ready? I'm ready, let's go! So George Robinson down into turn 1, followed by Emmanuel Hay, side by side. Emmanuel Hay is going to try and go around outside.
Trouble
Emmanuel
there.
Hay spinning!
Emmanuel Hay.
Oh, no, he worked all through the pre-final to make it right up to P2, and it's all gone in the click of a finger. He's going to have to work real hard to get back into group.
I'll tell you what, Emmanuel Hay did well to stop the car from spinning out there as well. The back end stepped out. It was just a bit of a bad look. They both went for the same part of the track there.
Yeah, brilliant reaction from the drivers there. That's Katie Ashman trying to make a move. So Katie Ashman getting P3 in a pre-final. Looks like she had a problem which dropped her back. So here's a replay of what happened. So Emmanuel Hay kind of got hit by George Robinson. I think there was a bit of Emmanuel Hay coming over. But obviously, race 1, lap 1, corner 1 is a bit of a racing incident. So obviously, a lot of drivers going to one corner. It doesn't always work. So George Robinson leading the way. Joshua Jones is out of nowhere. He's coming through to try and look at getting a win.
Yeah, Jones getting away very well there in 84 in 2nd position. We've got Matthew Morgan, Oliver Harris, Max Wright, Katie Ashman up to 6th place. So Emmanuel Hay, I believe, is fighting for that 7th place with Josh Byrne and Dylan Patel, number 22, rounding out the field. So we're going to keep an eye out for the number 43 in this race as we look at the very impressive Josh Jones here, who has already jumped through to 2nd place. At the moment, Robinson pulling away. I hasten to add there that I think that was a racing incident. There's been no reaction from the marshals in that incident on the first corner, so it all seems to be all fair game, you would say. Matthew Morgan fighting with Josh Jones here. Now, this is going to allow George Robinson to pull away here. These two start fighting, I think, again down the inside, going through Derek's corner, so George Robinson just pulling away on this lap.
So obviously prizes for this race. Same goes apply for the other ones, for the other races so far. Big thank you to our sponsors, Sports Form Bedford, for providing us with such brilliant caps. There's Josh Jones down the inside. I think he wants one of those caps as well. Here's Manuel Hay. He's really pushing for one of those caps. He's already back into I think that's about P4 or P5. Oh, he's gonna try and have a look, but there's Joshua Jones always getting pushed wide by another driver. I don't know who that was, like Kate Aspen trying to find her way back through.
Oh, it's getting aggressive there with number 63 getting all out of shape there. Oliver Harris going through the Willows in that fight for third place, which has allowed Emmanuel Hay to go through. Emmanuel Hay up to fourth position now. Good save there from Oliver Harris, who drops to the back of the field, but so easily could have spun out. There's the 84 of Josh Jones, so the race leader George Robinson going through, and look out here for Emmanuel Hay, who has recovered quite well here. There's the 64 of Matthew Morgan, and Hay sticks it nice and neatly down the inside for third place. Now it's Josh Jones into second, and Emmanuel Hay has got his head down here and recovered quite well after that disappointment at the start, and going through to second as he makes his way through Stowe Corner. Doesn't quite hold on though, and again finds that gap on the inside. Nice move there from Emmanuel Hay to get through to second place.
Brilliant move to hold it round the outside. It's quite a tricky like overtake to do there, so good job by him. Joshua Jones missing out on Friday testing because his dad wanted to have a go, so he got his dad in the driving seat for the Friday. So so it's really good to see all the dad and lad partnerships going on, obviously running as a privateer, but brilliant stuff by Josh Jones to keep it under control. And Manuel Hay really pushing here, but I don't know how he's going to catch George Robinson, because he is on a different planet right now. Already down the straight into Derek's corner. They haven't even started the straight.
So I think Emmanuel Hay is going to have to work hard here. Time is on his side. We've got 7 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this one. Robinson already clear down the track. The gap was 4.7 seconds, so really Emmanuel Hay is clear now in second though, so he's just got to push and maybe hope that Robinson makes a mistake somewhere to allow him just to get a bit more time. But Emmanuel Hay, man on a mission here, and of course he will feel a bit aggrieved about that first corner, so he'll be looking to try and get back with the leader. I think it was a racing incident, of course, as we say, but Hay determined to fight back in, really setting a good pace out there. 41.9 last time round. Fastest lap of the race. The gap is 4.4 seconds with 6.5 plus the 1 lap to go. Emmanuel Hay's got a really tall order here to catch up with the race leader as we look at the 84 of Josh Jones, still fighting away with Katie Ashman. Ashman up to 4th place, Josh Byrne also well placed. But Emmanuel Hay now clear in second as we see the 64 of Matthew Morgan, closely followed by Josh Byrne and Josh Jones in there as well. But Robinson running well, but I think Emmanuel Hay really pushing hard here.
Yeah, Emmanuel Hay really sliding the kart through Kestrel corner, but the 64 of Matthew Morgan really driving brilliantly this whole weekend. Definitely providing some brilliant results for the Angel racing team. So yeah, but now Katie Ashman on the crotch, having kind of struggled in the pre-final, having to be I don't know what happened to her, but she was P3 on track, but something may have happened in scrutineering. They do make sure that everyone's running safe. Just making sure that she's going straight for... Oh, there we go. Kate Ashman into P3 of this race, but George Robinson really leading the way here. Matthew Morgan's going to try and look back. I don't know if he'll have a little taste of what he can get from a podium.
Yeah, good move there from Katie Ashman then to move it into third place in that very competitive fight for third. We've got Matthew Morgan still sticking in there though in 64. Those two just starting to break away slightly from Josh Jones, and then the rest of the field made up of Josh Byrne, Max Wright, Oliver Harris, Dylan Patel in the 22. Looks like he's retired from the race. He went into the pits a few laps ago. As again, we just look at Katie Ashman and Matthew Morgan fighting away for that third place. Morgan just starting to get onto the back bumper of Ashman as they pull away slightly from Jones. leaders coming through over the line as we look at this battle for third place. Still, we've got George Robinson leading, as again we see Katie Ashman taking a nice wide entry into the corner, keeping the speed up through the corner. The gap has gone down to 3.9 seconds between first and second position, so Katie Ashman left behind a bit somewhat now from Emmanuel Hay. They're having a great fight for third place.
Yeah, Matthew Morgan really struggling on those tyres. He's starting to slide quite a lot, and we were saying about how the tyres can be kind of ruin someone's race if you don't look after them properly. If you look after them, they'll look after you, like most people would say.
So I think, like you say, those tyres perhaps moving. He's just seems to be losing ground on Katie Ashman, who's got that kart running quite nicely, looking very smooth through the corners. And Morgan just a little bit twitchy there through, as it looks like Josh Jones keeping that pressure on. And another fastest lap from Emmanuel Hay as the gap goes down to 3.5 seconds between first and second place. 3.5 minutes on the clock now, plus the 1 lap. As Ashman still there in third on the in the number 53. And that kart of Ashman's looks very neat as it makes its way through the willows there.
Very quick in a straight line as well. Probably down to Veloce race engines. So she has she builds her own engines, which is very good technical side. You know, you get to learn more about how an engine works and all the behind the scenes. But it looks like Josh Bryan got past Josh Jones and Max Wright on that right chassis. Really having a look. Oh, there's Matthew Morgan getting overtaken by Josh Bryan. It looks like, but they're going to be side by side going into turn 1. As you know, I think Josh Bryan just got in. But Matthew Morgan, Brian breaking a bit later, going to turn 1, but Matthew Morgan holding on, and Josh Jones, just trying to get onto the back of the pack.
So number 17 of Josh Byrne moving into that 4th place. The battle now seems to be on for 4th, as Katie Ashman just starting to pull away from this battle for 4th place. Matthew Morgan and Josh Jones getting involved. George Robinson still leading the race, but Emmanuel Hay still charging. Hay is the fastest driver on the track right now, trying to close it with the leader with 2:28 on the clock. You can see the clock ticking down each time he crosses the line. There's again still this great battle for 4th position. The gap 3 seconds between first and second place. Still this great battle though with 64 Matthew Morgan. I would say just cutting away from this battle at the moment. The George Robinson being closed on a few tenths here and there by Emmanuel Hay, the clock ticking down all the time, but when you can see yourself closing up on a driver in front, that can really be a boost and really kind of push you along as well.
Oh really, yeah, it does help your confidence a lot. But here's George Robinson. His confidence must be through the roof right now, seeing how quick he's driving across down the start-finish straight. Really on it right now, and just working the chassis perfectly, working the tyres perfectly. What a brilliant drive.
Well, he's looking very well here, and it's all the hard work is with Emmanuel Hay in second place, who's absolutely charging in second. He's just pulling a few tenths each lap on Robinson, and of course he has got that vantage point of Robinson in front. Robinson looking very smooth. Does he know that Emmanuel Hay is still closing? He's been making about 3 tenths on each of the laps. Look at the back of the screen there. You'll see Hay is on the same straight as the race leader now, George Robinson. Robinson looking very smooth. 1:12 on the clock. I'm going to have a look at the timing charts when they come through here. There goes 23 over the line. So Robinson leads. Hay again I think has closed up. He's closed another 4 tenths. So the gap goes down to 2.4 seconds. Again Hay in second. He's got that vantage point in front of the race leader, and he is really pushing hard in second place.
Well, Emmanuel Hay really has the pace to win this race, but just that unfortunate incident at the start, I don't know if it'll be looked into, but just a quite unfortunate start for Emmanuel Hay, but he got his head down and he started going, and yeah, he's really catching. You can really see how much he's closed down, and George Robinson's got to stay cool. You just don't look behind. He's got to see how much he can still pull away, even though he's just driving consistently, which is what he should be doing.
Well, I'll tell you, they've both had a superb race here so far. Robinson, who has not put a foot wrong, he's controlled the race at the front. Emmanuel Hay getting back to second very early, and he has really got that kart on the edge. He makes his way through the willows. It's jinking away on the edge there. He really is closing up. We're going to have 1 lap to go next time round. The gap is down to 2 seconds. The time really is against Emmanuel Hay in second place, but there he goes through the Dan Weldon corner. He has been pushing for the entire race. He's been catching up all the time on the race of the George Robinson, who knows he's got the advantage. He's got 1 more lap to go. He's got to keep that pace up here, because Robinson with 1 lap to go, not under direct pressure here, but Hay is not giving up.
Well, one lap left. Junior X30. Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen? No. George Robinson and Emmanuel Hay. Wow, these two drivers have been at it all weekend. Emmanuel Hay just, losing out in the end by just by a little incident. What it could have been if he held it, but a brilliant drive back through the field by him. But George Robinson has been on the MS chassis for quite a while now. He's been racing in club championships for quite a while as well, but there's only one big event he can win here this year, and that is the Kimbolton Festival. And round the final corner, he comes in Junior X30. He will win in Junior X30 for the Kimbolton Festival. George Robinson on top.
Let's have a look at that battle for third then. So Ashman's still there in third. She makes her way through. The fight on for fourth position. Oh, Katie Ashman making her way around the final corner. She will round out the podium in third place. Very close to fourth there with Matthew Morgan and Josh Byrne. Max Wright getting past Josh Jones on that final lap. And Oliver Harris rounding out the field with Dylan Patel, an unfortunate DNF. But fantastic driving out there, I would say, for both the final winner, George Robinson, and Hay, who pushed so hard in those closing stages. Yes, brilliant stuff by all drivers. I mean, Emmanuel Hay, really the main talking point there, carving his way all through the field. There you can see Sean Patel, I think he was just walking off there, quite annoyed. That's the that's the DNF there, the number 22, Dylan Patel, and he was running quite competitive in the opening stages, but there we go. Is that a wheel bearing as well? He's only got 3 wheels on the kart by the looks of things, so
I don't know. I think Ellis Bush. Oh yeah, his front wheel's gone. Yeah, was that perhaps a wheel bearing failure or something there? So that's just on the Stowe corner, of course. So fortunately for the rest of the races, he should be able to recover that kart quite quickly. Patel looks a bit dejected, but that sadly is what race meetings are like sometimes. Just through no fault of your own, you're just a spectator. Yeah, that is the sad reality of British karting and overall karting. But Junior Rotax is next. Are you ready, Chris? Yeah, here we go then for the Junior Rotax. Of course, they've qualified together, they've had the heat races together, now their own finals. They make their way out onto the circuit for the formation lap, and we'll have a look at how they line up in just a moment. So it's going to be Joshua Smith leading them from Oliver Smith, Matas Mizankas in third from Mila Manderson, Jonas Klimas and Luke Bate on the third row of the grid. Looking a little bit further back to row number 4, it's George Allen from Joel Dixon Cohen, Ewan Richards and Charlie Neve rounding out the top 10. Row number 6 is Adam White and Scott Hayward in 12th position in kart number 31. And a bit further back, of course, with Lucy Wilden, Harry Friel in row 7, Jason Dutitz and Macy Creed in row 8. Jacob Borowiak and George Phillips making out row number 9. And a little bit further back on row number 10 as they form into position, Cassius Dieth and Tony Farthing, Piotr Jurovic and Jesse Whitmore and Marty Higgs in 23rd place as they cross the line now, Charlie. Right, Junior Rotax, here we go. And Joshua Smith, actually, wow, Oliver Smith straight into lead. That's Milo Manderson. Where's he come from? Out of nowhere, Milo Manderson into the lead of the race. That's Oliver Smith. And looks like the two Project Ones are side by side. That's Luke Bate and Joshua Smith. Matas Mizanskis just getting there. And Joel Dixon Cohen. Wow, what a start by him. He's up into about 6th place, I can see. There's George Allen on the aircart chassis. Brilliant driving by him so far this weekend. Is at the running really at the front right now, which is really good for him, making big progressions this year. But Milo Manderson out of nowhere, currently leading in the race as Oliver Smith. He's going to break his toe one. There's a two Project Ones going together. Matas might like to have a play at that, have a taste of that, and going through turn 1. Here we go. So we got Milo Manderson, Oliver Smith. Oh, actually, no, say that. Oliver Smith. Inside. Down the inside. That's Oliver Smith. And Milo Manderson's going to come back, say, no, you can't have that space. Oliver Smith back into P2. And Milo Manderson, he's flying on that MS chassis. But Oliver Smith on the Kart Republic, really flying. And Joshua Smith, he's got into P3. And he's really trying to look back at getting down to the leaders. You know, Josh Smith, he was quickest in qualifying, and he's really running at the front in the heats, and he's put himself in the perfect position for the final today. Oliver Smith looking to get to the front of the field early here, but Milo Manderson has other ideas. Number 82, your race leader. Over the line they go to complete the next lap. And Joshua Smith, who you would say perhaps is the pre-event favourite, looking at how strong he was in the heats and the pre-final, only in third, although he has set the fastest lap of the race. So Smith up to third place
Bizankas in the number 12 in fourth, as again Oliver Smith has a peek down the inside. Nice little move there going through to Derek's corner, and it looks like he has made the move stick. So Oliver Smith, your new race leader, and I think he knows that Joshua Smith is now sandwiched with Milo Manderson in second place. So it looks like Oliver Smith determined to try and pull away here, as Manderson again has a peek down the inside. He also knows he's got a rival behind him there with Joshua Smith. Smith in third place, didn't get the best of starts, as he has a look for the number 82 there. Zanskas in fourth place, George Allen. Playless in sixth, Dixon Cohen in seventh, Charlie Neve, Luke Bate and Adam White rounding out the top 10. As Oliver Smith just starting to pull away slightly as they make their way through towards Derek's corner. And a nice move down the inside, or almost there, for Joshua Smith. He couldn't quite hold it off.
Yeah, it looked like he overcooked that a bit. But now it's summertime. Wouldn't it be nice to be walking around in a Rotax t-shirt?
Oh, there we go.
Well, if you come second or you come third, that's what you'll be earning today. But first place, getting a new set of slick tyres to run on your beautiful chassis. Those are brilliant offers on what you could win this after this race. Of course, our caps being supplied by Sports Form Bedford. Brilliant. Thank you for sponsoring us and providing us some great entertainment, some great prizes on the line.
One lap plus the 8 minutes to go here. There have been warning flags going out for a couple of drivers a bit further down the field. We've got the number 12, the machine of Matas Bizankas in fourth place, the car number 12, and also the 157 a bit further down there, Peter Jurovic. Both getting warning flags for the contact there, so they've got to be careful in the next couple of laps. Oliver Smith still leading here, but Milo Manderson not giving this one up in second place.
There goes Charlie Neve on George Allen. Charlie Neve one driver to really look out for in this race. He's providing some really good results so far in the heats and the qualifying. He's a driver who's been there or thereabouts, and he's really looking to pounce on this final and looking to work with Luke Bate. He's really catched onto the back of him. Some brilliant straight line speed there on his P1 power engine, and looks like that looks like the Project One there. And number 15, Joshua Smith. He's really looking at trying to catch on to the back of Milo Manderson and Oliver Smith, which he has done. And the Matas, Milo Manderson,
nice
for the move. That's on Oliver Smith, and Joshua Smith thinking, oh yes, please, I'll have a look at that. They're going to be side by side going down into turn one. No, they're going to slot back in, and Oliver Smith's going to go down in the inside, and Oliver Smith and Josh Smith round the outside, and Josh Smith, brilliant move there. Cutting off Oliver Smith and getting on this inside, and Matas coming straight through and trying to have a look, but sadly got cut off there, so he's going to have to sit back and forth, but obviously a lot closer now, so he can look at maybe make another move.
A nice move there for Josh Smith to get through into second place, going through into Stowe corner. He just seemed to hang wide going into the first corner, let the other two fight for position and nip through to second place. So Josh Smith is where he wants to be now, not entirely in second place. He's a nip down the inside to take the lead. Can he hold on? Out to the final corner, and a brilliant lap there from Joshua Smith to take first place. Immediately goes on the defensive as Manderson goes wide. Now, of course, Joshua Smith's going to compromise his exit here somewhat, but he stays in the lead. Immediately going on the defensive, those drivers riding the curb somewhat there, coming out of the willows, with Joshua Smith now into the lead as all the action behind there with Matas Bizenkas and Oliver Smith fighting away for third place. Jonas Klimas in fourth as well, just a little bit further behind. But a brilliant lap there from Joshua Smith. Picked his moment, and now he's really got to put a couple of good laps in here and try and establish a gap on the chasing pack.
Watch out for Luke Bate as well. He's just been one of the quickest drivers out on track at the moment. Joshua Smith got the fastest lap of the race with a 41.89, and Luke Bate a couple of hundredths behind, but Oliver Smith's having to defend here. Joshua Smith is going to say bye-bye. He's going to start driving away, but I don't know if he can fully pull away this gap, and Oliver Smith is going to try and have to start working with Milo Manderson here. Matas is just sitting there, he's waiting comfortably. I don't think he'll want to pounce until the end of this race, until all the drivers have, kind of bunched up again if they do. But obviously Joshua Swift on that Project One chassis is doing really well so far to get away from the leaders, and Oliver Smith, he's just sitting there waiting for Josh to make a mistake. But Milo Manderson, Oliver caught dirty there, and Milo Manderson flying straight through on the inside of the last corner.
Milo Manderson having a great final here, getting back into second place. He's not giving these positions up lightly. He's losing a little bit of ground to Josh Smith there. Was the technical flag going out for bit further down there to try and get the driver, but I think it's one of our leading group of riders, Joshua Smith. Adam White it is, who's been given a technical flag in 11th position, just ahead of Lucy Wielden, so some kind of issue for that machine. It looks like they've just outside of the top 10 with Adam White receiving the technical flag. Lucy Wielden, Jason Duchit and Jacob Borovac fighting just outside of the top 10. But we look here at Milo Manderson and Oliver Smith still fighting for that second place. Oh, it's getting close.
Matas Mianskis really got close to the wall there after a move from Luke Bate. I told you Luke Bate was going to be one of the quickest here at the moment, and sure he is, because he's catching really rapidly here, and looks like Oliver Smith doing a really good job here, but Joshua Smith in a different planet. Luke Bate really trying to close in, but Jonas Kilmas doing a good job as well. He's gone into P4. We haven't really spoke about him all race, but putting the cracking drive at the moment.
So Joshua Smith, he's put a couple of fast laps in there, 41.8 last time round. This is an important tactic here to try and break away from this fight for second position with just over 3 minutes and 10 left to go. Smith over the line, leading the race by, let's have a look, it's just going to be just over 1 second now, so he's just pulling away ever so slightly. Oliver Smith with Milo Manderson still fighting away in third position. Jonas Klima still right in there as well, number 91. Luke Bate moving up. He has got the black and white warning flag, but he's just going to be a little bit careful as they fight away in the top 5. Matas Mizengsas in 6th position, Charlie Neve, Joel Dixon Cohen all fighting away. And there you see the race leader Joshua Smith just staying ahead of the number 38 of Oliver Smith, who makes his way down towards Kimbolton Corner. Into the final corner they go. Oliver Smith looking neat as he makes his way through, but 15, Joshua Smith leading the way. Oliver Smith in second, 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and still running very closely here as Milo Manderson just sticking on with the second place driver.
Yeah, you can really see Joshua Smith looked after those tyres in the last race is so good, because he's just able to put as much load as he can on. There's the grandstand. Quick look at the grandstand there, where all the mechanics and everything's sitting just after turn 1, and they're going to be maybe throwing hand signals to kind of communicate with the drivers, telling them what they should do and what they need to do to get up to the front. And Oliver Smith doing a brilliant job here in P2 at Milo Manderson, been trying to overtake all the way through the race and doing a good job, but nothing down on Joshua Smith, who just pulled away and is in a different world right now.
Yeah, looking very neat and very tidy as he makes his way through Stoke Corner. Joshua Smith, of course, pulling away ever so slightly. Oliver Smith still holding on to that second position as Milo Manderson still trying to fight back. Jonas Klemus, Luke Bate, Matas Mizenskas in 6th place, and Charlie Neve, Joel Dixon Cohen, Ewan Richards and George Allen rounding up the top 10 as through the Dan Weldon corner they go, and Oliver Smith holding on to that second place. Look out for the 91 there of Jonas Klemus having a peek down the inside as they make their way into Kestrel Corner, and lovely little move there down the inside by Milo Manderson, and it looks like he's made the move stick, immediately going on the defensive as they make their way down towards Stowe Corner. Of course,
really sticking on that white line, Milo Manderson. Oliver Smith just got a bit of a bad run coming out. There's 2 Project 1s. They're really tussling, trying to get past Oliver Smith if they can, but they need to work together, Their teammates. Don't take out your teammate, as I think someone's just gone off. There's a yellow flag at the last corner. We might have to see who that is. If you can get me an update.
It's one of Jacob Boroviak or Jesse Whitmore, I think, that's hit trouble. This is just on Kimbolton Corner.
Matas running wide there. I mean, when you're trying to carry as much speed as you can through there.
You got the Battenberg flags.
Right, so Battenberg flags have come out. This is going to shake up the race a lot, because if the marshals can get clear of all the track and what needs to be cleared off the track, then we could have 1 lap left of racing. Here's a replay of what happened. It looks like there's a move there. Yeah, it's won the croc, and the CRG again. It's having problems with pre-final, really getting on top of him, and they're all stuck into the barrier. Looks like Jacob's really angry with what he's doing. He's kind of saying, why did you do that? Why did you do that? But this is really going to close the pack in.
So we essentially are going to have a flying lap here. 1 lap to go as Joshua Smith. We are still under the Battenberg flags here, so essentially under what you might say safety car conditions.
Here's another look. So yeah, it looks like Jacob ran a bit wide, and CRG kind of looked at the spot and then kind of closed in, and all there from they couldn't do much from there.
So Boroviak just got a bit ragged there, didn't he? And I think Whitmore just took the opportunity to dip down the inside, but that gap just seemed to close up with, well, we are going to essentially, looks like we're going to finish under these conditions here at the moment, at least, anyway.
Yeah, it looks like it. The last lap board did go out, so this might have to be the end of the race. But, so obviously, yeah, just in case, though, Josh Smith just keeping those heat in his tyres, trying to just warm up the tyres by doing a bit of weaving or... but yeah, but those are the two carts stranded. I don't think they're going to get them moved in time, so we might have to end this race under Battenberg, which is a shame, of course. I don't think the drivers really would wanted that, except for Josh Smith. Josh Smith, brilliant driving. I asked him at the weekend on Saturday, I asked him, you know, what you predicting to for race-wise? He said, well, I want to go home, I want to be P1. And so, you know, he's worked hard, and, you know, it wasn't easy, because Junior Rotax isn't an easy category, but around the final corner he comes, he will win in Junior Rotax. Joshua Smith, number 15, Project 1, he wins.
So it was under the neutralised conditions there, but Josh Smith, you would say on balance with how he's driven over the weekend, taking a deserved victory there from Milo Manderson, who fully deserving that second place after a great showing there. Oliver Smith, Jonas Klimas and Luke Bate in fifth place. Matas Mizenskas, despite one or two moments there on the grass, finishing a strong sixth place from Charlie Neve, Joel Dixon, Cohen, Ewan Richards and George Allen, rounding out the top 10.
So yeah, really good driving by everyone there. Just a bit of a look at the grandstands. Lovely scenery here around Kimbolton. Some lovely weather as well. A lot nicer than there was before. We can just see out the window some of the drivers just coming back to the pits where they can, you know, speak to the mechanics and stuff. And kind of just like, you know, just talk about, you know, what happened in the race. So there's a look at the grid. There's the CRG of one of the drivers that got caught up in that crash. Bit unfortunate, but you know, it is what it is. So yeah, so there's a dummy grid. You can see Gridman Sam there, one of our licensed marshals with Down syndrome, one of the only licensed marshals in the world with it, which is really good to see. It's very good to see diversity within the sport. So yeah, brilliant job of what he does, and I'm very thankful to, you know, have him as my brother. Because he's you know, he's very good kid as well. He's a brilliant kid. But the next race up will be X30 Senior. So we're just waiting here to see the X30 Seniors coming out on track. Benjamin Southgate will line up on pole position, followed by Miles Reitman. Watch out for him in P2 on the MDL chassis. Joshua Graham will line up P3. Nathan Browning on the Crocs chassis will line up P4. Duvius Deglau and Joshua Patch will line up on the third row, and Patrick Igley will be on his own on the fourth row. So we're just waiting for the gate to open here on the dummy grid so our drivers can get out and go racing. I bet you they're all eager to go racing like I was. But yeah, so we can see yeah, a lot of people in the crowds today, so thanks for everyone to come and watch. You know, it's brilliant to see people are so entertained by the sport, because it is really entertaining and very good sport to watch, you know, and brilliant. But okay, so the X30 Seniors are out on circuit. They're gonna, you know, do some tire weaving, and you know, just try and get all the heat in the tires as they can. So yeah, they'll give them a lap, and then they'll come round to this to one of the last straights, and they'll start forming up, lining up in two rows, and then, you know, the last brass will be taken, and then we can go racing. So there's one of the MS carts, the 33, that like Joshua Graham. So he's starting P3, looking forward to looking to get in front. So obviously, if you're on that inside line, that's why you want to be P1, because obviously in this inside line, you get the inside line for turn 1, which can, you know, help you in holding your position. So there's the MDL car, that's Miles Reitman. But as you come around the final corner, smokes arise, and we're off racing, going into turn 1. Oh no, actually a false start. So looks like the officials weren't really happy with that. So we have to go around. There's Nathan Brown in kind of leading the way. So I mean, that's quite I don't. Has he seen it? Yeah, yeah, he has. It looked like he had such a good start. They didn't even see the flag, because although you know you want to be watching out for the flags, you need to be focused on the race ahead. So there you go. It's just letting the karts back through that you need to. Oh wait, hold up, Josh Patch actually spinning there. I don't know if there was if he just lost the rears or if there was a bit of contact. Might have to get a replay on that, but that was a bit of a strange spin, so we're gonna have to see if he can catch up to the pack before the racing starts going. But yeah, being told to slow down. There's Joshua Patch, you'll fall up at the back of the grid, but he's got a lot of work to do. But short grid, but definitely a lot of entertainment. Let's get ready to go racing. Benjamin Southgate on pole position. Here we go from the Pro Train down into turn 1. Let's see what happens. The MDL car, Miles Reitman coming over. There's a bit of wheel-to-wheel banging, and oh no, when Nathan Browning straight into the lead of the race from the Croc chassis on the Veloce race engines. Brilliant stuff there. Oh, there's a bit of tangling. I don't know if there was a kart spun, but it didn't look like it. But Benjamin Southgate had a bit of a struggle to start. Miles Reitman's really trying to go around the outside of there. Nathan Browning there. Brilliant start by Nathan there to try and get into P1, and sure thing he did. Benjamin Southgate doing a good job there in P3, you know, trying to get back onto the pack. Had a bit of a risk start there, got caught up in a few tangles, and so Miles Reitman in P2 there on the MDL team, he's really trying to get on the back of Nathan Browning. There's a warning there for the 51. That looks like that's Miles Reitman actually, P2, so he's going to have to be careful of that. Maybe it was a bit of the first lap, you know, a bit of wheel-to-wheel banging as they do with how this sport is so, you know, aggressive, and you need to be aggressive to show how you are on the grid. But there you go. There's Miles Reitman taking the lead. Brilliant start. No, not taking the lead. I mean, Nathan Browning's taking the lead. Go on, that's brilliant by Nathan. But Benjamin Southgate, he's catched up to the field. Benjamin down the inside. There he goes. He's going into P2, but Miles Reitman saying, no, you can't get on my inside. They're going to be side by side. Nathan Browning's thinking, yes, I can get away. But Miles Reitman takes P2 on into the braking zone. Brilliant stuff there by Miles Reitman. But Nathan Browning trying to pull a gap there. You can see he looks behind and he puts his head down, you know, trying to get all the air out as he possibly can. He's quite a tall driver, so he needs to try and get his head down for all the aerodynamics and all the science that, you know, goes into all these, making these machines. But yeah, brilliant driving by the top three here. That's a 78 there in the back. That's Duvius Deglau doing a really good drive there to, you know, just try and get into the top three, because obviously we've got a lot of prizes on the line. I need to get up real quickly and see what we've got. So obviously all the senior X30 and senior drivers will obviously get their caps for getting on the podium, proudly sponsored by Sports from Bedford. And there was a move there by Benjamin Southgate into P2 on the Pro Train car on the OTK chassis. Brilliant stuff there by Benjamin Southgate. Really strong this weekend, showing what he can really do. And Nathan Browning, he wasn't there he wasn't there at the start, but he's definitely there when it counts, and he's really pushing. He really wants to, you know, get away and try and get a gap. And you know, brilliant start here by Nathan Browning, coming down into you know, Stowe corner. Brilliant corner this. Really hard on the brakes, and if you get it right, you power straight through the S's here. There we go. So we've got 8 minutes on the clock here, just getting ready to you know, just in the waiting phase, I'd say. That's what I like to call it, where, you know, everything's calmed down and you're just trying to, you know, put the laps in and trying to maybe make a gap, or maybe try and catch a driver. But Benjamin Southgate is actually going to go for the lead. Here goes Benjamin Southgate into the lead. Brilliant driving there. There's Nathan Browning trying to look around the outside, but I don't think that's going to work out. But he's definitely got a better run, and this might show when they come down the start-finish line. He's going to throw hands to say, come on, we need to go. And he's looking at him like, what are you doing? Benjamin Southgate's defending with only 8 minutes left, and he, you know, it's a bit early, in my opinion, for him to start defending, because obviously Nathan's stipulating, saying that he wants to, you know, he wants to push away and get away from the guy in P3. But yeah, Southgate doing a good job there to catch it to the lead. But, you know, brilliant stuff there by Benjamin Southgate to get into the lead of the race. Nathan Browning just holding there in P2. He's going to try and close back if he can, and dark clouds are starting to come, so we could look at a bit of rain for these last couple of finals. I hope not, because it could really throw a play into the drivers' hands. But brilliant driving so far. Obviously, we've got Miles Reitman in P3 doing a brilliant job there. Just been there all weekend.
Yeah, just looking out, actually, just returning back to the micro now. Let's nip outside just momentarily. Looking out to the conditions, we have got some perfect conditions for racing right now. It's fairly cool out on the track. Track temperature looking good, but there are some rather angry clouds in the air, I would say, and let's hope that they don't amount to much, as we've got some great finals going on here, and things looking good so far. So what we really don't want is for the rain to throw a curveball in there, but Benjamin Southgate looking neat out there from Nathan Browning. Miles Reitman, Joshua Graham, Patrick Igley, and Deglau, Josh Patch, of course, out of the race. But Southgate looking neat so far in these early stages.
Yeah, doing really good so far. There's Nathan Browning as well on our screens. He's using the curbs to kind of rotate the car, which one good driving style you can have. But here's Miles Reitman. He's really on the back of him. Benjamin Southgate just gone already. He's going to just wait, and Miles Reitman going for the lead going for second in and Nathan Browning comes back into P2. Brilliant move there by Nathan Browning and Miles Reitman side by side going into the turn one. They're going to be close, banging wheels, but so far so clean. Nathan Browning goes to the cutback. Brilliant move there by Nathan Browning, just making sure he doesn't get back through coming out of the S's. Miles Reitman's going to be a bit annoyed about that move, but obviously going to try and catch up back on Nathan and show him what he's got.
This is all allowing Joshua Graham just to close up. Look at the driver at the back of that little train. They've got the 22 of Browning just gesticulating there just to move down the road here. Let's try and get some clean laps in. Try and stay with the leader, because it's only 1.9 seconds covering the top two. It's still the potential to try and close up on the race leader. And of course Joshua Graham is closing up on this little fight here for second place, as Browning just looking to keep it neat as he makes it through Stowe Corner, going through the Willows, heading up to the straight up towards Derrick's Corner, and the 78 not too far behind either. Deglau there in sixth position, rounding out the field. Not many drivers in this race, but there's still plenty of action, of course. And they're still running fairly close together. Even they've got Patrick Igley in fifth place, just a little bit further behind this fight for second place, just going out of the Dan Weldon corner. And Dovidas Deglau rounding out that field so far. But Browning and Reitman here putting in a couple of clean laps, keeping it nice and smooth. Josh Patch, of course, out of the race, the kart on the infield and out of harm's way, as Reitman has a look, tries to move a second, some wheel banging there.
Oh wait! Nathan might be pulling over. I think that's the front wheel's got stuck into one of the nose cone or so. But he has got it going. But quite unfortunate there. He was running really high and looking really good for a good result. But he's going to be very frustrated about that one. But Joshua Graham, he's been waiting there, and he knew something was going to happen, and thankfully for him, it had. So Joshua Graham into P3 of this race.
So Benjamin Southgate, of course, clear and away. The number 15 just crossing the line now as we focus on this battle for second place. Miles Reitman then now clear in second, although just having a peek there is the 33 of Joshua Graham. And of course, with the unfortunate Nathan Browning dropping down the field, that means everyone else has moved up position. Dovidas Deglau, who was the last driver in the pack, has now moved up to fourth place. Patrick Igley into fifth. Browning, of course, with that wheel damage there, he is still in the race, but at the back of the field, as again 33 Graham's having a peek on the inside. And again, you can just see the smooth driving, minimal input on the steering wheel, keeping it nice and smooth through the corners, keeping that momentum going. They've lost track of the leader, who's just gone over the line now, Benjamin Southgate. But still, we'll just have a look at this incident here for a second, Charlie.
Yeah, it looks like Miles Martin kind of covered off, and Nathan Browning just had nowhere to go, to be honest. And yeah, just a second he hit, it just got all stuck, and his front wheel got stuck into I don't know if it's the nose cone or something, and yeah, from there it's just you had nowhere to go.
So he's still racing and still fighting at the back of the field, but we're just focusing here on this battle with Joshua Graham in third in the number 33, just keeping a close eye on 51. We've still got 2 minutes plus the 1 lap to go, so at the moment I think they know the score. I think at the moment they know that barring anything untoward, the win is out of the question here, because Southgate looking clear at the front, so he's on a race of his own at the front, but the battle of second very much on here, and they know here, I think the last lap is the one that counts.
Well, of course. I mean, the finals are one that way it all counts, because that's where you get your pots, and you get some awesome prizes that are on offer. So I mean, these top three are going to be walking home with some, not just more than silverware, but also wearing a cap on their head, and got some free race entries and stuff, which obviously is really good to get them back at the circuit. It's a brilliant circuit. One of the best in the UK, as I said.
So it certainly is a old, firmly established circuit here in Kimbolton. It's been going all the way since 1959, so it's fair to say it's grown up alongside the sport of karting over the decades in the UK. Came over from the USA originally, of course, but really developing a life of its own in Europe and in the UK, of course, especially, where we see so many top drivers graduating into higher forms of motorsport via this Kimbolton circuit. We're seeing plenty of action here today in this, focusing on this second place battle, as still the number 33 in third, hustling away as they make their way down the back straight. That's Joshua Graham having a look on the inside momentarily there of Miles Reitman, but still staying in position. Now he's making the move down the inside, covers the apex on the exit to the corner, and a neat move there from Joshua Graham to go to second place. I would say that's textbook stuff there.
Yeah, I call that a 10 out of 10. Yeah, Joshua Graham, brilliant move there, but Miles Reitman, a bit of a front bumper to rear bumper there, and it's just trying to look at getting back, but Miles Reitman's kind of dropped off a little bit. I think Joshua Graham might have a look at having this, but with about 2 or 3 laps left, anything can happen.
So Benjamin Southgate, of course, running away with things. The gap goes up to just over 6 seconds. So now Miles Reitman has been deposed into third place. Not quite close to go for a pass right now, as we go to 4 seconds on the clock as the leader just goes through. So we have got another lap to go on top of this one. We're on the penultimate lap of the race, so a bit more time here for Miles Reitman to perhaps have a look at going into second position. Zegler still in fourth, Browning recovering to 5th place, and Igley running up the field with Josh Patch out of the race so far, as Joshua Graham just starts to pull away slightly, just enough to prevent Reitman from making the move. Benjamin Southgate in a race of his own at the front. He's already going through towards the Kimbolton corner, but all the action here for second place, as Graham just has a little glance over the shoulder. I think he knows he's got the corner to take. He can take it whichever line he wants to here. He can leave the corner open because he has got the advantage going through the Kimbolton corner.
Brilliant stuff here by Joshua Graham. He hasn't been this high all weekend, so brilliant stuff to finally see him where it all counts. But brilliant stuff here, and obviously P3 from Miles Reitman doing a brilliant job here. But Ben Southgate, he's been here all weekend. He wanted everything you could think of, everything you can imagine of. This guy is unstoppable this weekend, and he surely has shown it. So as he can round the final corner, he'll take it steadily, and round the final corner he'll win in Senior X30. Ben Southgate on top here, followed by Joshua Graham, who should hopefully come across the line in P2. Yes, he does. Miles Reitman coming in P3. Duvius Deglau coming in P4. Nathan Browning, a bit of tangling of what could have been. He'll be very frustrated about that one. What could have been for him. But Patrick Igley will come in P6, and obviously Josh Patch having to retire earlier in the race.
Interesting as well here to look at this, Charlie, and we looked at how close some of the heat races were in the pre-finals earlier on. We were expecting perhaps some really closely fought finals in places, but we've seen a few drivers having the luxury to get to the front and run their own race.
Well, I mean, it has all come down to tyres at the end of the day. I mean, the people who have looked after the tyres have effectively, gone on to do the best results. But I mean, in the final, there's a lot of nerves and stuff, and that can make people cause mistakes, of course. So it's another race at the end of the day. If it goes wrong, there's always the next one.
So let's move on, of course, to the Senior Rotax coming up in a few moments. Drivers in the dummy grid there, all in position and ready to go. So Senior Rotax, 3 more races to go, including the one that we are about to start. It's the Senior Rotax final. We'll have a look as they make their way out onto the circuit. We'll see how they line up in just a few moments when the flag drops. Onto the track they go then for their formation lap. And we saw 1 or 2 of the cutbacks there of the track. It still looks a little bit of some angry rain clouds in the air, but this is how they line up with Charlie Webb from Joe Galloway, row 2 Ethan Martin, Ryan Ward, Ubi and Pryor on row number 3. And then moving on to the rest of the field, row number 4. The 27 of James Tester from Aidan Rudge, Jack Collins, Morgan, Arjun Mehta and Will Forber in row number 6. And looking a little bit further back, Stedman and Rhodes on row number 7, the 62 and 93. Sam Dickens, Bray and Peter Hugler. And Bim Malthus on row number 9. Ryan Hedge and Dominic Salukis just a little bit further back on row number 10 as they come round the final corner here, Charlie, and the Senior Rotax about to get underway.
Looks like Forber couldn't get into his position, but we are off, and no, we're going to have go again because looks like some of the drivers weren't in the correct positions. It looked like one of the aircraft drivers was wasn't in the correct position at the start of the race, was struggling to get back into position, but now he's got this lap to he's getting into position. So at this time, everyone's going to be, thinking of how, that was their first start, you can call it. They can see where they've went wrong, and obviously try and reflect on that. And obviously, about 20 seconds later, when they've got round to the straight, they're ready to go again. So Joe Galloway, last minute preparations to get in the zone and get ready to go racing. I mean,
I think here as well, they've got to get the second start right, because that's when the tension will really start to build for the drivers if they have another go-round.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a few attempts they can have at this before they get stopped and told, what are you doing? You need to, sort this out. But here we go. Senior Rotax is off and away, and Joe Galloway trying to get over to the inside. Charlie Webb holds it, and Ethan Martin looks to come through. There's Tom Pryor there in P4. He's going to have a look at have a little bounce going there, and Aidan Rudge tried to have a go, but he got a little bit pushed wide there. That's by Ryan Ward. But a good start by Charlie Webb there. Brilliant start. Got into P1, and looks like Joe Galloway's done good to go around the outside and get into P2 there. There's Jacob Rose in the 43, the MLC kart, doing hasn't been here in quite a while, so trying to have a quick go and see what he can do. But there's Charlie Webb in P1. Let's see how they come when they come out the last corner and onto the start-finish race. So we've got Charlie Webb, Joe Galloway, Ethan Martin, Tom Pryor, Ryan Ward, Aidan Rudge, Will Forber, Romarian Ubi, Michael Morgan and Jacob Rose ran out the top 10. Joe Galloway moving it into the lead of the race. Brilliant move by him. Charlie Webb just holding it in P2. Ethan Martin just closing in on the top 2. Brilliant driving by the top 3.
Yeah, brilliant start here to this Senior Rotax race, with Joe Galloway then just sneaking his way through into the lead as they made their way through Stoke Corner. Here they come though, down the TKM straight, and you just see them there just altering with the radiator, getting the air flap in there, as well as Charlie Webb has a look down the inside. Right on his tail there is Ethan Martin as they go two abreast out of the corner, and it looks like Webb back into the lead. So a real shop around once again. It's Galloway still in second, Martin third, Pryor fourth, Ward in fifth. 2.5 seconds covering the top 10 or thereabouts. They
Galloway got really close to the wall there. Oh, there's two off. That looks like Mohammed bin Mahfouz, and I can't see who else that is. That looks like the number 80.
It's the 80. Yeah,
that's Dominicus Zukilis, part of the Croc Promotions team. So quite unlucky there.
That's the two at the back, and they've gone off at the Kimbolton corner where the leaders are heading through there now. We've got yellow flags. I think we've still got the stationary cart on the track, so they've got waved yellows where the leaders make their way through past that stricken cart, and Zukelis' car being called.
Battenbergs are out. So basically virtual safety car again. So we've seen this before in a couple of other races where
we've had a spinner there. Looks like the 82.
Looks like one of the that's one of the air cars. That's William Forber. Looks like he had a bit of an incident there, or I don't really know what's happened there, but obviously as the Battenbergs come out, everyone's gone on the brakes, and obviously he hasn't seen what's happened, and
he has been able to rejoin at the back. He's just ahead of the number 18 of Ryan Hedge in 17th place. So a bit of a moment there for Will Forber, who was in 8th place. He's got it all to go again, and he's looking across what he's supposed to be doing here, whether he's...
Well, you're not allowed to overtake, so I don't know what he's trying to do, but there's the replay. There's the two drivers stuck together on the last corner. That's the kind of problem with a go-kart, is that the second they collide, you kind of connect more like, and you're kind of stuck from there. So so Charlie Webb still leading the way, followed by Ethan Martin. Good start there. Tom Pryor doing really good so far. hold it up there. Looks like Jacob Rose has made up a few places. Let's see how many he made up. He's made up 5 already into P9. Good start by him. So all ready to go. Let's see. Joe Galway's kind of looking. He's kind of taken a wider line to try and see if he can try.
I think just off the camera shot here, just looking out of the window, there is. You may see the officials running in the infield there with some of the. Looks like some of the cement dust. So they are still staying under the Battenberg flags. So I'm thinking with that incident there, Charlie, on the Kimbolton corner, I think it looks like some fluids have been dropped there. So I think they need to get that mopped up, obviously in the interest of safety, before we can get back under race conditions.
Well, yeah, obviously the second, someone someone goes on the fluid, that it's all, you have no control after that. I remember, there's been times in the past where, you don't really see what's happened, and all of a sudden you're flying off and you're thinking, well, what's going on? And then you realise that, there's fluid or something on the track, but it's so hard to see.
Officials are running about down there on the Kimbolton corner. I think they're looking to get some brooms to get some of that cement dust down on the circuit. There's, there we are, we can see on the inset there what's happened. That's where the incident occurred, of course. Now, of course, I suppose you've got engines sat at an angle, the fuel leaking from the carb and so forth onto the circuit. So you can see the officials hard at work, very frantically getting the. You can almost see the trail of the sand there. That's where the carts. That's the trajectory of the carts when they went off to the side of the circuit there. So,
but obviously, any moves down there will be for the person on the outside will be quite daunting, because obviously they're going to struggle for a bit of grip coming out of there. But they see Charlie Webb. He's really slowing down. I think soon enough we'll be ready to go racing.
See him really bunching them up there. We're almost barely above walking pace here as they make their way through the Kimbolton corner. And at the front there, looks like he's just ringing them down. Charlie Webb almost to a crawl here. So it looks like we're about to go. The green flag is being readied here on the start line. Here they come out to the final corner, and we are back under race conditions. And Charlie Webb pointing. He's saying, let's just race down the track here. Let's not fight for position. But no one else appears to be listening right now as they fight their way through the first corner.
Charlie Webb, brilliant start there. Tom Pryor having a look at Ethan Martin. Doesn't do it, but here comes Joe Galloway on Thomas Pryor. Will he have a look? Yes, he does. He goes in, and Ryan Ward's there thinking, oh, how can I have a bit of that? That's Romario Nubi behind Ryan Ward. He's going to have a look at maybe even trying to get a pass down. But Ethan Martin, there's him with Charlie Webb, with the top 2 of the Senior Rotax race right now. Thomas Pryor looking to see if he can try and catch up. That's James Tester going to the inside the track. I wonder if he's trying to make a move. But there's Mario Ubi. He's looking at a move. There's the cement that I was talking about earlier, where you could, if there's an overtake, you could look at going into. But there's Charlie Webb into P1 at the end of this lap.
So Webb there, he's controlled the restart quite well. He takes the lead at the end of that first lap, of course, with those 2 or 3 laps neutralised under the Battenberg flags, under what you might say effectively were like safety car conditions. It means that essentially the amount of race time has been shortened to fight for the checkered flag here, because they've been running under a controlled state. Now they've got to race to the flag. We've got 4.5 minutes plus the one remaining. We've got a warning flag out for James Tester down in the midfield, but that's not going to bother Charlie Webb, who makes his way very neatly through the Kimbolton corner. You may see just to the edge of the camera there's some rather angry rain clouds in the air. Let's hope that doesn't play a part. It's nice and sunny down there trackside at the moment, but we saw some trouble earlier in the heat races. But let's hope that's not going to be the case. But Charlie Webb looking good from Ethan Martin, just trying to break away a bit now, Charlie Webb, but Ethan Martin not giving this one up.
Well, the sunshine's definitely come out now the Senior Rotax racing has started again. And Charlie Webb, he's holding his line perfectly, putting a bit of a gap from Ethan Martin. Ethan is going to, just try and follow his lines and, try and get on the back of him. But here comes Joe Galloway, and there's Thomas Pryor. Thomas Pryor might be looking for a move. He wasn't close enough there, but very close between the top 4 there. There's Romario Nubi in P5. He's trying to close in on a pack, but besides that, we've got Ryan Ward, Jack Collins. He's made up a couple of positions. He's trying to get into the top 3 to get those brilliant prizes on the line. Aidan Richardson P8, good start by him, and Jack Stedman making up 4 positions. Not having the best of weekends so far, not the best of luck, but definitely has the pace to show up at the front, carrying off by Will Forber, who's made it all the way back up to the top 10.
Yeah, good recovery there from Will Forber to get back in the top 10. Joe Galloway getting a few shout-outs on the social media pages, and he's certainly running well in the race here. He set the fastest lap, 41.07. Look out here for the number 58. He starts to put the pressure on Ethan Martin, making their way down into the first corner. Through Stowe they go. Nothing going there as Webb holds on to the lead. Galloway determined to get with the race leader now. This might be the time when he's looking to try and make the move, but he can't afford to be too aggressive and lose out time, because his main objective, of course, is to get up there with Charlie Webb. Ethan Martin, on his part, of course, is looking to snatch the win for himself as they make their way back down the TKM straight, headed, of course, by Charlie Webb, who has controlled this race so well. 2.5 minutes to go. Here they come through into Kimbolton once again. And again, Galloway not quite able to make a move there as they make their way down the back straight and into the start-finish line. Charlie Webb looking strong at the moment.
Yeah, Joe Galloway's been going to spend a few laps trying to look at where he can maybe go for a move and catch Ethan Martin off guard. But Charlie Webb doing a brilliant job here, you know, just leading the way. He's been there or thereabouts all weekend. Bit of a controversy. How do you even say that?
Controversy.
Yeah, that's it. Having a bit of issues in the final heat where he was 6 in the wet, and a bit of an incident where he had to, you know, cut a bit of the track, and unfortunately that led into a 1-lap penalty. But yellow flags came out just for a quick second whilst the marshals can walk over to make sure that all the safety is, you know, trying to keep our marshals safe as well whilst also the drivers.
Of course, the marshals doing such a great job here, not just with the flag marshals, but also helping to get the stricken carts off the course. Let's hope they're not needed in the last minute and a half plus one, though. As
that's Alfie Bray. That's the 43 of from the air kart team. That's a bit of a shame for Alfie Bray, one of our drivers who was near the back of the pack, and.
This is on the Kestrel corner where the leaders are just going through now. There is a wave yellow as that kart is fairly close to the edge of the circuit, but they have moved it into the infield. The driver, of course, okay.
Shaking his hands, so maybe it could be a bit of an injury on his hands, but quite unfortunate there from Alfie Bray.
Alfie Bray looking a little bit fired up actually on the infield, so the race certainly not going to plan for him. Just been told by the marshal to wait on the infield. The race goes on, of course, with Charlie Webb just holding this race very close. You can see so many people out here to watch this afternoon as well. There's been a good crowd of people here checking out the action at Kimbolton. Plenty of good vantage points out on the track as Charlie Webb leads them back down towards the Kimbolton corner. Through Kestrel they go into the final corner. Still we've got Ethan Martin and that distinctive looking Lando Norris kart there with Joe Galloway on his tail in third place. There's a little bit further behind there for Tom Pryor and Ramiro Nubi in 5th place in the 77. Jack Collins also looking good as Galloway moves into second momentarily, and Martin on the switchback retakes the second place. This allows Charlie Webb to pull away slightly. Next time round will be the last lap, and this fight for second place has come at the perfect time for Charlie Webb. Trouble further back.
There's a driver out of the kart.
Trouble further back here.
That was after the Willows. I hope the driver is okay.
So the race goes on here. We're going to have waved yellows, one would imagine, at the least here. There is a driver gone out to the kart further down the field. He is off to the side of the track. There's a lot of officials on the circuit. So 1 lap to go here. I'm just keeping an eye on what the marshals are going to be doing here.
We're going to have yellows out, but I think we might have to pull out a red flag or Battenberg. But the carts are off the track.
Is clear, so we are under waved yellows here. This is where the incident occurred. You'll see a few officials there, but the carts are off the circuit. We are back under green flag as they pass the incident, so we are going to have a run to the finish here. Still with Webb leading the way, and Martin in second position. So Martin second, Galloway third, and at the moment it's looking good for Charlie Webb as it comes to the final few corners.
Charlie Webb, he had a terrible last heat earlier today, but he stormed through the field. He showed everyone what he can do. Charlie Webb, Senior Rotax, it goes to him. Charlie Webb wins here in Kimbolton. Ethan Martin carrying it to second place. Joe Galloway P3, Thomas Pryor P4 making up 2 positions. P5 for Marion Ubi. Jack Collins making up 3 positions to P6. Jack Sedman making up 6 positions to P7. Ryan Ward P8. James Test to P9, and Will Thorpe rounding out the top 10.
Just to give you an update there on the infield are the 2 carts that were stricken on that incident on the final lap. It was towards the back of the field actually. Aidan Rudge and Arjun Mehta got together. Mehta being the one who was ejected from his kart. I would say that I have seen him with my own eyes here walking off to the side of the circuit under his own steam rather quickly. Getting out of harm's way. He's just at the side of the track talking to the medics, and Aidan Rudge walking back to the paddock under his own steam. So that was a scary looking incident, but certainly the safety equipment doing its job there, and it appears at least that Arjun Mehta is okay and fairly unharmed as he talks to the marshals and the medic. So that's good to see, and everyone clearing the track up. But Charlie Webb there, doing very well. He came under some real pressure from Ethan Martin and Joe Galloway, and Martin did well to fight and hold on to that second place, and well-deserved victory for Charlie Webb.
Yeah, brilliant driving by Charlie. I think Piggy just held his cool. He played his cards right, and he definitely pulled off when he needed to best. But now we're going on to our F100 time. I'm ready for this. Are you?
Yeah, so looking forward to this. We've got some of the air-cooled action out there as well, with some of the wonderful classic karts from that iconic period of karting, you would say, when a lot of the golden generation of British drivers came through into the higher forms of motorsport. It was always very big in the 90s, of course. We saw a lot of karting on the mainstream television, and these iconic karts still well preserved and still race to this day. Very competitive as well. They haven't really dropped much pace compared to some of the modern karts. As we just have a look at the circuit, that I think is Aidan Rudge by the looks of things, and there is Arjun Mehta shaking hands. It was a racing incident. Glad to see that both are okay. We were talking earlier about some of the overalls. You see Mehta there, he's wearing what looks like those Alpine Star overalls. He looks a little bit shaken, but uninjured. I think everyone's glad to see him okay. We, of course, have got the helmets have to be scrutineered, and the overalls, they've got that, they have got that little bit of give in them compared to, for example, car racing overalls. We don't like to see that sort of thing happen, but that's what it's all there for. It's the driver walks away and shaken, but otherwise okay.
Yeah, there's Aidan Rudge taking a look at his car. But here we go. The F100 Pre-95 in 2000. So it's going to be Joseph Rees-Smith on pole position. He's been storming through the field today. Martin Bradbury in P2. Alistair Topless, look out for him in P3. Charlie Verity, James Verity, Oliver Owen Marlowe. Monty Gorringe, Jade Goodwin, watch out for her as well. Championship leader. Matt Dobson, Robin Perkis, Neil Roger and Alfie Garford take out row 6. Donna Regan and Joe Scory will take up row 7. Alex Spinks, Mark Booth, Richard Plummer and Andrew Godfrey take out row 9. Liam Hangling and Ian White will take out the final row of the grid.
So the drivers now on the dummy grid, waiting to make their way out onto the circuit. Just a few final checks, of course. There were a few stricken karts, but a debris on the track. We think it is all okay. And the officials just making final checks. I think that last corner, of course, we saw the cement going down. That all appears to be okay. So hopefully we should be clear and ready to go for this penultimate race of the day in just a few moments. Here, of course, in association with TNL Sports, where sport lives. And don't forget, of course, for more motorsport action, please subscribe to TNL Sports on YouTube for plenty of whole variety of motorsport action throughout the season, as we go to our penultimate race of the 2023 Kimbolton Festival, and the F100 Pre-95 and Pre-2000s making their way out onto the circuit, headed of course by Joseph Rees-Smith with the Cosmic decal chassis there. Or was that Cosmic with that bright pink and blue colour scheme, or was it very distinctive out on the track?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of stick with them for the whole, you know, about 30 or 40 years they've been around for. But obviously, yeah, brilliant livery there. Not just from him, but from a few other drivers as well. So obviously we're going to have 2 formation laps, just to make sure, you know, everything's okay and the cart's working well. Make sure all the engines are heated up as well. So that's always a good, you know.
And of course, more than a few Tony karts out in this as well. Of course, that's a very well-established kart manufacturer, and of course, when we're looking at Pre-95, Pre-2000, it was, you would say, one of the dominant chassis manufacturers. So fair to say, still quite a few of them out in competition.
And I mean, the whole OTK group is still dominant to this day. If you look out in the World Championships and European Championships, it's all still being won by the OTK group.
And there's the 87 there towards the back of the field, the lovely machine of Ian White. That must be about the oldest kart in the meeting today. Oh, right on cue, unfortunately, has pulled into the pits. Now, he had trouble in the pre-final, so it looks like he may have had to go out of contention. That's a shame, as they make their way through. Joseph Rees-Smith leading them round Kimbolton Corner. Martin Brackerby alongside. Here we go. F100 Pre-95 and 2000 getting underway, Charlie.
Right, here we go. Start the final. Here we go. Joseph Rees-Smith into turn 1. Put a hand on the choke and come flying through turn 1. He will be flying. And
Brackerby having a look there.
Yeah, that's let's see, that's Brackenbury. He is going to take P2, and Alistair Topless right in P3. Gonna have a look, but doesn't take it as yet.
Bit ragged down the first few corners. Brackenbury having a look down the inside of Reeve Smith, just caught the back of that number 3 cart, which allows Reeve Smith to pull away as they all get shunted back into each other somewhat. So a good first lap there for Joseph Reeve Smith as they make their way down through Kestrel Corner in towards Kimbolton for the first time. Well, those air-cooled machines screaming away through the Kimbolton Corner as Joseph Reeve Smith leads them through. Brackenbury recovering now as Alistair Topless moves into third. He looked good in the pre-final. He'll be looking to try and get to third as he fights there with Charlie Verity, James Verity. Alfie Garford moves into 6th place. Monty Gorringe, Jade Goodwin still there in 8th place. 9th to Matt Dobson, and Alex Smiggs breaking into the top 10.
Brilliant driving here from all the drivers here to be on these, driving brilliantly with how hard these chassis and, you know, the old karts are, because they're designed, you know, to be reckless, and you have to drive at such a high standard just to keep it on the track.
I was going to say, of course, part of the nature of these karts is they have, by their very definition, they're race machines, they have a hard life. A lot of, like, so my background in motocross is from the, what they call the Evo racing, where you have the 1990s motocross bikes. And there must be a similar principle here, of course. You've got karts that have had many years of race abuse, and, you know, the frames having a hard time as well. So to get these karts prepped and ready to be competitive racing machines takes some doing and a lot of love and preparation off the track.
Oh yeah, massive preparation must be taken in, and I think you have to carry a lot of spare parts with you because, you know, it can all go in one session. You never know. I know Alistair Topless, he carries a lot of engines with him for every race weekend. But speaking of Alistair Topless, he loses a position there, and I think that's to Owen Marlowe. So Owen Marlowe getting into the top 3 there. Good driving by him. He hasn't been in this position for all this weekend, so pretty good driving from him.
Still very close. They all fight their way through. We're looking even towards the back of the field. A few drivers fighting for position there. The likes of Richard Plummer, Ian Wright, Neil Rodgiall in there as well. I think we've got the subclass, of course, with the Pre-95 and Pre-2000s both competing out there as well. The F100 Pre-95s, of course, looking strong. Joseph Reeve Smith in the number 3. Got his elbows out, metaphorically speaking, on the first lap and putting in some decent laps here to try and break away from that chasing flag. The distinctive Spanish flag on the back of the helmet there for the number 3, and that's all everyone can see from him so far as he very neatly makes his way through Stowe Corner and still chasing Owen Marlowe, Alistair Topless, all very close indeed. The 73 of Martin Brackenbury just like moving momentarily to second as they fight for second position, going through Derek's Corner up towards the Dan Weldon Corner. Here's the fight for second, and now the 127 Owen Marlowe into second place.
Brilliant driving there by Owen Marlowe. I saw, I think that was Brackenbury getting 2 wheels over the curves. And there's Brackenbury. Oh, he had a quick look, and Owen Marlowe shut that door straight away. And Alistair Topless going to have a little look to see if he can get through on the pack, but I don't think so at the moment. He's going to come down the start-finish straight here to his second, third, and fourth.
So that battle of a second just breaking away now from the rest of the top 10. Nothing really going there in terms of overtaking as they make their way through the whole line astern. Just behind them, the fight for fifth between Charlie Verity, James Verity in there as well. The 42 of Jade Goodwin and the series leader. She's just hanging on in there, looking to try and make an advantage and try and find her way through. Monty Gorringe in 8th place, the 78, of course, just in front. James Verity notably getting a warning flag there a few moments ago on the timing sheets. Joe Scory, Alex Spinks a bit further behind as we look at the 127 of Owen Marlowe, still holding on to that second place and trying to close the gap on the race leader.
Yes, brilliant driving here by the second place. Owen Marlowe, he's really putting a lot of really trying to extend this gap, but getting a lot of pressure being put on him by Brackenbury. Really trying to close this gap Brackenbury has to Owen Marlowe, but Owen Marlowe effectively wants to close the gap on Joseph Reeve Smith. But Joseph has been so unstoppable this weekend. You know, there's no way of even catching him. There's Alfie Garford in the number 27. He's done brilliant to catch up to get to where he is. He's made up 7 places, so brilliant job by him to also be racing TKM Extreme. So he's done good in the TKM Extreme. He's done good in this. So that kind of shows how much of a good driver he is, that he can jump in any machinery and be right up at the front.
And a lovely camera angle just a few moments ago, really, and again, just really showing how much the drivers are making these karts work through some of the more technical corners. Of course, if they over push, if they slide too much, they're just going to lose traction, so it's finding that sweet spot. As we see Owen Marlowe there, just struggling for pace as he makes his way down the straight there, and Martin Brackenbury and Alistair Topless just closing up momentarily. Here we see that camera angle of the Dan Weldon corner. You see how close and competitive these karts are as they make their way through the edge of the top 10. Matt Dobson, Donnell Regan in 14th, Andrew Godfrey back to the fight for second place. They really are running very well here as they make their way over the line. Joseph Reeve-Smith still looking good. Here's the fight for second. And down the inside goes Brackenbury. Takes the corner. Now, can he make the move stiff?
Looks like he has, but here's Topless on the curb again. He's been doing that so much this weekend. I don't think his chassis's going to like that one. But Brackenbury, oh wow, late move from Owen Marlowe. Straight back on the inside into Derricks. That's Brackenbury really showed him who's boss there. Brackenbury dropping back down into third place, but in the meantime, Joseph Reeve-Smith really driving away here in that really colourful machinery that he's got there.
So at the moment, Joseph Reeve-Smith has done all the hard work in these early stages, has got to the front nice and early, held on to that lead, and just continuing to pull away as the fight develops behind him for second place. Again, holding to the inside.
The leader has been given a technical flag. I don't know what it's for, but the leader has been given a technical flag.
The rear bumper thing's hanging loose. Let's have a look at the number 3 then.
No.
So you'll see the number 3 heading up towards the Dan Weldon corner. There he is, leading the race, but he has been given a technical black flag. So he will drop out of the race. He's looking over the shoulder, and he knows it now.
Oh, and there's a seed. Second place is Seeds.
Oh, so the engine sees there for Brackenbury. Yeah, so right there you can see for yourself the reason he's been black flagged. So Joseph Reeve-Smith has done everything right, but he is going to be out of the race. Engine seizure for the 127 helmet off. He's dejected. So this race really has been shuffled up. Another driver off the course there, right on the first corner there. So we're really having a shuffle now. And that means that the 73 of Martin Brackenbury has now taken the lead, with Alistair Topless in second place. And it's
Alfie Garford. How has he managed that? He's made up, I think that's 9 places gained. Wow, brilliant stuff there by Joseph Reeve-Smith. No, not Joseph Reeve-Smith, I mean Alfie Garford. Doing double duties this weekend, doing a cracking job. He's about to get double silverware, I believe, and there's a brilliant move there. That's the
trouble there.
Gone Tom tail, and looks like Brackenbury's in a bit injured there because he's went bit flying, and that means Topless. Alistair Topless is going to be leading the way, which is wouldn't believe that a few laps ago, wouldn't you?
It's a dramatic race here. The 27 there going down the inside.
The Battenbergs have gone out.
So we got the damage to the safety barriers there as they both ploughed in there, of course. We saw Martin Brackenbury and Alfie Garford fighting for position, and Brackenbury doesn't look too happy with that one because he had the line there, bit of a racing incident, and Brackenbury really showing his displeasure. So with 1.5 minutes to go, plus the extra lap, we've got Alistair Topless leading the way, Joe Scory in second. This is what happened here, Charlie. Let's have a look.
So it looks like Garford's on the inside, kind of loses it on the curb, and then...
Bad luck there, wasn't it?
Yeah, Brackenbury had nowhere to go, and he's just flying. He just straight flying.
It looked like Garford got a little bit screwy there in the corner, just drifted wide, and of course had nowhere to go but straight into the unfortunate Martin Brackenbury.
So it looks like we've got Alistair Topless here leading the race. Joe Scory has made up 12 places into P2. Brilliant drive by him. Charlie Verity's gone into P3. It's like Monty Goringe is into P4. Jake Goodwin, your championship leader, P5. Liam Hanglin made up 13 places. He's been making up places in every race so far. Brilliant stuff by him. Alex Spinks has made up 8 places to 7th. Donald Regan to P8. Matt Dobson P9. And Andrew Godfrey from near the back of the grid to P10.
And looking down on the finish line here, the starting official has got the green flag out here. So Alistair Topless slowing them all down. We've got 32 seconds on the clock here. So
this is technically a two-lap dash to the flag.
Pretty much, isn't it? We've got 25 seconds. They will get round before that clock goes to 0. So 2 laps to the finish here. And let's see what Alistair Topless, who's looked very good all weekend, can he hold on and take the victory as they go over the line?
Right, here we go. 2 laps left. Alistair Topless into the lead of the race. Joe Scory is going to hold it there in second. Charlie Verity holding it in P3, and Monty Goringe in P4. They've all made bits of gaps. I can see Jade Goodwin there.
Yeah, Jade Goodwin. She's had a difficult pre-final and heat race, but it's coming good for her so far. Now back up to 5th place as Alistair Topless leads him through the top corner. That restart went exactly the way he would have wanted. The last lap board now being prepared. It was a good, clean restart there, but now it looks like Joe Scory just starting to close up here, Charlie, and ask some questions of the race leader.
Right. Final lap of the race, here we go. Alistair Topless versus Joe Scory. Joe Scory started the race in P13. If he can make it to P1.
Down the inside, but no.
The Topless covers off. He says, no, you're not getting past me. I want this win. I want this win now. Joe Scory right on the back of him. This is proper 90s racing here. Brilliant stuff by the top 2 here. And Joe Scory's just kind of slowed down a little bit. I don't know if he had some problems trying to get out of the corner there, but 2 corners left.
Looks like he's going to
holding the lead. He hasn't led anything this weekend, but when it counted, he did. Joe Scory going for a late move. Joe Scory to lead, but it's going to be Alistair Topless. His power's out the last corner, takes the cut back, and Alistair Topless will win in the pre-95 class. Brilliant job there by Alistair Topless to win on the line. Joe Scory, brilliant drive by him, P14 to P2, while Charlie Verity finishes in a brilliant P3. Jade Goodwin makes it up to 4th on the final lap. Good job by her. Hopefully her championship lead can stay where it is. Liam Hangling, brilliant job by him. He makes up 14 positions to P5. Alex Spinks to P6. Donna Regan
let's have a look
P7.
at the replay here of that move to the finish. So down the inside goes Scory. But as you see, very aggressive into the corner, loses out on the apex as they go out of the corner, and Alistair Topless holding on for the victory there. Joe Scory did try that a couple of times, very aggressive down on the inside to try and get the apex, but just couldn't hold on for the switchback coming out of the corner.
Well, in those last couple of laps, that's how you have to play. You have to, go as aggressive as you need to be, and good. I mean, fair play for having a go, but obviously he hit the curb going on the last corner, and the way that curb sort of works, it just like throws you out, and you just, you lose momentum, and then you're gone from there. So
as Owen Marley had a scary moment with that engine locked up on the back straight. Of course, that's the direct drive. I suppose if it locks up, you can't just pull the clutch and coast in, can you?
Especially with the the hot temperatures that we've been reaching today. There's Alfie Garford's dad going to retrain his kart. Owen Marley looks a bit shaken up. Probably because it would have shook him quite a bit.
Yeah, that's a fast part of the circuit where that engine locked up there. So he did well actually to control that kart as best he could and prevent himself having an accident. So quite a lot of incidents there. Just goes to show how a very straightforward-looking race can all of a sudden be turned on its head because we had the technical flag for the race leader there earlier on, and it was just all of a sudden turned on its head. We must have had about 4 or 5 lead changes there in the last few laps.
Yeah, Joseph Reed-Smith really looking like the one to win, but all of a sudden it changes in the flick of an eye, and he's dropped out of the race, and then it kind of all happened in one go. We had on the same lap Charlie Verity, kind of losing it as well, and with the engine seize, and as the Topless, making his way through, and there he was.
Well, I'll tell you what, the marshals and the mechanics there, the drivers, doing a very good job of clearing the circuit here, because as we look at the Stricken 27 there, we have got our last race of the day coming up very shortly. Onto the grid they go. So this is the F100 LC and the TKM Classics going out. Onto the grid now for their formation. They'll have, we suspect they'll have the 2 formation laps here. We'll have a look in a moment at how they line up for our final race of the day. Let's hope that the rain clouds hold off just this longer, and let's have a look at how they line up, Charlie.
Right, final race of the day. Glenn Guest will be on your pole position for this race. Paul Warner and Andrew Brennan sticking in the top 3 for the whole race in the last few races. Keith Evans, P4. Don Smithers and David Howard looked like he was P4. Mark Sturdy, P7, followed by Cliff McDonald, Alexander Bagnall, Blake Green, Josh Wagon, and Alex Woodrow follows in P12. Michael Whittaker, watch out for him as well. P4, Philip Tristan, P14, and Nigel Leggs, P15.
So, of course, they go around for a second of the 2 formation laps for our final race of the day. Don't forget, of course, to please subscribe to TNL Sports on YouTube for more action where sport lives throughout the race season, of course, not just in karting, but various different forms and formulas of racing. Plenty of action online with TNL Sports. So what's been an action-packed day here at Kimbolton for the 2023 Kimbolton Festival, incorporating, of course, the TKM Festival.
You can really smell the richness of the fuel through
nice
here.
Old premix smell, isn't it? It's when you're down there in the waiting zones as well in the paddock, it just hangs in the air, doesn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, right. Liquid cooled, and we've got the classic TKMs ready to go.
Somebody getting excited.
Yeah, someone getting really excited in the background there.
So Glenn Guest, of course, 23 with Paul Warner, 27 alongside him. That's the first row. Andrew Brennan just with the orange helmet there, number 17 with the 34 of Keith Evans. Amongst the drivers to look out for, here they go. They line up. The green flag about to go out, and we're underway, Charlie.
Right, here we go. Final race of the day. Glenn Guest into the lead. Will he hold it? Looks like he's going to, but that's the Gillard there going around the outside. I have to see who that is. Looks like could be Keith Evans or Andrew Brennan. Good start from the Gillard there. There's a Tony kart looking to maximise on his start there. But yeah, brilliant start there by Glenn Guest.
Yeah, he's looking good. A bit further back, of course, the Classics underway. The Mark Sturdy leading from Cliff McDonald, the two front runners earlier on. One or two drivers straggling at the back there. Philip Tristan had trouble earlier, and the number 15 also in trouble as well. So that was Josh Wagon, as the 23 of Glenn Guest leads them around the final corner, looking neat at the end of the first lap.
Brilliant start there from Glenn Guest after the first lap. So Glenn Guest leads with fastest lap on a 44.2. Keith Evans with P2. Followed by Paul Warner in P3. Andrew Brennan, not the best of starts, dropping down into P4, but he'll try and find his way back up. John Smithers was P5 and David Howard P6. Mark Sturdy leads the way in the classic TKMs. Cliff McDonald following closely behind in second place. Alexander Bagnall, he was in P3, but Michael Whitaker is P3 in the classic TKM class. Blake Green was in P4 in the classic TKMs. Followed by Philip Tristram, who was in P5 in a classic TKM class.
So as Glenn Guest leads them over the line, still a long way to go on this one. 8.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. And there we see in the inset the number 57 of Mark Sturdy, 7th place, but leading the way in the TKM Classics. But he can't afford to relax here, because he's still got the number 19 of Cliff McDonald, who's been there or thereabouts all weekend, charging behind in, he of course is 8th on the track and 2nd in the TKM Classics, as Glenn Guest really putting a couple of good strong laps in here at the start of this final, keeping the gap to 2 seconds between him and Paul Warner in second place. But the 23 of Glenn Guest, as we've seen in the previous race, of course, this is by no means a foregone conclusion, but on his part here, Glenn Guest has got away neatly here and controlling the race from the front.
Yeah, brilliant racing. At the moment, in every race, it's been lights to flag winning, but yeah, as we saw in the last race, anything can happen, and we have to look out for those things. So, I mean, at the moment, Glenn Guest's doing, God work right now, keeping it in the lead, but we'll have to see what happens at the end of the race, because you never know. We couldn't see him might not be able to see him on the top step of the podium, but we'll have to see how it goes.
A bit further back, though, it's still Mark Sturdy leading the way, only just from Cliff McDonald in the classic TKM class. They're just a little bit further behind, making their way through Derek's corner. They'll be coming up towards us by the camera here, as we have a quick look at the 21 there of David Howard, making his way very neatly down the TKM straight, and heading through Kimbolton, we've got the number 17 of Andrew Brennan, really putting the pressure on the number 34, the third place driver Keith Evans, as Brennan has a look down the inside. Nice little move on the entrance, and he should hold on to take that position on the apex. So Andrew Brennan up to third place.
Yeah, it looked like Keith Evans was struggling a bit on the straight line speed. You can see him tingling with the engine and the car, trying to get the most out of it, of which you can obviously do back in the day, but with technical regulations, you kind of can't really do that now. Mess around with the carb like you could used to. But yeah, brilliant overtake there by the 17, of 27. I mean, of the Paul Warner. Yeah, brilliant driving.
Good comeback here as well for the 42, just at the tail end of that little battle there. That's the car to Dean Smithers, who had difficulties earlier on today, but it's coming good for him in the final here as he keeps the pressure on Keith Evans, who, like you say, Charlie, just seems to be struggling a little bit at the moment. He's just dropped the pace as the 45, Nigel Higgs, appears to be dropping the pace at the back of the field. The blue flag's going up and he moves to one side because he is effectively out of contention. Mark Sturdy still leading the TKM Classics in 7th place from Cliff McDonald, as we look again at number 42 of Dean Smithers. There is the 17 of Andrew Brennan, still in third, very neatly going through the Kestrel corner down into Kimbolton. And looks, well, he was struggling a minute ago there, Keith Evans, but he just seems to have found a bit of pace out of that kart and is challenging again for third place.
Yeah, I mean, the pack's quite spreading out now, so Glenn Guest's got a 3-second lead, followed by Andrew Brennan, who is about 5 seconds behind Paul Warrener. So, I mean, the pack's kind of spread out, but there's still little battles going on in between in the liquid cool karts and the classic TKMs.
Yeah, and that classic TKM class, one of the most notable ones. They're going through Stowe Corner at the moment, making their way up towards the Derrick's Corner halfway through. We'll try and have a look at those in a few moments. Is the battle between Mark Sturdy and Cliff McDonald as we watch the number 17 of Andrew Brennan. The TKM Classics making their way up towards Dan Weldon Corner, but Andrew Brennan, 17, holding on to that third place from Dan Evans, who has a little peek down the inside, not quite close enough to go for a pass there. Still watching is Dean Smithers as the leaders of the TKM Classics. They're making their way into the final corner. Here they are. And this is Mark Sturdy, who's had a superb race here so far, Charlie. But tell you what, Cliff McDonald keeping him honest in second place.
Yeah, Mark Sturdy likes to flag P1 in the pre-final. He's looking really promising here for another win. But the number 19 of Cliff McDonald really saying, "Oh well, I don't know if I don't want to know if I want to take this lead or not." But he's going too soon. As there's 4 minutes left to go. Cliff McDonald's really on the back of him now, trying to get past Mark Sturdy here. Michael Whitaker is just sitting behind, just waiting for a little time to pounce. But obviously got a bit for gaps, so he's going to have to try and close that gap if he can.
Glenn Guest still leading quite comfortably as down the inside goes Cliff McDonald. Can he hold on, make the move stick? Yes, he can as he goes down the straight, but immediately Mark Sturdy just trying to find a line here as they make their way into Stowe Corner. Goes wide on the entrance. Now he's going to try and cut across, but it looks like Cliff McDonald's got the line covered. This is a battle for 7th place in the race, but first in the TKM Classics. Glenn Guest still leading comfortably from Paul Warren and Keith Evans, but this is the main race lead action here for 7th place. Cliff McDonald leading the Classics here. He's been looking for several laps to try and make a move. As we go back to number 21, that's the machine of David Howard, who's fighting. Well, he's actually just lapped Nigel Higgs, who seems to have dropped off the pace. 3 minutes to go on the clock. Over the line goes the number 21, who's looking quite steady in 5th place. Andrew Brennan seems to have gone missing somewhere.
Well, I don't know if that was the timing screens or if he's not actually, or if he's gone off track, but we'll have to see what's happened there. But there's the 19, that's Cliff McDonald leading the way here by Mark Sturdy and Michael Whitaker. Just you can see him in the background there, got quite a colourful suit. Just waiting, just sitting there in P3, brilliant stuff there. There's Nigel Higgs just going through on shot. But there's Cliff McDonald, there's a top 2 battle. There's P3 for the classic TKM.
Yeah, looking out on track, actually couldn't see Andrew Brennan. It is showing that he has pitted, so he's very quietly exited the stage, you might say, as we look at the 27 of Paul Warren. That's a shame, of course, for Andrew Brennan, who's been running so well. But back we go to this battle here for the TKM Classics, and now, of course, fighting for 6th on the track as the 57 of Mark Sturdy, again, just taking a very wide entry into the corner, and sometimes he can make the move on the exit of the corner.
Yeah, I mean, if the driver on the inside overcooks the corner a bit, it is very easy to get it on the exit. It's what they kind of call the switchback manoeuvre. It can work at any corner if you can get it right, but we're mostly seeing that at turn 1 and at the last corner where they're quite tight corners, so you have to try and carry the momentum through the corner to get out of the corner as quick as you can.
Not too far behind, actually, Michael Whitaker and Alexander Bagnall. You can see them just watching this battle for lead as we go back to our race leader, 23 Glenn Guest. We've got 1.5 minutes on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining, and he's looking comfortable so far. As we look at the number 19, still there, of course, Cliff McDonald, who looks like he's got past Sturdy. Here, of course, is the race leader, lapping the leaders of the TKM Classic classes, nipping through them at the moment, as 19 looks across there, Cliff McDonald. And he won't be too bothered to go a lap down here, of course, because he'll have one lap less to complete in the lead.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there by Cliff McDonald and Mark Sturdy to just get out of the way and let Glenn carry on with his outstanding performance here today. He's just been flying through the field all through the weekend, just lapping drivers left, right and centre. He's never dropped out of the P1 position. There's Nigel Higgs, first time racing in 18 years, so been good to see him back out, you know, not watching his son for once racing and actually getting out on track.
He's looking smooth out there. He's out of contention in terms of the of any sort of podium finishes, but he's out there running strongly. He's still in 12th place. We've had a few drivers dropping out of contention, of course, so he's on for a decent finish, one might say, and 18 years is a very long time in what's a demanding sport, so he's doing well to be out there and turning a good pace.
Yeah, I think he's doing alright, but there's Glenn Guest. He's doing a cracking job. We have Paul Warren, he's in P2, just in his world of his own pretty much. There's the last sport. So, Glenn Guest, take us for a lap. We're going to go into turn 1, slow corner. Get it right, carry the speed through the willows. Right, left, carry the speed out and onto the straight. We can maybe look behind, see no one there. Well, there isn't anyone there because you've capped the whole field, mate. Through Derek's brilliant driving there. Now the whole complex, the Dan Weldon complex. So we're going to miss the first curve, get close to the second curve, get close to the third curve, and run out wide down the straight, going to Kestrel. Maybe use a bit of curve if you can, but coming around the final corner. He's won everything today, and maybe just adding a final win will do him great. So Glenn Guest around the final corner is going to win in the liquid cool karts. Brilliant driving by him. We have a look back at the classic TKMs. It's going to be Cliff McDonald. He's going to win it, classic TKM, followed by Mark Sturdy. Follows in second place. Michael Whitaker just following closely behind him, P3. He was there or thereabouts, but not close enough to take the win. Looks like Blake Green coming in fourth in the category, and Nigel Higgs P5.
Yeah, good result there for Nigel Higgs, of course, on his one-off comeback there. It's going to be Paul Warner, of course. He had a strong, steady race on his own somewhat, but brings it home in second place, way ahead of Keith Evans, who fights on to finish in third place from Dean Smithers. David Howard, there he is, the last driver on the track, last driver on the lead lap to finish in fifth position in the LC F100 class. And of course, you saw Cliff McDonald narrowly taking the victory from Mark Sturdy in the TKM Classics, with Michael Whitaker finishing in third place. So in what was quite a dramatic midfield battle there, which brings the 2023 Kimbolton Festival to a close, and what's been a spectacular weekend of racing. I think we would have to say firstly a big thank you for listening to us this weekend and or listening to us today. Hope you've enjoyed the show, of course, and what's been a spectacular and relatively incident-free weekend of racing. So good to see that not too many accidents out there is what we always like to see. Big shout out, of course, goes to the Orange Army, the hard-working marshals and flag crews, and of course to our medics. And thanks for letting me join you in the commentary box, Charlie, and have you enjoyed the weekend?
I've enjoyed it a lot, actually. It's been a great few days here. Did you enjoy it, and was there anything special that you caught your eye?
Some, I particularly like the F100 classes, some of the older ones out there as well. There was some pretty close action, unpredictable, of course, with the potential reliability of the machines. So I think those last few races in particular were quite notable, but as always in karting, it's always as close as ever. There's always some very close race action, and interesting to see in the finals, of course, some drivers really working things to their advantage as well.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of times where there was a lot of quick drivers near the back, and all they had to do was work their way through the field. So that was quite entertaining to watch. But I mean, what a brilliant day of racing. Yeah, certainly, and what's always been a well-regarded meeting, one of the highlights in the karting calendar domestically, the 2023, once again, of course, the karting festival here at Kimbolton, incorporating the TKM festival, as everyone just starts to make their way back to the paddock, and for all the drivers in the paddock, it'll be the long or short drive home, depending on where they are. This Kimbolton circuit, of course, is very well located in Cambridgeshire. It's not too far from the A14, so really an easy track to get to, far and wide for these drivers as well. So no wonder we get such popular gates down here. So yeah, looking very good there. So we'll
bid you farewell very shortly as the 2023 Kimbolton Festival draws to a close. Thanks, of course, for watching the live stream. Don't forget, of course, to subscribe to TNL Sports on YouTube, where sport lives. And, of course, we'll see you very soon. We'll pass you over to Charlie to have the final word.
Right, yeah, so thank you guys for watching. It's been a brilliant day of racing here. Thanks to all the spectators who came down and, watched. And if you do wish to watch some brilliant racing soon, then, come down just off the A14, get on Google Maps and have a look and, come watch some brilliant racing. So, so thank you very much for watching and goodbye.